Good evening, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here at the weather office, bringing you live updates on Tropical Storm Debby, as it is very close of becoming a hurricane. Probably going to be one by tonight as this moves towards near Panama City, Florida in the next 12 to 18 hours. Here's a live look at the White Sands Beach Resort.com camera here. There will be a link in the chat here in a second. Let me actually bring that up. Hold on a second. We bring up that link here so everyone could go see where those cameras actually are. It's always good to contribute, so let's actually do that. But here is a look at one of the cameras, and we definitely have a lot of wind that is going on with this. And that camera is out, it looks like. So we just lost a camera there at one of the resorts due to how strong the winds actually are at the very moment. Here's another one, a different view, and you can see just how windy it is. So this is where I'm getting the camera from. So actually we're gonna put this actually in the description. It's always nice to contribute though. And definitely a windy one out there. If we take a look at our White Sands Beach camera, we're definitely seeing some strong winds there too. And looks like our power, or the power there, might have went out. Yeah, looks like the power or something happened, so we lost the camera. But really, really windy over there right now. You can definitely get an idea of that. We also have another camera. This is from Inco Electronic Systems, Sterling Reef, Panama City Beach, Florida camera. This is the beach camera, and not as windy here, but there was some blowing sand earlier. Indication that the winds here are pretty strong. Actually, there is still some blowing sand moving across. It's hard to tell, but really, really windy there at the moment. Earlier, there was actually a shelf cloud. If we actually go back, nice thing about YouTube is you could see these things in history, and this is what it looked like earlier. Boy, look how dark that sky looked as Tropical Storm Debby inches closer, and this is now. Sun is actually getting ready to set there really soon. And look at this, a couple going out there, and there is a hurricane warning for this area. I believe there is. Let me make sure. Tropical storm. Actually, there's nothing issued for that area, but just to the east, there is a tropical storm warning and a hurricane warning out. So, yeah, I guess they're not taking this as seriously. Just because there's no alert out. There is some crashing waves. So the surf is a little high with the system. So now, what does this look like from satellite? Well, here's a look at the satellite imagery. This is from, actually, we're going to actually have to use, let's do full screen. That's a little bit better. So we can see, if we go back in time, we can see that inner core structure trying to form, and it really shapes up. In the last couple of hours, we had a lot of deep convection really increasing over this circulation, and it looks like something is trying to develop more intensely right underneath this CDO. So definitely, the system is definitely wrapping up. It is definitely strengthening a lot more. And look at that. There is that outflow boundary, that arcing band that we got on the camera. So pretty cool to see that from the ground and from satellite too. But not so cool if you're living in Tampa right now, getting lots of heavy rainfall. There's going to be a lot of flooding out of this still, because you're getting some of those banding futures moving over the area. And then, of course, some heavy rainfall to the north. Now, we're going to be looking at the latest National Hurricane Center advisory here. You're all mine for the next 7 or so hours until midnight my time. So for Eastern time reference, that's until 3 in the morning, possibly even 3:30 in the morning, your time. So we're going to be here for a long time, not going anywhere, because we are tracking this as this gets closer and closer to the Big Bend of Florida. So let's go over to the latest models here, and this is what the HWRF is showing. So this is, let's go to the 18Z run. We can see right here that the system, well modeled, showing us, again, the winds at the surface that are around 50 to 60 knots, so almost hurricane force. And look what happens as we go, let me zoom in. As we go closer, this really strengthens. I mean, the pressure is still going to drop another 10 millibars before this makes landfall somewhere over here, just to the east of Panama City, Florida, within this Big Bend area. Look at that. 975. We have hurricane force winds. There's enough fetch here that I think even the front side of the system, the northern side, will have hurricane force winds, and even the back side will have hurricane force winds too. And you can even see on shore here, you have winds of 50 knots or so. So that is 60 miles an hour. That is really strong. And when we look at our low-level winds, you could have hurricane force wind gusts. Okay, so, and even so when this makes its way onshore, there could be the potential for some hurricane force wind gusts in this band right here around the circulation. And then this moves back possibly really close or even back over perhaps the northeastern Gulf of Mexico, that Big Bend area. This is a really big problem, okay, because it's going to be making landfall here, curving around, and then doing something like that. It's literally going to be stalling out in this area or moving very, very slowly, okay? And you can see that, just not moving at all. Over the next 4 days, how is that for you? 4 days, not much movement here, and that's going to lead to a lot of flood potential. Wait until you see the flood maps that I'm about to show you. It's pretty concerning. Now, when we look at the rainfall forecast or the simulated reflectivity, look at this. I mean, all this red, even some darker red colors here where the eye wall is going to be, that's going to bring a lot of rainfall. And look, it just sits here. It just sits, and sits. It just does not do anything. And that is a really big problem. That really is, because now you're going to have a prolonged period of very heavy rainfall and flood potential. Maybe your area may not get flooding. It really just depends on where these bands set up at. But in a general sense, you're going to see a lot of heavy rainfall and flooding. So if we take a look at the European model, based on our rainfall forecast, let's go over to Florida. Actually, let's go over to Georgia, because that's where the most of the heaviest rain will fall, according to the model. And as we go forward here in time, okay, you know the center is going to be moving onshore 5 inches, right? That's not a big problem. Well, it's a big problem, but it's when it's stalled here for a while. And the latest Euro model now indicating that even in the next 90 hours, look at this, in the next 90 hours, especially up here in, say, like South Carolina, near Savannah, Georgia, you could get a foot of rainfall. In some isolated areas here in the purple, you might get 16 inches of rainfall out of Debby's rain field. If we look at the complete run, it just sits here. So some areas here could end up with 20 inches of rainfall. Isolated amounts up to 20 inches. The GFS model, let's see what the GFS shows. GFS thinks that most of the rain will be falling over here in Florida. Actually, a lot more than what the Euro is showing. If we forward that in time, you can see here up to maybe 13, 14 inches of rainfall just within the next couple of days. Yeah, 2-day rainfall totals over a foot. And then let's go forward. And then if this kind of boomerangs back a little bit, you can get another maybe 7 or 8 inches of rainfall in that area. So that's what we are really, really concerned about with this system really stalling out. In northernmost Florida, Georgia perhaps, some models are just not really handling this very well. In fact, the GFS We thought maybe the GFS would turn out harmless, or well, not really harmlessly, but would be moving to the northeast. And this is the wind field. And then you can see here, look what happens. It goes offshore, and then it retracts and does a boomerang, and it moves like this. You can see the center going all the way back to even, say, Panama City, Pensacola, Florida. Panama City is over here, but Pensacola is over here. So you can see, I mean, this is a really crazy track. It goes like this, and then it curves out and then does that. Okay, so it's still a problem here. And look at this, really moves slow. That is Debby still. Over a week out. Over a week, folks. 7 days, Debby could still be over here. That is as slow of a system you could literally get. That is really, really slow. And then it finally moves offshore. Well, we'll see about that. That's for another day. That's really far out. That's 10 days out right there. 10 days out, and it's still close to the United States. So that's why there's going to be flood problems. That's exactly why. And in fact, if we go to our total precipitation forecast, we just look at one model. Yeah, look at some areas of Florida here could get 30 inches. I don't believe it. I really don't. Because the last run only showed 6 inches, and now this model is showing 30 inches. So there's a lot of uncertainty in that track, in other words, and we cannot just rely on one model. But boy, there is trouble brewing for southern, central Georgia, North and South Carolina areas. Could get a lot of rain out of this system. Lots of rain and lots of problems. So let's go to the National Hurricane Center, which, by the way, before we actually get to the Atlantic side of things, there are potentially going to be 4 named storms here. 4 named storms. We got Carlotta, we got Daniel, A, B, C, D, E. This will probably be this will likely be an E storm of some sort, and then another system. 4 named storms, folks, in a La Nina pattern. This is not what you're supposed to see in the Eastern Pacific, and yet we only have 1 named storm in the Atlantic, but that will change very soon. In fact, we just got a new update from the National Hurricane Center. This is now closing in to being a hurricane. 70-mile-an-hour winds right now. Pressure's down to 992 millibars. So that definitely has dropped, and that's probably due to Recon aircraft finding that data. And actually, we can probably go in here. Actually, we'll just use tropical tidbits. Simply... yeah, so they're flying in again, and then we got our new pass. They're actually finding pressures even lower than that, 987 millibars, 986 millibars on this. So yeah, pressure's really dropping quickly. It does look like a more compact wind core is developing. So this is definitely very close to becoming a hurricane, and that's why if you guys thought I'm clickbaiting here, I put it Hurricane Debby as the thumbnail because there's a lot of confidence that by the end of this stream, this is going to end up being a hurricane. And then people are going to say, oh yeah, it's current. It's actually current. It's now a hurricane, right? So that's why I'm looking ahead into the future. I'm not looking at the current because there's all the models now have this at a hurricane, and I do the same thing. I do expect this to make landfall with winds of about 80 to 85 miles an hour. So this definitely has another 15-mile-an-hour increase in winds to do before this slowly begins to spin down. And that's a look at the latest recon data that we have. And we're going to go to Doppler Radar showing you this. Actually, I did not mean to take you all off from the NHC. Let's actually go back and finish with what we're going to talk about. So going back to our products here, we're going to be looking at our key messages because I always like looking at those. And this is really concerning. Remember a couple of streams ago how we were looking at storm surge up to maybe 4 feet? Well, that's not happening. That's definitely not happening. Key messages for Tropical Storm Debby. These are very concerning. This is very concerning wording that we are seeing here. This is wording you do not want to see from the National Hurricane Center. They are as generous. They are the experts. They are probably the most expert meteorologists in the United States on the face of this planet. Because, of course, they have to warn over 400 million people. You know, like if I was in, say, Alaska, if I lived there, I would still be tuning into this and I would still be here live streaming this. This is up my alley, and who knows? People that live in Alaska may have families that live in Florida. So overall, everyone is probably going to tune into the National Hurricane Center, and there's more than 350 million people that live in the United States. And so, yeah, they're the experts and they know what they're talking about. And when they put out words like this, and I'm going to highlight some things, keynotes of this discussion. So let's go to the biggest pin possible. Potentially historic heavy rainfall across the southeast, Georgia, South Carolina through Friday morning will likely result in areas of catastrophic. So historic heavy rainfall, going to highlight that, and catastrophic flooding. Okay, catastrophic is worse than life-threatening. Okay, so what they'll do, they'll go the potential for significant flooding or major flooding, then it goes life-threatening flooding, then catastrophic flooding, and then one even worse word than catastrophic would be unsurvivable. That's not usually used unless there's a Cat 5 or a high-end Cat 4 hurricane making landfall in a populated area. All right, so heavy rainfall will likely result in considerable flooding impacts from the Florida Big Bend region through southeastern Georgia and the coastal plain of the Carolinas through Friday. There is a danger of life-threatening storm surge along portions of the Gulf Coast with up to 10 feet of storm surge. Okay, so again, let's do the stand-up test here. You all in the chat, stand up, get up. Get up out of your seat and stand up. You're only going to be about 5 to maybe 6.5 feet tall. Most of you are. The average human is about 5'10", 5'11". Personally, I'm 5'9", 5'10", so this applies to me too. Well, it doesn't directly apply to me because I'm not here in it, but you can see, imagining 10 feet of storm surge. Imagining your ceiling is about 8 to 9 feet above the floor. So basically, the storm surge would fill up your entire room. Yes, it would fill up your entire room all the way up to the ceiling. That's 10 feet right there of inundation above ground level expected somewhere between Ocklawahamie River and Swanee River on Monday. I'm not a Floridian, so some of these words are a little strange to me. Residents in the storm surge warning area should follow any advice given by local officials. Hurricane conditions are expected Monday along portions of the Florida Big Bend region where a hurricane warning is in effect, with tropical storm conditions beginning this evening. Tropical storm conditions are expected through Monday further south within the tropical storm warning along the Florida west coast, including the Tampa Bay area. Dangerous storm surge, okay? Dangerous storm surge and wind impacts are expected along portions of the southeastern United States, including for North and South Carolina and, of course, Georgia. Okay, where tropical storm watches are already issued. That's a big thing, all right? This is, again, catastrophic, historic, considerable. Those are some strong words. And the key messages are there for a reason, so you all understand the dangers of this, okay? And again, this says 65 here. It may be hard to see, but we already know that the system is definitely a lot stronger at 70 miles an hour. So that's a look at that. Here's a look at the rainfall forecast. Now, earlier, let me open this up into a new tab. We did see a downgrade with rainfall totals here, but not by much. This morning, there was a little bit of a, let me actually use pink here. There was a little area here that had up to 20, maybe 30 inches of rainfall. Now that has dropped to 16 to 20 inches of rainfall within the Savannah, Charleston area. That's maybe like teeny witty bit better, but not any, I mean, it won't matter a whole lot. 20 inches of rain, 16 inches, which by the way, 20 inches is close to 2 feet. You need 24 inches to make a 2 feet of storm surge, or not storm surge, freshwater or rain amounts, I should say. Man, I'm getting my words mixed up here. Probably talking a bit faster than the brain can think here. And then, of course, out here around this is a big area with rainfall totals over a foot. Yeah, it's not just about the wind or the storm surge. It's also going to be about the rainfall and flood potential that this is going to have. And then around this, you have 8 to 12 inches. That's a lot of rainfall, even towards Jacksonville, even down here towards our friends in Tampa Bay, Florida. Going to be seeing 6 to 8 inches of rain additionally. Yeah, you're getting rain now, and you're going to get an additional 8 inches down here potentially. Wilmington, 8 to maybe close to 12 inches. And yeah, that's not it. Norfolk now, you're up to now maybe 4 inches of rainfall. Cape Hatteras, maybe up to 6 inches. Raleigh over here, Charlotte, you could see maybe 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. Okay, I did used to live in Augusta. Boy, if I lived in Augusta, I would probably be meeting up with Mark Sedeth right now, somewhere down here, where he is setting up a lot of live cameras. And by the way, I don't want to disclose this. I may be moving to Florida in about 3 or 4 years from now. I know that's a long way away, but if I do, then this channel could see a lot more on foot live streams instead of remote live streams like this. But I used to live in Augusta a long time ago. Pretty area, a lot of pine trees. And yeah, my second home city could see as much as 8 inches of rainfall there. Wow, that's a lot of rainfall. Probably the most rainfall that I would be experiencing in my entire life if I lived there. The most rain I have ever experienced was 4¼ inches back in, what was it, early January of 2023. That was when we had a lot of those arc storms that hit California. That's nothing compared to Augusta, where you could see 2 times the amount of rainfall that California would see. In fact, you would probably be seeing double January's rainfall in my area because of how much rainfall you would see. So yeah, lots of water falling out of this, and that's going to lead to this. This is a big problem. This is a very big problem. Look at the high risk spread across northern Florida, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, South Carolina, and yeah, right there, Augusta, my second hometown, getting a moderate risk of heavy rainfall. And then, of course, these pink colors, that's a 70% chance. Imagining this, folks, a 70% chance that someone somewhere at some time will experience major flooding, catastrophic flooding potential here. This is saved for very high-end days of flooding in this area where you have this pink color. So if you're in this area, you need to consider that, oh, just because I go to higher ground, I won't get the storm surge. But if you live by a river or a small creek or a poorly drainage area, someone told me, I think it was in Charleston, they have horrible drainage in their city there, and they could have a big problem. I mean, a problem that could rival maybe 4 or 5 feet of storm surge. And speaking of that, you're going to get storm surge in some of these estuaries combined with freshwater flooding. This could be a national disaster. This could be a catastrophic event, historic event for some areas here. And I don't say that very lightly. I really don't. And this could be reality for any areas that live in Savannah and Charleston over here. Okay, and of course over here, because this system is going to be moving at least somewhat here, chances of a catastrophic historic flooding event over the Big Bend or right near the Big Bend of Florida. Probably not going to happen, but it is going to be close. It is going to be close. And speaking of that, our major cities, Jacksonville and Tallahassee, you are under a moderate and high risk of heavy rainfall and flooding. All right. This is one of those things that you don't need tropical storm force winds or a hurricane directly impacting. You don't need the eye to go over your house to bring a high risk of heavy rainfall. In comparison, this is going to be worse than Beryl, despite that if this becomes an 80 or 85 mile an hour hurricane versus Beryl making landfall near Houston at an 85 mile an hour hurricane, the rain is going to be a win out. Okay, so if you look at your impacts, so let me type this up really quickly. I like to educate you all. So we call this Swift, all right? So we call this storm surge. So storm S, which means surge, right? And I'm going to type these all in, okay? Wind, okay? Oops, wind. Let's go to storm surge, wind. Intensity. So no, wait, no. Swift. It's probably going to be. Actually, I'm just gonna say flooding. So flooding, storm surge, wind, flooding is what we got, and actually severe WX weather. Okay. So we'll have 4 impact categories here, and I'm going to put a number next to each of those so you guys all understand which one is going to be the winner, unfortunately, with this. Storm surge, ranking this between a 0, not being storm surge at all, and 10 being the worst storm surge possible. This is going to be a 6 on the storm surge. So a 6 out of 10 with storm surge. Wind is going to be a 5 out of 10. Actually, because it might get a little ampy, so 6, maybe 5 out of 10. So kind of monkey in the middle here. All right, so wind is going to be 5 out of 10. Flooding is going to be 10 out of 10. All right, flooding is going to be the worst out of anything with this. Severe weather going to be a 6 out of 10. We could have a tornado, big tornado threat, especially on the right front quadrant. So you can see here that you can see the ranking scale that I've created. 0 not being anything, 10 being the worst possible. You can see storm surge, 6 out of 10, wind, 5 out of 10, flooding, the worst, 10 out of 10, and then severe weather being a 6 out of 10. Now, the 6 does not mean like a Torcon value. Do not mistake that. This is just kind of my own handmade, hand-thinking rating scale. All right, you've heard of that before, these rating scales. And so the flooding, in other words, the flooding is going to be the king, okay, of this. This is going to be a rain master, flood masterpiece instead of a wind masterpiece. There are some hurricanes that bring more wind than storm surge alone, or there are some hurricanes that just bring a lot of wind and they don't bring a whole lot of rain. This is going to be a very wet variety hurricane. So when we take a look at the storm surge, it's not just the flooding from freshwater, from river, small creeks, street, urban flooding, but you're also going to be seeing flooding from the ocean. Yes, water has to go somewhere when wind pushes it. And in this case, this area alone, okay, I've done some research. Okay, if you get a hurricane that turns up and does, so we're seeing more of something like this, okay, the right front quadrant of a circulation, in this case, the eye of Debby, all right, you're going to get the highest storm surge in this portion of the Big Bend. This is, think about this like a spoon. So if I draw like a little handle down here, yes, excuse my drawing, and then you kind of draw a little bit of a kind of a little spoon right here, and then you draw kind of your little lip to kind of scoop your food and scoop your water with. You can kind of think that it's like even a baseball glove. It's going to capture and collect all of this storm surge that the wind pushes within, And that's why these areas right in here could have locally 12 feet of storm surge. 6 to 10 is probably a safe bet, but I would not be surprised some of these estuaries, some of the most worst flood prone storm surge areas might see storm surge up to perhaps 11 or even 12 feet above sea level, above the surface. So think about sea level being 0 feet. Okay, that's the height of the elevation of the ocean. It's 0 feet above ground level. And this is 12 feet up to maybe 6 to 12 feet above ground level. That is a disaster. That is about 2 stories tall with a 2-story house. That is nothing to mess with at all. Mexico Beach, 1 to 2 feet. Indian Pass, 4 to 6 feet. Swanee River, again, in this Ocklawakanee River, possibly up to 10 feet or more. Yankee Town, 5 to 8 feet. And then middle of Longboat Key, possibly up to maybe 5 feet of storm surge. And then Bonita Beach down here, up to 3 feet of storm surge. Of course, the further south you go, it works well with any tropical storm or hurricane. Your storm surge decreases with southeastward extent. Now, I want to remind everybody, because this is going to be a tropical storm of some degree near the southeastern seaboard here, like the Carolina coast, you're going to have up to 4 feet of storm surge. But users are to be reminded that this is just a forecast, and based on the latest intensity with Debby. Remember, if I go to let me archive this. Let me see if I could go to graphics archive. Am I able to see that? Okay, perfect. So we can see here the very first advisory that came out. We saw, Tampa 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. Okay, that's not a big deal. Then the next update, it was 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Then it just got higher, not really higher in Tampa, but look it up over here. You literally went from, at one update, maybe up to 3 feet of storm surge. Some areas maybe up to about 4 or 5 feet of storm surge. And you can see with each update how that really has changed a lot. They have not updated this or changed it to higher numbers yet. But if this gets a little stronger than what models think, then we could have locally higher storm surge, again, over perhaps maybe 12 feet. And that is high enough to cause a lot of problems, not just from freshwater flooding. So now let's go to this. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, this is what we're going to be using really quick. So the chances of tropical storm force winds, 100%, okay? And of course, tropical storm force winds are arriving already on the Big Bend. Even so, this may be a little bit off, maybe by an hour or so. I would say the entire Big Bend here is seeing tropical storm force winds right now, or will see it within 15 to 30 minutes. And then of course, out here, there is a 70% chance near Jacksonville, in Jacksonville, Florida, of seeing tropical storm force winds. And because of how slow this is moving, boy, these chances could go up very quickly for areas, say, like Wilmington, North Carolina, possibly even, say, Savannah, Georgia. These could go up if this is a little stronger than what is expected. You know, Debby, she has been playing games with us, been tricking us as forecasters, and I don't trust her very much. I really don't. So therefore, when we look at this map, this is the latest NHC update. Again, 70-mile-an-hour winds on this. And this is moving to the north and actually maybe just slightly west of due north. So this is still, if you draw a line, if this makes a turn a little later, this could get even closer to Panama City, Florida, than what is forecasted here. So, because you can see the cone is in Panama City is right over here, so not far. And you could see tropical storm force winds for sure. So this is 2 p.m. Again, hurricane onshore, 2 p.m. Monday, and this would be making landfall just before 2 p.m. Eastern time. So this would be making landfall, I'm guessing, right around 11 or so in the morning, Eastern Daylight Time. So that would be, actually, no, probably even a little earlier than that. Probably even 10. That would be 7 o'clock in the morning, my time. And so there are hurricane warnings out in areas in red here. So you got hurricane warnings in red, tropical storm warnings way down here towards Cape Coral still, and then tropical storm warnings now just got issued not long ago over the entire coast here of Georgia, with a tropical storm watch out in yellow over South Carolina. That's where that is. And I want to really show you all just how slow this is going to be moving. Okay, this is another weapon. This is a weapon of the storm. Okay, it has another strategy up its sleeve, and it's called, it will be moving really slowly. All right, for reference, this is a 3-day forecast right here, a 3-day forecast. So if we go to Monday afternoon, so let's just kind of do 24-hour increments. This is 2 p.m. Tuesday. That is not much of a distance. That is, if you would just put that dot in Georgia, that would literally only stretch halfway across Georgia in a 24-hour period. That is very slow. And here it is. This is Wednesday. This slows down even more. I mean, look at the difference. The gap really narrows right here. This is a potential stall right off the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So this is why there could be prolonged heavy rain impacts off or right along the coast of South Carolina and Georgia. If I would say, should you evacuate? I would say you should definitely evacuate, because this is not just a tropical storm, but this is a huge rain producer. Okay, and then this gets onshore, but man, this is very, very slow. This is a 24-hour forecast from here to here. That is not much of a move. That is really, really slow. And this, being this far north, some of our models have curves like this still, and have them even going down here and out and doing like that, or even have them, it's just very, very weird of how this is going to play out. In fact, if we go to Weather Nerds, let's go to the European ensemble forecast. This is probably the most tricky forecast in the history of tracking the tropics on my channel. And yeah, look at this. This is not good. This is the European model showing, again, some models doing this, curving all the way back. Some models do this and then kind of make it go like this. There are a few members that bend this all the way back. They loop it this. And I'll show you that on the hurricane models. So this is all over the place. But I'll tell you, if this goes out, way out here, and then kind of curves up, this could be a hurricane yet again when it hits North Carolina. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay, if this gets anywhere out here in the Atlantic, the upper level pattern is going to be very conducive for re-intensification with Debby. Okay, Debby's not done once it gets off or once it gets into Florida. In fact, this will remain a tropical storm for the entire duration and journey across the inland areas of Florida and Georgia. Unlike other systems, they would really spin down quickly, but not with Debby here. Debby's going to be very resistant. All right, and then once it gets over water again, a high-end tropical storm, a low-grade hurricane is certainly not out of the question. Even so, it is not explicitly shown in the NHC forecast because they're the more generous ones. It is also important to know that the cone of uncertainty does bring this all the way up even into Virginia, like Norfolk, Virginia. So anywhere in this cone of uncertainty, this big old fat circle, this is almost a complete circle. Good job, NHC. You do know your shapes very well. And imagining if the system does this and goes way out here, then turns up, then this is going to spend a lot of time over the warm waters. And keep in mind, the Gulf Stream waters here are in the upper 80s, close to 90 degrees. So unlike if this was in November, then conditions would become less favorable over here than right now. And it is August. Remember that. The 4th of August. This is the first month of the peak of hurricane season, roughly. The 3 months we do August, September, and October. That's the busy zone for the hurricane season. Usually the last 3rd of August is going to be the show time. So yeah, there is extreme uncertainty here, and NHC really explicitly shows that. All right, some of you might say that, oh, David, don't worry about it, it's going to stay over land. That's your forecast, but there is a lot of other possibilities. Let's look at the GEFS ensemble forecast. And yeah, look at this. So let me save this image and let me go to the European model. I mean, if you're seeing a lot of disagreement on the ensemble forecast between two global models, that is even a bigger problem than just looking at, just believe it on the majority of the ensembles for both models, right? So this is the European ensemble, and this is the GEFS ensemble. And look at this. They do have this doing this. They do have it. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. They have it going like this and looping. They're doing this looping thing over Georgia and northern Florida. And even look at this, even offshore, they're turning this all over the place. Man, this is as tricky of a forecast you can possibly get. Yes, we know our landfall point over the Big Bend of Florida, but we got to understand it's less than 24 hours of doing so. And look at how big the uncertainty here still is with that landfall because of how slow Debby is going to be. In fact, Debby is slowing down substantially right now. It is putting on its brakes, and there are some models that even stall this just off the coast of the Big Bend of Florida. Okay, and some models have it just barely onshore when it stalls. So that's going to really be important, because if it stalls sooner and then loops around and does something like this, or if it does this and drifts and then gets caught with another trough, then it does that. Okay, so extreme uncertainty in the forecast. And if you see it on the ensembles here, then you know that it's, yeah, there's nothing trickier than that. So our pressure did drop to 988 millibars, and we are now seeing hurricane force winds even at the surface, perhaps at the surface according to our latest Recon aircraft. So this is probably a hurricane right now. It doesn't surprise me. Actually, both aircraft reported hurricane force winds on the southeastern quadrant. So in fact, this could indeed be a hurricane right now. Okay, so let's take a look here at our hurricane models. Yeah, they're doing the same thing like our GFS ensemble and our European ensemble. I mean, look at this. Look at this loop around on two of the models. Actually, not really a loop here on the red one. It does this and then goes out like that. And then the HWFI model wants this still, this loop going on. And then some other models want this all offshore and then boomerang it back, put it in reverse, Debby, and then you move on back onto Georgia. And other models just have this doing some crazy tracks, crazy uncertainty with this. I mean, you have, if you theoretically want to say, you have the cone of uncertainty that looks like that. That's a very big cone of uncertainty. That is as big as you can possibly get with that system. So if you guys are asking, will this impact me in New Jersey? I will say most likely not, or I will say there's a 1% chance that it will until we get more model data in, because there's a lot of uncertainty. Okay, is that simple? Does that covers it really well? So back to our Recon aircraft. So actually, let's go to satellite. Why not? And we can see. Then we'll go look at radar data. So let's go over to our long wave satellite imagery and look at these new bursts of convection that really have blown up here. Okay, let me zoom this out a little bit and let's go to our floater. New burst in progress right now. You can see it right there. That's negative 80 Celsius Fahrenheit or Celsius cloud tops. That's about negative 120 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 110 perhaps. And that's very deep convection. We have a huge, massive deep convection over here. Nice looking inner core structure getting ready to form on this, or is probably already closed off based on our Recon aircraft. And this is still offshore. The Big Bend is right in here. So the system is pretty much somewhere here, and it's gonna go that way, or perhaps even that way. That's where what we're looking at the given time. So this is a strengthening system, definitely strengthening. And when we look at Doppler radar right now, we definitely have an eye-like future that is forming on this. This is, again, the Doppler radar. So let me zoom out here. There we go. That's a little bit better. Cedar Key right now, getting a lot of heavy rainfall at the moment. You can definitely see that camera. Boy, it is windy out there, super duper windy. And yeah, the rain is coming down really hard. And you can see right here, heavy rainfall, those bands, you know, those bands could be intense. And then down here in Sarasota, we have some moderate to heavy rainfall coming down. So we also have wind gusts, 60 miles an hour. So yeah, your sustained winds may not be tropical storm force, but you're getting gusts up to 60 miles an hour. That is really strong. And then let's go further north here. Not so strong. St. Petersburg, up to 56 mile an hour wind gusts being reported there. So definitely some big wind problems. And this feeder band really strong at the moment. And this is where our eye actually is. This eye is definitely going to get more organized as this gets closer. Remember, it's going this way. It's going to the north. So it does have roughly right now another probably 95, maybe 100 more miles to go before this is fully onshore. And that's a lot of water time yet to go. If this is moving at 10 miles an hour, maybe 9 miles an hour, it has another maybe 10 to 12 hours left until it makes landfall. Maybe even a little longer than that. So just because, oh, this is really close, it's running out of time. No, this system's different. It has more than enough time to further intensify. And that's what we're seeing here. And of course, the rainfall is going to spread further north. And as we look at our total amounts of rainfall in the last hour, so these are 1 hour rainfall totals. I mean, this is based on radar. So you're probably getting different measurements right now. But some areas here in the last hour, not seeing a whole lot. But look at just offshore. Look at this band just been persisting in that one area for nearly the last hour. You're getting rainfall rates of almost 3 inches an hour just off the coast here of Clearwater, Indian Rocks Beach. This is a thing that's going to be making its way eventually over here near Perry. We do have Joe 56-1 that lives in Perry, Florida. If you're watching this stream, we're looking at you right now. And this is going to be headed towards you. So a lot of rain is on the way here. And boy, this feeder band is very, very, very wet. Looking at the total rainfall totals from literally, I think it's from this morning, I believe, from midnight. You can see some areas here, Brandon Beach, gotten already 10 inches of rain based on radar estimates. Again, these are not official numbers. East Lake, 7 or 8 inches of rainfall with this. And Tampa, only getting 2 inches so far of water. But again, these wind gusts are pretty strong, 38 to 60 miles an hour right now. And we're going to get more wind reports coming in eventually as this gets closer to northern Florida. So let's go to the National Weather Service and look at our current observations more closely. So let's go to here and let's go over to current observations. By the way, our heat wave is not done here across California. It's been a very long month, over a month of terrifying heat over our area, and it still continues. So we can see here, these are more localized wind gusts. So again, up to 53 miles an hour right now, current wind gusts. And as we go further north, these winds turn more easterly and then more northeasterly here near Cedar Key. And if this makes landfall very close to Cedar Key, we're going to get some stronger winds on this. And so far, they're up to 50 miles an hour. Right now, they're gusting up to 45 as of the latest observations. And the center is just right about here. And so you can see the winds doing this right now. They're pulling more inward. That's a sign of rapid intensification because you're actually pulling air further from further distances. And that's a interesting thing too. When you see winds that converge, so they look kind of like this, they kind of go inward like that. That's a sign that the air in the center of that is going up very quickly and it's pulling air faster. So without this, the Coriolis effect, your air would just be doing this, right? It'd just be going straight to the middle. But because of Earth's rotation, things spin offset to that. And so that's why we have what we have. But when a system's not rapidly intensifying, the winds do this more. So they kind of slowly go in. They don't go in as quickly. Okay, so it's hard to explain when is getting pulled into the system more efficiently than what we had earlier. And that's how you can kind of gauge on that system's rapidly intensifying. It's quickly deepening. It's not filling in. Okay, so let's go back to our radar, and let's go to this Hurricane Hunters. Okay. Where's our airplane at? Okay, our airplane is right over here. This is the Air Force mission. And you can see some of these barbs here. This is flight level wind of 64 knots. That's a hurricane right there. Actually, this is the NOAA mission. Wait, maybe not. No, this is not the NOAA mission. This is going to be, there's two missions ongoing right now. And this is the Air Force mission, currently ongoing. And actually, no, wait. Yeah, this is the NOAA mission right here. And then this is the Air Force mission that just started. And you can see where the center is. And so the center is probably right over here now. This is really moving slowly. This has slowed down considerably than what we had earlier. So they are on the northeastern side right here. And then they're going to be flying again. And this northeastern side is the fat side. This is the wind-rich side of the cyclone because the system, actually it's more the eastern side because the system's going to the north. So it's not going to the northwest, which otherwise the northeastern side would be the windier side. This is going to the north right now. What's up, Ryan Lorello? How are you doing? How's everybody enjoying their day today? Happy Sunday for those that are tuning in. We have 1,300 people that are watching. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please hit the like button. We are going to be live streaming on this well into the overnight hours. Okay, this is not going to end until about 3:30 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, so we have still a long ways to go. We have over 6 hours, maybe even 7 hours. Actually, about 7 hours left before I have to head off. But in the meantime, we are going to be here live streaming for the next 6.5 to 7 hours on Tropical Storm / Hurricane Debby. I'm very confident right now it's probably going to be a hurricane because of the organization of what we're seeing and based on recon data. It was good, Heidi. There were baptisms today. That was nice to watch. Different service, I'll tell you that right now, than what we typically see. But yeah, my Sunday's doing good. I hope your Sunday is doing good, even so you're living along this and you're probably worried about your house. I could rest you assured we will keep you updated just as good as if you were at home. Please see if there's a rotation over Brandon. So, Brandon, you were saying, right? So let's go to the velocity on that. So there is no rotation at all. There's nothing, no couplet over Brandon right now. Just to the south of St. Petersburg and Tampa, Florida. What you're probably seeing is some very strong winds right now. Okay, that's the thing about this. There's no water spouts. I don't see anything like that. You're probably getting some very strong wind gusts of over 60 miles an hour that may make it seem like there's a water spout. This is a tropical storm and not a severe weather outbreak of any kind. But there are some of these cells that are approaching Sarasota, and these could acquire rotation. That's the thing about this tropical storm, just like we had with Beryl. Once these move onshore, they can become a problem as far as tornado production goes. Not, okay, no, Brandon. Okay, so you did say Brandon. Thought sometimes people have a typo, so Brandon. So Brandon, Florida. Hey, close enough. They are kind of next to each other, so let's go to velocity on that. So again, yeah, there is no rotation being indicated there over Brandon. It's when you get these heavy rain pockets, it transports a lot of wind down to the surface. You got to understand, winds aloft here are potentially hurricane force or near hurricane force. So maybe your surface winds here are about maybe 15 to 20 miles an hour. But when you get inside these rain bands, like one is moving over Riverview, Brandon right now in Florida, you're probably seeing wind gusts over 40 to 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. So that keep in mind about that. There's a lot of momentum transfer. And what I mean by that is if you have, let me bring up my white screen. Hopefully it shows well here, my whiteboard. So when you have a thunderstorm, okay, when you have a big cumulonimbus cloud, and when you get the rain that actually comes down like this, it really just dumps very hard. And this could be mistaken for water spouts, gustnados, tornadoes, and whatnot, right? So when you get these thunderstorms, in this case in the tropical system, you have really strong winds aloft. Remember, there's not much friction here, okay, in higher levels of the atmosphere. So when you get this rain, this wind actually gets transported down to the surface, okay? So you actually get some of that wind from higher up into the atmosphere that is able to get transported down with enormous force. And that's why you're probably seeing maybe a tornado-like damage or something, because of how strong these winds are. Hopefully I did good there at explaining. Brayinton. Brayinton is down here. That's what it meant. You probably meant from that one. This is Brandon up here. That was a thundercloud and some rain. That's what that illustrates, the momentum transfer with this. You're probably seeing some enormous momentum transfer within this band offshore. You're very welcome, Stephen. You're very welcome. Again, for those that are just tuning in, hit the like button, share this, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. This is part of what I do. Every landfall, I try to do it until landfall. In this case, not going to happen this time. I will probably be sound asleep once this makes landfall. But I did have a dream that I should keep the stream running all night. We'll see if I'm able to. But probably not going to happen this time. I was prepared for this, but not expecting this to become a very high-end Category 1 hurricane. Thank you so much, Bill H. I try my best. I try my best at drawing up all the graphics, so you all understand with what I mean. That it's the same principle for severe thunderstorms. It's the same principle for the monsoon in the desert Southwest. When you get these high base convective towers, you get the rainfall that evaporates. In this case, it's not evaporating much when it hits the ground because the air is so humid. But when you have very strong winds aloft, that rain compensates for that. That's why if you're in the desert Southwest, you'll get these haboobs, because when you have a rain shaft, well, the air is really dry in other layers of the atmosphere. And so that air, you get evaporative cooling, right? So if you think about it, evaporation is a cooling process, and is a cooling process as you evaporate all the water, you drop the temperature aloft, and that, well, cold air likes to sink. And once it sinks, it really could accelerate downward. That's why you'll get these haboobs, these microbursts, and that sort of thing in the monsoon in the desert Southwest. Same principle for the Midwest. You'll get these MCVs, MCSs, because you get momentum transfer. Winds are always stronger aloft than at the surface, and so you bring all that energy down to the surface, and it could come with enormous force, enough to bring down a lot of trees. It is incredible what nature can do. So now looking at the rainfall totals on our high resolution models here, I did not really show this at all, and I do apologize, but here is one of those models. This is a NAM model. This is not a hurricane model, so we'll have to use this with extra caution. But yeah, look at what it's showing over here in the next 60 hours. Over a foot of rainfall. This is 16 inches of rainfall in this narrow corridor. 16 inches. That's a foot and a half of water in 60 hours in northern Florida and southern Georgia. And then, of course, you have a lot of rainfall. Maybe a foot here, just the beginnings of, again, all that rainfall that's going to accumulate over South Carolina. You can see some of these areas could get even 10 inches. Thank you, Air Force. Hello, David. Just got back from chasing the tornadoes produced from this thing. We almost got caught by a rain-wrapped tornado. Oh my goodness, Air Force. Please be careful. Please be careful, man. Don't want to be chasing that with rain-wrapped tornadoes. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Especially when you get a lot of wind with this anyways. The HRRR model also indicating nearly a foot of rainfall in some of these areas. This is a high-end resolution model, so this is going to change from run to run. The 0Z model run is coming out right now, and so we will show you once that is done rendering. But you can see once this gets closer to making landfall, this model even shows winds here of 75, maybe 80 miles an hour. So that is hurricane force here on the HRRR. Let's take a look at the NAM. The NAM is, of course, going to always be crazy with this. It shows a 105 mile an hour hurricane making landfall. I don't believe that at all until I see it. But that is strong, and that is tropical storm force even at the surface well inland of Florida. Wind gusts along the coast there on this model could approach 120, 130 miles an hour. But again, this is not a hurricane specialized model, and it's a meso model, and might overdo the winds a little bit for us people that are watching this closely. So again, that's more of a worst case scenario. The HRRR showing, again, lesser winds, of course, a more likelihood scenario. And actually, that is a little weaker on this run. So specifics on this will matter a whole lot, but still a strong tropical storm, a low-grade hurricane. Then the NCP WRF model has this making landfall too of about 90 miles an hour. That is a possibility. The NHC has this at 85 miles an hour at landfall. So it is possible that this could reach 85 miles an hour. And with those wind gusts possibly over 90 miles an hour, even 100 right here on the southeastern quadrant of the circulation. And that really moves on shore and remains pretty intense. Still 50, 60 mile an hour winds over Georgia on this particular model, with rainfall totals here on this one that are pretty crazy. Those are crazy numbers, 15 inches. Here's a look at the rainfall total from the Weather Prediction Center for the next 5 days. And of course, here some areas could get 19 inches of rainfall. Okay, 19 inches up here. And that's kind of what that map that I showed you from the NHC showed, kind of a similar product. Only the increments are not exact like what I'm showing you here. This is 4-inch increments of what we're seeing. And this map here is 1/100th of an inch increments. You can see 19 inches there, and towards the very end of the forecast, possibly almost 20 inches. So, yeah, that's a lot of water. That's a lot. That's a big problem. Okay, so I'm going to look at chat right now for a little bit. Recon, 85-mile-an-hour winds. Holy moly. Let's go over to Recon right now. Let's go to Recon. Someone said 85 miles an hour. Flight level wind is not 85. Well, actually it is, because that's in knots. So a flight level wind, they're going to extrapolate this to the surface. All right, so I don't know what their next intensity is going to be. It's probably going to be 75 in their next advisory. I don't think they're going to up it to like 80 or 85 miles an hour. We will see with what they get on the northeastern side once they fly in again, once they approach that center, because there is the center might be even over here. So if they get this eye wall, they could find a brief wind maximum that could support 85 miles an hour. But we will have to wait and see with what they get, though, okay? We just don't know. We just don't know. Yeah, 80. I read, I saw what you said. Recon found support that Debby is 85 miles an hour. There's no update here at all either. This is still at 70 miles an hour. So let's not assume things just yet. I don't think it's 85 miles an hour. I am not confident in that sense. It's going to be at least 75 miles an hour in their next update. Probably at least 75 miles an hour. So probably a hurricane at this point. The surface pressure does support that, perhaps. But I think 85 is a little crazy. They just found 90. 80, where do you see this? Where are you seeing these numbers at? Because I'm not getting any new updates yet from Recon data to prove that. And see it to believe it. I will believe it when I see it. Bill H, yes, it does. It definitely has time to tighten up into a more compact system for sure. It is still 95 to even 100 miles off the coast. Now, again, where this exactly makes landfall, if it makes landfall right here, okay, if it goes straight north, this is going to be the most time it will have over the waters. If it goes directly to the north, right here, so let's do this. So say if the center is probably somewhere over here, it has another 115 miles. But if it's headed this direction, it has 90 miles. That's going to matter a whole lot. That could mean an extra 2 or 3 hours over the warm waters here of the Gulf. But that is definitely, the western eye is definitely closing up right now. And this is probably going to end up closing up as this rain tries to wrap all the way around. $80 knots flight level wind equals to 72 knots at the surface, which means it's 85. Again, I'm going to be generous with my forecast because more than 1,200 people are watching this. So I'm not going to speculate that this is 85 right now until I get more concrete data. It's definitely a hurricane at this point. I can say that it is more than likely a hurricane with winds of at least 75 miles an hour. You guys could say it's 85 miles an hour, or it could be 90 miles an hour. But I'm not, in my live stream now, I'm not going to say it's 85 or 90, okay? We do not need this to be 85 or 90 right now, because if it's 85 miles an hour right now, if it truly is, and the NHC truly says it's 85 miles an hour, this could be a 100 mile an hour hurricane at landfall. Then maybe the NAM at 3 kilometer might have a good handle on this with the intensity. Let's hope it's not that strong right now, because if it is, it's going to be a lot stronger than what we thought just a few hours ago. St. Augustine. St. Augustine. So let's go to St. Augustine. Someone is asking about St. Augustine. St. Augustine, Florida. So St. Augustine, Florida right now is going to have a lot of problems, a lot of rain. You're getting some really intense rainfall right now over St. Augustine. Let me go back to the full screen here so you all could actually see that. So St. Augustine, lots of heavy rainfall, and yeah, you're definitely getting some wind, enhanced winds within this line. But I do not see much in the way of rotation. So it's more like an outflow band bringing just some straight line winds to the area. And you're getting wind gusts probably up to about 35 or even 40 miles an hour with that outflow, that banding feature. What about Jacksonville, Florida? Jacksonville is about to get hit pretty good here. Holder 1, that's one of our viewers. I don't think he's here in the stream. By the way, if you guys want me to add your name, your location to this map for future tropical storm or hurricane or severe weather events, please let me know. All right, don't spam it. When I get to it, I will add it. All right, so if you want me to add you to the location here, you must provide me the closest town you live in. The closest town you live in. So if you are, say, closest to Glen St. Mary, if you live over here, you're going to look at the closest town closest to you. I want as accurate of a location as possible. I don't need your address. I don't need your street name. Just put in, oh, I live over here, and I could try finding it on the map and then adding it, okay? So Titan, so let me know if you want me to add it. Just say, I live here, okay? But say I live in, in this town, city name. That would be better. Because that's my love for you guys, that's me sharing my love to you guys, that I want to know if you guys are getting rain, a tornado, or a tropical system. Okay, I live Houston, Texas. All right, so I will try to get all of these, so slow down the chat here. I'm going to add one location. I could only do one location at a time. So let's see here. So you're in Houston, Texas. So we'll just go to Houston, Texas. And then that will be David Lee YouTube. All right. I got your location on the list. So sorry if we do take a quick little intermission of the tropics here. We're going to add some names. I live in Winter Park. Okay. Now please provide the state too. Okay. Winter Park what? So you're probably Winter Park, Florida, right? So let's go to Winter Park, Florida. Yeah. So that's where you are. So you're in Winter Park. So I'll just click you right there. And that is, who said Winter Park? Where is it? Where is my Winter Park? Man, chat is going so fast right now. Say it again. Maybe you retracted the chat. The name of the person. That's what I'm looking for. The name of the person that says that. Okay, I will get to yours next. Sorry about that. Chat's moving too fast. So let's do another one. Add using search. So we will do, let's go down the list. Palm, Largo, Florida. So Sadie lives in Largo, Florida. So we will put that there. Largo, Florida. And add the name. And we only have 87 remaining. So if you want me to add it, you gotta let me know before all the spots are filled, because I cannot add any more than that. All right, so let's do... I live in Crystal River, Florida. So that is going to be Mud Dock Living. So let's go to that. Oh, wait, not that. Okay, hold on. Crystal, that's the location. Crystal River, Florida. And then let's go over here, paste it, and then there's your location. Okay, let's do another one. So let's see who else. Palm Harbor. We'll do Palm Harbor, Florida. Oops. I did put 2 of these. Okay, let me rename that. So Palm Harbor, good. Tim lives there, so we'll put that. Did it work? Good, there it is. Okay, so let's do more. So let's go to custom locations, add using search. Okay, so let's see here. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And that is coming from Titan. So we'll just put Titan. So there we go. Well, you're in the high risk, Titan. So yeah, definitely want to consider. Wow, that eye wall's trying to form on that system. So let's do a few more. All right, so there was another person from Houston. We'll get to locations again later. I'm just going to add a few more right now. And this is coming from this guy right here. And then we will do add using search. We'll do a couple more. Wilmington, North Carolina. Oh, you live right there by Mark Setup. So Wilmington, North Carolina. And that is coming from Alexis. Hey, Alexis. Almost like Alexa, huh? So Wilmington, North Carolina. And then let's go over here. We'll do 2 more, and then we'll just do more of this throughout the stream. Lady Lake, Florida. Let's see, Claremont, Florida. I got that already. Nashville, Georgia. We'll do Nashville. Actually, yeah, Nashville. So there's a Nashville, Georgia. That must be a really small town. And it is. It's not very big. If I could find it again, I'm not going to lose another one. There it is. John B. Okay, add 2 more. I'll just do 2 more. Oh, someone lives right by where my family lives. Peter Moss. So Ocala, that's very easy. You said South Ocala, Florida. So we'll go over there, and that will be Peter Moss. See if I could edit the low. Gosh, I can't. I wish I could. I putted you. Shoot, I putted you right on top of someone else. That was not. I was hoping for that to not happen. Oh, come on. Work with me, map. So let's delete this. I will save your name though, just in case if I lose it. I'll just delete location, and then I will just have to put you South Ocala. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. So I'll have to put you around someone else if you are giving me the same city, other people, that is. So then I'll just say, you said South Ocala, so I'll just put you somewhere over here near Camp Roosevelt. Okay, and then one more. Who will be the last one I pick for right now? I'll do Augusta, Georgia, because that's where I used to be. So Augusta, Georgia, using search. We will do Ashley Murray. Oh, not that. So Augusta, Georgia. Since we don't have anyone in Augusta, that will be fine. And there we go. So we have more names on the list. We have a lot more people that live that we have. So I will be adding more people to the list throughout the stream. So don't feel bad if I did not add you yet. And they did not find any hurricane force winds yet on that northeastern side. Quite strangely, we'll see if they find something else on the other side. So this is what the plane did find already so far. 47 to 50. Actually, they did find 50 knot winds. That's about 60 miles an hour on the southwestern side. That is pretty strong for the southwestern side of the system, which means that inner core is trying to form, that eye wall. A somewhat partially formed eye wall is trying to take place here. So this could be a hurricane. This could be very close to being a hurricane. And it looks like the circulation moved more northwest in the latest fix. Here's where the circulation was, and here it is now. So this is actually moving northwest. We'll see. This is probably wobbling around a little bit. So the average motion is probably to the north right now, or just west of due north. Sorry, if you're trying to get me to add your location, we will do more of that later on. Okay, I will be live for another 6 hours. 6 hours to go with this live stream. So don't feel bad if I forgot about you, because I will add you to the map soon. Okay. But here's a look at the latest camera right now. This is from White Sands Beach Resort. And look at those winds. Definitely on the gustier side. Look at that surf coming on shore too. Definitely some high surf out of this. Peter Moss, Marion Oaks. I'll edit that then. So I did put you as South Ocala, though. I did put you as South Ocala. So, Marion Oaks. So, let me add you. The thing, I wish you could add and edit locations. So, Marion Oaks is down here. So you said Marion Oaks, Marion Oaks. And there we go. So that's Peter Moss. There we go. So you're right there. You're getting a lot of rainfall right now. How's the weather conditions over your area right now, Peter Moss? It's raining, but is it windy? Latest weather station gets winds up to 18 miles an hour in Ocala. Did you cover the tornado warnings? Well, there's no tornado warnings right now, but if there is a tornado warning, we will cover it. But I don't see any tornado warnings at the moment. We go to all the alerts. There is nothing at all with any tornado warnings. So clean slate with all of that. No tornado warnings, just maybe a severe thunderstorm warning here and there. And that's about it there. Sub Ash Nova, by the way. It's slowing down like crazy. Yep, it is. That didn't move very much, and that's a 1 hourly fix. So if we actually estimate how fast it's moving, it's actually moving probably about, actually, hold on a second. So there's the center at 05 UTC. So that is 5:05 my time. And this is, so a little over an hour. So this is moving at around 8 miles an hour. This is really moving slow. So estimated motion is about 7 or 8 miles an hour. So it is definitely slowing down. It is definitely slowing down. Hey David, see if Cedar Key cameras are up. I will see, but if it's copyrighted, I cannot bring that up. Cedar Key. I don't want to have this string taken down because, you know. Let's see. Are there cameras? There are cameras, but they're not working. How does that sound? There's a camera, but it's not loading in. It's not loading it at all. Man, see, that's why if I move to Florida in about 3 or 4 years, if I do, it's a if I do kind of thing. We will have live camera footage of me chasing these hurricanes, potentially. Okay, so latest radar data here does show that an eye wall is definitely trying to form here. Really, really trying to form. Look at that. Definitely notable. We do have some reflectivity echoes being picked up here. You can see the eastern eye wall trying to develop a little bit more. Very intense western eye wall. So that means there is no shear on this. What you would want to see is an eye wall that looks like this, which means there's a lot of shear from the southwest, but there's no shear because this is fending off that. So we do have definitely an eye forming. This is an eye that is pretty big, actually pretty small at about 6 miles. A 6-mile wide eye, that is very compact. So it is not surprising if this if this is definitely a hurricane. Yeah, look at that eye developing right now. That eye is definitely forming. It's definitely forming. So we do not have cameras working out of Cedar Key. I'm sorry. I am so sorry about that. But yeah, there's definitely a wind maximum, a very strong wind maximum. So that makes perfect sense. And you can definitely see that the eye in the last recent frames is definitely... Wow, look at that. That really did stall. Look at that. That might be stalling briefly. That eye not moving much. It's actually bent off to the west a little bit. So that is an indication that this is strengthening. Yeah, look at that eye forming. Look at that. In the last few frames, really taking shape right now on the echoes. That eastern eye wall forming. Oh, we got a tornado warning. Yep, we got a tornado warning for Sarasota, Florida. Tornado warning for Sarasota, Florida. Let's take a look at our velocity. Osprey right now, Oh yeah, that's definitely a couplet right there approaching Osprey, Florida. So moving onshore, it's a water spout right now. If you're in Bee Ridge, Ridgewood Heights, you're going to need to take shelter. You're definitely going to need to take shelter. South Trail, Sarasota, North Sarasota, you definitely need to be in your spot right now. This is moving to the northeast, north-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. And that's the thing with this. These tropical storms can produce tornadoes and water spouts. So please take shelter right now. There is a couplet on this. There is rotation. We don't have anything indicated that it's on the ground right now, but there is definitely a couplet on this where we do have storm motion, or where we do have winds doing this, velocities doing this, but everything's moving the same direction. So this is not really a closed circulation, but this could be producing a tornado or a water spout. Can I come and do this great weather report for you? Sorry, Cole. However, we will have Ethan on maybe tonight. Yeah, tonight we'll have him on later to give us some live updates on this. But yeah, this is definitely organizing. Oh yeah, that eye is definitely trying to develop. Look at that. Definitely that eye wall really forming. That eye in the last few frames really shaping up. Really shaping up. Yeah, so this system is actually over here. It really took a jog just briefly to the northwest. Just to the northwest. Eyes on the ground can confirm tornado touched down. Let's see if we get if we have any storm reports to confirm that. Let's see. Yeah, I have storm reports on and I have everything turned on, and I do not see any storm reports in that area. There's definitely some rotation over Vamu, Osprey right now, where we do have that water spout moving onshore. And yeah, there is some really heavy rainfall with that. So Osprey, Bee Ridge, Ridgewood Heights, South Trail, Sarasota, heavy rainfall and a water spout tornado is coming onshore right now. This could bring locally enhanced wind damage, perhaps exceeding 60 to 70 miles an hour right now. Okay, so if you're in the path of this, please take shelter. Lorraine, on the 70 corridor, you're going to need to take shelter. Please, a tornado warning has been issued for that area. Part of Tropical Storm Hurricane Debby. She is mean. She is mean. There is no CC drop on this. There is no indication of any debris being lofted into the air right now with this. So if someone is saying that there's debris, I don't know where you're seeing that. But we are going to keep an eye on this. Sarasota, Lorraine, downstream, take shelter, please, as we are tracking, again, live here on the YouTube channel. Man, that eye is really shaping up. That eye is definitely getting its act together. It is still open to the east, but that's not where our shear is coming from. So that is not going to have an issue covering up. And this is still far enough offshore where if we are seeing the beginnings of an eye wall right now forming at the moment, this could really be a big problem. This could this could be a lot stronger than what models earlier projected. And again, that gives us an idea that models are not perfect. Peter Moss, where are you seeing the 110 mile an hour winds? Because I am not seeing that on the velocity at all. Of course, this is probably really hard to take note because it is pretty far offshore. But there is an eye-like future. There is definitely an eye-like future on this. Let's see what their air pressure is when they flew through the center. And that pressure did drop to 985 millibars. So it has dropped a little bit more. So it went from 988 to 985 millibars. That is a drop in pressure still. So this is still strengthening at the moment. And we can see that eye. And there's a tornado warning. So let me zoom this out so you all can see really quickly with what we're looking at. There is where Debby is. This is where our tornado warning is. Wow, look at that feeder band or that rain band just stalled out over Sarasota. This is the kind of thing that could lead to also significant flood potential, where these rain bands just stall out. In fact, Sarasota, portions of Sarasota have gone almost 2 inches, an inch and a half of rain in the last hour, according to our Doppler radar. Some areas to the northeast here, near Parrish in Florida, have gone 1 3/4 inches, so close to 2 inches there, and we just got a new update. Yeah, here it is, 1.77 inches of rain in the last hour. So there's definitely, this rain band is just sitting here. It's not moving at all. Some areas haven't gone hardly anything in the last hour, whereas, you know, you get in here, you're seeing a mighty soaker in this rain band. Siesta Key definitely getting some intense rainfall amounts in the last hour, and this is going to add it to your total accumulation. In fact, if we go to our total storm accumulation, we're already seeing 7 to almost 8 inches. Sarasota is getting additional rainfall accumulation right now. And this is where you are seeing 7 to 8 inches so far. So that's a lot. That's a lot of accumulation based on radar. And it's still raining there. Again, these pockets of rain are going to continue to usher in. So you're not done with potential flooding with this storm. So as we go to the National Hurricane Center, for those that are just tuning in right now, we do have this. We will get a new update in the next hour or so from the National Hurricane Center. And if we go to their homepage, again, this is more than likely a hurricane. There's a lot of confidence on that. And right now, this has jumped a little bit to the west. So we are seeing this making landfall somewhere in the Big Bend, near Panama City, which is over here, near that hurricane warning. And again, this is going to really be stalled out. And it's moving very slow, probably less than 7 miles an hour right now. So it's not moving very fast. And the slower this moves, the more time it has over water, and the more trouble that is going to brew with this. And when we look at our flood potential map, yeah, we're looking at historical catastrophic flooding. A big flood potential here with what we are seeing. So if you're in Tallahassee, Savannah, Charleston, Jacksonville, Augusta, please consider this moderate risk, high risk. That's the highest level of flooding you can get from just a low-grade hurricane of what we're witnessing right now. And there it is. There's the eye. That is well noted. That is definitely consolidating very quickly. And if we take a look at our IR satellite imagery, let's kind of look at that a little closer. this even updated. Let's see. We got to update this. Actually, these images are delayed. That's unfortunate. So we're actually going to have to use, see if we have a sector on this. Let's go to the sector. Okay, the GOES satellites are running behind, so I'm guessing if that's on just Tropical Tidbits' website. So we're gonna look at this on College Ado page. See what the system looks like right now. If we're seeing any more organization with the cloud pattern. Because that eye looks really organized. That looks pretty intense right now. And diurnal maximum is coming. Oh, yeah. Definitely an eye-like future is forming on this. There is definitely an eye-like future forming on this right now. You can see the big push here of outflow. Right here, you can see the outflow really increasing on this. So this is a classic scenario of a rapidly intensifying system. And it matches really well with the Doppler radar. Yeah, you can definitely see it didn't look like it was spinning now in the mid-levels, but now it's starting to spin a little bit more. So that is a sign that the system is definitely organizing. And yep, we got increasing reflectivity on this side. Still open somewhat to the east, but boy, this eye wall is trying to wrap all the way around right now. That's definitely strengthening. Buzzsaw, look to the radars as well. An indication that we are seeing this strengthening. Definitely a hurricane, there is no doubt. This is definitely a hurricane. At least a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane, maybe even 80 miles an hour perhaps. What's up, Joyce? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. For those that are just tuning in, hit the like button. We're up to 300 likes. Let's get this live stream up to 1,000 likes because you guys really like these live updates, and that's why we are going to be live here through the next several hours, through at least 12 or 1 in the morning Pacific Daylight Time. That's 3 or 4 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. So we will be live on this for a while, and we will be providing you some very important weather information as it comes in. And right now, we have a live camera. There is nothing going on. Let's see in Cedar Key really quickly via Radar Omega. Come on. Gonna work with us. Yeah, definitely some heavy rainfall there. Definitely some heavy rainfall. And then Canton Beach, nothing much going on there right now because the system is pretty far. So yeah, we do have some live footage here that will be periodically showing. But in the meantime, we do have live cameras right now at the resort, White Sand Resort. And wow, that wind is really, really strong. Plan on streaming tomorrow as well. I can do it in the morning because I'm working, but I will hopefully do it in the afternoon yet again. Definitely in the afternoon. But I'll be here for probably another 6 hours out today. Bring your family, invite your friends to the stream as we are tracking this. And wow, people are out there. Man, I can't believe it. It's super windy and they're just out there enjoying themselves, I guess. This camera is an hour old. Oh, there we go. That's a bit better. Oh, thank you guys. This is the latest. This is the latest and still really windy. There's the latest. I did not realize that. Thank you guys for letting me know. I should have known that. Looking at the time up here. But it shows the same conditions. It's still really windy. And the surf. Looks like there's some power flash. Oh, lightning. There's definitely lightning out there. Yeah, it should be night. I was wondering, like, it should be dark there. Jacksonville will probably have some canceled flights for sure. I don't know how many. I'm not the flight expert. That's up to airliners if they want to cancel. Definitely some strong winds. Again, link to the camera is in the description of this live stream if you want to go check it out. whitesandsbeachresort.com. Then go to their tab where it says cameras and you'll be able to find some of their cameras there. Definitely some high winds though. Definitely a windy situation there. As we track latest information on Debby. And we will get you an update here on Debby in about an hour, in about 1 hour. So make sure you do invite your friends because we will be looking at the latest complete advisory. That will be a very important advisory that we will be needing to look at. But definitely the eye has stalled out over here. You can see the center just kind of sitting there. Probably another circulation is trying to develop. Yeah, it looks like another circulation is developing probably right here. So a lot of this is moving pretty much due north on average. So this is probably somewhat the old eye. Maybe we're starting to see that. And with another deep, massive convection here trying to focus another eye. So we have a Fujiwara effect with these two systems. We have an eye here, we have an eye here, or a center of circulation here, and another one over here based on the radar. But boy, that's one intense western eye there with that eye wall. And there is lightning on that. So definitely some intense convection. The Recon found 65 knot surface winds, which is 75 miles an hour. I would say that's more accurate, David Lee, YouTube. So it is a hurricane right now. I would say it's a hurricane. I think everybody would probably think it's a hurricane right now. Which means this live stream with its title become more accurate. And we just got new satellite data. Finally, it has updated on tropical tidbits. That is definitely an organized system with that deep convection mass. And here's a look at the flood threat as we do look at that right now. This pink area is where we do have the high risk of heavy rainfall. And then around now where we have the moderate risk, and then surrounding that is where we have the slight risk of heavy rainfall. Okay, so this is a big area that we are confident in to seeing inches upon inches, possibly up to maybe about 1.5 feet of rainfall. And when we look at the key messages here from the National Hurricane Center, this will be updated at the 11 p.m. hour tonight, Eastern Daylight Time. And what they did mention earlier in their discussion, and this is still pretty much current, and I'm going to box this in red for those that are just tuning in, potentially historic heavy rainfall. Okay, that's strong wording from the National Hurricane Center when they are very confident that they are seeing potentially a risk for historic rainfall totals in this in the southeastern Georgia and South Carolina. And there's a risk here of catastrophic flooding because of all that heavy rainfall, with considerable flash flooding impacts too from the Florida Big Bend region through the southeastern Georgia area. So considerable, catastrophic, historic are words that the National Hurricane Center doesn't use very often. And then, of course, there's a danger of life-threatening storm surge. With storm surge up to 10 feet, we talked about that earlier. Could even see it even a little higher than 10 feet in some areas. It really will depend on how much stronger can Debby get before it makes landfall. And right now, 10 feet of storm surge is a safe bet, with maybe up to 11 or 12 feet in some areas of inundation above ground level. Okay. And then hurricane conditions are expected Monday along portions of the Florida Big Bend region where a hurricane warning is in effect. And that's what we pretty much have here on the thumbnail, where a hurricane warning is now in effect. And that's that red area. That's a red area. So but when we do take a look at the models, until we get our newest advisory out, we can see we'll actually look at the NAM, because the NAM, actually, let's look at the HRRR, because the HRRR is now pretty much done rendering at the moment. And so it does indicate that the system is going to be moving down into this region. So let's go up on the map, that it's going to be making landfall near Horseshoe Beach. Now that's just one model. The hurricane models have this making landfall much further west, perhaps up over here near St. Mark's, Crawfordville. So that's the northernmost area. And then that makes landfall and then moves pretty quickly, doesn't stall at all until maybe gets off the Carolina coast by Tuesday. So that's a 48-hour forecast showing you just how strong the winds are going to be off the coast and even onshore. When looking at the total amounts of rainfall, this is the latest forecast from the HRRR model. And let's see, that's that there. Oh, no, not that. There we go. We can see rainfall totals possibly up to about a foot. So 12 inches of rain here in the next couple of days. That's a lot of rainfall accumulating in a narrow area. And there's definitely a huge gradient here where there's no rain expected at all for northern Georgia versus southeastern Georgia. You might get more than a foot of rainfall. That is pretty dramatic. You can go to one spot and there's probably going to be some clouds, and you can go to another spot where it's going to be rain, and it's going to be flooding. Pretty interesting to see the gradient there. And then the NAM is now beginning to render, and we're going to see what the winds are like on that. Definitely a lot weaker than our last run. The 18Z had it a lot more aggressive, but on this run it's a little faster, but in the same area. So this is probably somewhere where it's going to be making landfall in St. Mark's in Florida. We'll look at the rainfall totals once this model is done rendering. But yeah, that's definitely a lot of water. PWatts definitely really high on this system. When you take a look at the total rainfall so far as this is rendering, possibly 4 to 8 inches, but we'll get you more data once that model is done processing. So it looks like, wow, this is a weird looking eye right now. This is an oval shape eye, not so much circular like it was just earlier. So this is changing pretty quickly with its structure, and we will wait and see with what the Recon finds once they fly through there again. if they find winds any stronger. Effects for Gainesville, Florida. So let's go to Gainesville, Florida. So Gainesville, Florida right now is definitely seeing a lot of rainfall. At the moment, rain's coming down pretty good there. We're getting a new scan, and it's still coming down pretty hard. When we switch our radar site near that area, definitely some moderate rainfall. Temperature 76 degrees, so it's definitely humid. Not so winter-like with a system. You know, you'd think, well, this is of course tropical, but some systems like the ones that we get in California are definitely a lot colder than this one. Even so it's raining there, it's still quite mild here in Florida. That tornado warning will expire in 5 minutes and might extend that. We'll see, but the couplet is definitely not there as much. Fort Hammer, though, about to get hit there with that rotating thunderstorm with that tornado possible on it. But here's a Recon aircraft. They are still flying into this, and we will get you the latest information once they do. I'm in Riverview. Check that out. Riverview. So Riverview, Florida. Definitely getting a big slug of heavy rainfall. No rotation at all. I don't see anything like that over Riverview at the moment. But what I do see is definitely a lot of heavy rainfall. And this band is just sitting over your area. It's not going anywhere. It's just training storms. You get a break and then it rains. You get a break, then it really starts raining again. And as long as that remains there, you're going to have additional concerns for flooding. And that's what makes these tropical systems really dangerous, because these bands could just sit and sit and sit and sit for a couple of hours. Newport, Ritchie, Florida. Newport, Florida, in simple terms. Yeah, so Newport, yes, near St. Mark's. If this goes directly north, this could impact your area. This will or could impact your area directly with hurricane force winds. That is for sure. And you are under a storm surge warning and a hurricane warning. Okay? Storm surge warning and hurricane warning. You hopefully are evacuated by now. And tropical storm warning for Tallahassee. So more than anything, if you can go north, then stay behind. That would be your best option, because a hurricane warning and a storm surge warning are now in effect. So, yeah, this is what it looks like on satellite right now. Again, we are tracking Hurricane Debby. I'm confident at this point, in about 45 minutes to an hour, this is going to be upgraded to a hurricane. Without a doubt, I think it's going to. So, if you're just tuning in, we are tracking Tropical Storm / Hurricane Debby live on the stream. This is going to rapidly intensify to an 85-mile-an-hour hurricane. This could probably get a little stronger than that. Maybe perhaps 90 miles an hour at landfall. That's a high-end Category 1 hurricane. So if you're watching this from Cedar Key, if you're watching this from Live Oak, Tallahassee, Valdosta. If you're watching this from St. Petersburg, Tampa, Florida, welcome to the stream. It's an honor that you're here watching this. We're going to be live here for another 5.5 hours or so. Another 5.5 hours of live coverage on her tropical storm / Hurricane Debby. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, turn on all notifications on the YouTube channel so you can get latest updates every time I do these live streams, because we're just beginning hurricane season, folks, and every time there's a landfall like this, leading up to landfall, we live stream on these type of events. We did this with Hurricane Ian, we did this with Hurricane Laura, we did this with Beryl, we did this with Sally, we did this with other hurricanes. So if you guys haven't subscribed and liked the stream, please do so. It really helps out the channel a lot. I am also working on making merchandise, t-shirts, hats, and other things. When things slow down, we'll see if we can get a team together to help me design the merchandise so I can actually open up a store here on the YouTube channel. It's not 90 miles an hour now, but when it makes landfall, it could be 85 to 90 miles an hour. I did not say it's 90 now, but it could become one right before it makes landfall. This still has time over warm waters, very warm waters of 89 to 91 degrees Fahrenheit. Very warm. Valdosta, Georgia is up here. So you're under a hurricane warning, and that's because, again, you're going to have hurricane conditions. Lots of heavy rainfall. You're under a slight risk for heavy rainfall, but the winds are going to be pretty strong, gusting to hurricane force in the Valdosta area of Georgia in the next day or two. And there's that eye. Look at that eye, very ovally, not really circular. We're having a little Fujiwara effect going on. What's up, Chase? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We're tracking Hurricane Debby live here on this stream. Tropical Storm Debby, I should say. It's not official yet from the NHC, but I think it's going to be one once we get the new advisory out. So here's the latest look at the NAM model. Some areas here are still expecting to see perhaps 14 to 15 inches of rainfall. So the rainfall amounts are really going to go up as Debby inches closer. So Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key, if you're in Cross City, again, if you guys are new, let's go throughout the advisory again. For those that are just tuning in, we're going to bring you the latest information as it comes out here. And here's our 0Z outcome. So we go to the National Hurricane Center. We're going to just start looking at this again. So here's your rainfall total from the National Hurricane Center, from the Weather Prediction Center, actually, that shares these graphics. You can see Savannah and Charleston in South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, up to 16 to maybe 18 inches of rainfall. That is a lot of rainfall that is expected. And this, I believe, just updated. Actually, no, it didn't. It looked like it updated, but it actually didn't. So, but either way, lots of rainfall is anticipated as this system slowly moves off towards the north and the northeast. It's really going to take its own time, and as it stalls, she is going to bring a lot of rainfall for the coastal areas here of South Carolina. Now, when we take a look here, And this is catastrophic in historic levels. And when we take a look at our flood map here, flood potential that is over the next 5 days, there is a high risk. There is certainly a high risk for flooding with this system. All right, so if you're in Tallahassee, if you're in Jacksonville, there's a moderate to high risk for heavy rainfall and flooding. Savannah, Charleston, Augusta under a high risk for heavy rainfall, moderate risk there for Augusta. Wilmington under a moderate risk. Please take this seriously. It's not just about the wind or the storm surge. It's going to be the heavy prolong of rainfall that is going to lead to a lot of this freshwater flooding. It's not just that. Storm surge is also going to be a big problem with this. We are going to get a new update from the National Hurricane Center here in the next hour, less than an hour from now. In the next 45 minutes, we will get a new update. And I'm telling you right now, for right now, it's up to 10 feet of storm surge from Swanee River all the way to Ochalockonee River. That could see up to 10 feet of storm surge. That is a lot. 6 to 10 feet in the red, the orange up to 9 feet, and then in the yellow up to 6 feet of storm surge is not out of the question. So please take this seriously. If you're in the Swanee Yankeetown area, you're going to get a lot of inundation. And some houses that live along the coast there, or that are along the coast, could get washed away due to a lot of the storm surge that is anticipated. Okay, that's what we're looking at. So now looking at the storm surge inundation map, I did not show you guys this earlier, but you need to see this. This is quite a bit of storm surge. And look at the red areas. So anything in red is basically where the projections are of storm surge will be. I wish I could make this map a little bit bigger, but this does it pretty well. So areas in red is storm surge up to 10 feet. Yeah, up to 10 feet of storm surge. So you can see a lot of Curtis Mill, or I wish these cities would be able to pop through there. Let me actually turn that off. Yeah, Curtis Mill, you could see storm surge perhaps up to maybe 6 to 12 feet. And then if you're on Live Oak Island, possibly up to maybe 9 to even 10 feet of storm surge. Areas in red here are denoting lots of storm surge concerns here. So this is a no-go zone to watch the storm surge to come in, because there is going to be a lot of inundation. That wind is going to be so strong, the waves are going to be tall, and it's going to just blow all this water in. And so areas in red and orange, that is really high, and you cannot, like, not till rise, you should already be away from this area, because storm surge is really going to go up in a hurry. If you're in the Edward Ball, Wacala Springs State Park, you're going to be seeing storm surge up to 6 feet with this. Okay, downstream we go. Let's see, other towns. Fish Creek, Deckle Beach, storm surge over 10 feet is expected here. And then Jenna, storm surge up to 9 to 10 feet. Tide Swamp, up to maybe 9 or 10 feet. So, yeah, this covers a huge area. Swanee, look at this vista. Well inland, you're going to possibly see storm surge. Look at this old town. Some of these areas could see storm surge amounts as much as 8 feet above sea level. Wow, way inland. That's going to be a big problem. And especially Swanee. And all the way down here is your storm surge is going to just be really, really high. And this goes all the way down to Tampa Bay, where some areas here in the orange could see storm surge up to 6 feet above ground level. Wow, it's a lot of storm surge within Tampa Bay. And then even down here, still, this was just updated. And so you're still expecting some storm surge down here, possibly up to maybe 3 or so feet above ground level. But the majority really up here is where you could be seeing the biggest storm surge. Wow, that is pretty concerning when you think about it. So it's going to be interesting what Recon finds when they fly into there. It's going to be interesting when they get the next pass. So I wanted to read the bullet points here once again. For those that are just tuning in, welcome aboard to the YouTube channel here. Key messages for Tropical Storm Debby. Potentially historic heavy rainfall across southeastern Georgia and South Carolina through Friday morning will likely result in areas of catastrophic flooding. Heavy rainfall will likely result in considerable flooding impacts from the Florida Big Bend region through southeastern Georgia and the coastal plain of the Carolinas through Friday. There is a danger of life-threatening storm surge along portions of the Gulf Coast of Florida, with 6 to 10 feet of inundation above ground level expected somewhere between Ocklawahnee River and Swanee River on Monday. Residents in the storm surge warning area should follow any advice given by your local officials. Again, the words historic, catastrophic, considerable are very strong words, and this will update here in about 35 or 40 minutes. We will bring you the latest information once we receive it here on the channel. Hurricane conditions are expected Monday along portions of the Florida Big Bend region where a hurricane warning is in effect, with tropical storm conditions beginning this evening. Tropical storm conditions are expected through Monday further south, with the tropical storm warning along Florida's west coast, including Tampa Bay area. Okay, dangerous storm surge and wind impacts are expected along portions of the southeast U.S. coast from northeastern Florida to North Carolina through the middle of the week. And a storm surge warning and storm surge warnings and storm surge watches are now in effect for these portions. Okay, so please take that into consideration. And there's your thumbnail of where the track is. We will get you a new update on that once we get the new information. Patience equals virtue, and that's what we'll have to wait for. It will be out here in about 30 to 35 minutes. So let's go back to Doppler radar. And yeah, this is definitely trying to wrap around. This is definitely almost closing off. Really weird looking eye future though. I mean, it's very ovally right now. This was not an oval just a little while ago. It's probably the old eye, and that is now beginning to move actually towards the east. So this whole mess is beginning. Let me actually go to Mark Missenbaum, because that's a radar site, and that will give us a more in-depth look at what that eye structure looks like. Oh, and Mark Missenbaum is offline with his radar. That's unfortunate. So let's go to the last 200 frames, and we will play this through and show you, because this is a really weird looking eye. I mean, one could even argue the eye wall is getting really close to Cedar Key right now. And if we play this through, actually, yeah, this is getting really close to Cedar Key. Quite interesting that this might even make landfall on Cedar Key or Horseshoe Beach. Even Jenna. We will see, though, if this goes back to the west again. At first, I thought that was the actual eye that was going to be the more dominant one. But now it did something really, really weird. Yeah, a really weird system. So Cedar Key, if you're in Horseshoe Beach, yeah, it's definitely raining there. It's Definitely an intense system, and we are about to get another recon pass in there really soon to give us some of the latest data that we all need to be patient about. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, welcome, welcome. Hit that like button if you haven't already. A metaphorical eye, perhaps. Debby is surprising us. Yeah, Debby is doing something a little weird. Definitely weird. It's interesting because on satellite, it looks like it is stalled out. But on radar, it's showing something entirely different. We'll see if this becomes the dominant, though, still. It does look like deep convection may be trying to pick up on that area. Oh, yeah. A lot of deep convection. Okay, we got a new tornado warning. New tornado warning now issued for Bowling Green, Florida. So if you're downstream of this, there is a tornado warning. We definitely have some rotation. Oh yeah, there's definitely a couplet on that. Now moving just to the north of Highway 70, Pine Level. Seeing a little bit of rotation there in Florida. Probably, perhaps, actually, that's pretty tight. That is really strong rotation. So if you are downstream of this, this is a tornado that is developing right now. No hail is expected, so no hail concerns. Just going to be a lot of heavy rainfall, and a tornado is the main impact with this. So if you're in Bowling Green, you're going to need to take shelter. Once again, we do have a tornado. Lots of rotation on that storm, and we will see if that gets tighter and gets more organized, because if it does, we could be looking at a tornado on the ground. I think this is going to be the main eye. At first, I thought maybe the new eye may form to the north, but this is really elongated, really stretched. That cell is tiny. I do agree with you. Yeah, if you're in Zolfo Springs, Bowling Green, Florida, you're going to definitely need to take shelter. This is moving pretty quickly, too. It is moving to the north at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Okay, so this is a fast-moving system, so you're going to want to take shelter, and we're getting a new scan in, and it has not gone any more organized, but we will wait for the new velocity scan to come out to see if this got tighter or not. Here it comes. And it continues to show signs of that. We now got a pixel of about -6 touching 56. So, in other words, when we bring up our pin here that's provided by weather radar Omega, we got velocities doing this right now. So we got rainfall moving toward the radar. That's the blue color. These darker green colors are much weaker winds moving away. So we more than likely have something that looks like this. So more like that. And then like this. So we definitely have rotation on this. And it could be a tornado or a rope tornado kind of thing that we might be seeing. So if you are in Bowling Green, if you are on the Fort Greene Springs, Fort Greene, yeah, tornado developing right now to your south, and this is moving to your north, northeast, and north at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. All right, 35 to 40 miles an hour, this tornado is moving towards. Let's not forget about that these tropical storms can have tornadoes with them. Even hurricanes could have a lot of tornadoes with them around its common center, usually found in these banding futures. What's up, Dark Steve? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, this storm is also wobbling a little bit, so that makes it tough to exactly where this is going, because sometimes it'll jostle to the northwest or even to the west, and then it'll suddenly jostle back to the east again. So you have to average out the motion between this all, and it's still moving kind of due north right now, due north at about, say, 8 or 9 miles an hour. Oh, you've been here for a while. All right, Dark Steve. So the tornado warning that remains in effect for another 25 minutes if you're in Bowling Green. Please take shelter. Again, this is a tornado that is developing right now, and we're going to get a new scan on this. And we just did, and the rotation has gone a little more broader. It's not as tight. Again, we're looking for reds touching blues and greens here. The tighter the rotation, the more stronger. You're going to see two different colors. I call them Christmas colors because if you have blue, let me draw this up. If you have blue on one side and say we have red on the other side, like this, you have a tornado on the ground. But this is really broad. We're just seeing dark green colors, which indicate that the rotation is broad and it's not super strong. But you know what I just said is it's broad doesn't mean it's not going to produce. We're just getting a new scan. Now, this looks like it's getting a little more broader, slightly more broader. It's not as intense, and it's more of a blob. There's not much of a supercell structure on this. So that's good news in that sense that it's probably it's weakening a little bit. But now, looks like that eye wall to the north is trying to develop again. See. It looks like it's stationary. Definitely looks like it's stationary. At first, I thought this was going to be the main eye, the main focal point. But now we're starting to see reflectivity return. So this is really slowed down a lot. So there's your tornado warning. There is the eye-like future. And you can see how this has moved. It's just sitting there. It hasn't moved at all in the last hour. Really stalled. New Samira Beach you're in? So New Samira Beach. You're saying you just got a little bit of rain? Sometimes things change, Liz. Wow, yeah. Talk about just a little rain. Yeah, you barely got anything. You just got this band and that's all. And sometimes that happens, you know. Things change. Things change because remember the system was going to be a little closer, but now it's further west. So that's why. And you are technically not in any tropical storm warning at all. So technically, you're under a tornado watch is all you're under right now, and a slight risk for heavy rainfall. It is disappointing, but it's good. It's, you know, it could be a lot worse, you know. Consider, you know, you're looking at the better outcome of this versus, say, St. Mark's in Florida, which could get full devastation. Which will get full devastation, I'm sure. I resign myself that it's going to be bad or worse. It's not going to be good. We're going to wait from the latest NHC, and I bet you right now, there's definitely an eye-like future here, and it's almost closing up. It's very close of closing up. I mean, that eye is trying to get better defined. There's definitely an eye wall nearly halfway around that system. And there's your tornado warning that still continues. Let's take a look at that tornado warning really quickly. See if it actually got any stronger or any weaker. Let's see. It definitely still there. That couplet is definitely there. Still no reds on that. Dark greens touching brighter greens now. So that rotation's gotten a little weaker. TRG, how are you doing? Rapidly intensifying. You just said it won't get to a hurricane freaking 24 hours ago. Well, TRG tornado, that is because of the model data. Our hurricane models 24 hours ago, and I could show you those right now to show you proof, I am going to be generous. I am not going to hype up stuff like other YouTubers actually do out there. Okay, let me show you why. And look at the latest model guidance here. Like, look at this. I mean, theoretically, we'll see what the next advisory shows. But look at, in the next 12 hours, more than half of them keep this tropical storm intensity. It's probably a hurricane definitely right now. That's for sure. So if we go back, TRG, okay. If we go back to the 06Z run, this is what we were dealing with. Well, actually, it was a run before that. It was 24 hours ago or more than that. That only a couple of models had this at Category 1. And the hurricane models, specific models, barely showed a hurricane. Sometimes these things could change quickly. And now we're seeing that. We're seeing this really intensify. So now my predictions have changed. I'm going to be more careful with my prediction. Okay, that's just how I run things. People may not like that, but it's for the better. It really is. Because if I say this whole time it's going to become a Cat 2 hurricane, and people trust me that, oh, it's going to become a Cat 2 hurricane, and our radar just went out, we don't have reflectivity. Great. We do not have any reflectivity on that radar site. But we do have one out of Palm Bay, which... And what just happened? Why are we not getting any updates? I think my radar program just crashed on me. So let me reopen it up. You got to understand, TRG, I'm at like almost 25,000 subscribers. I'm going to be a lot more generous. Smaller channels will probably hype this up just because they can. But I'll tell you what, if people hype things up, it's going to cause more fear, more panic than anything else. And I want to be careful. I've gotten a lot of people in the past coming to me saying, stop hyping up stuff, David. And so I'm trying to keep it generous, I'm trying to keep things on the lower end or in the middle of the forecast. Because again, with a system that really wasn't strong to begin with, 30 miles an hour or 35 coming off of Cuba, with a broad circulation, it's not going to spin up. Now, if the thing was a lot more compact, then I would be like, oh yeah, TRG, this is going to be a major hurricane for sure when it hits St. Marks, Florida. It's definitely going to be a major hurricane. But because this was broad to begin with, and it's still trying to get its act together, that's probably the only reason why this is not going to be a much stronger hurricane than what would otherwise be forecasted if this was a lot more compact. And there's some dry air off to the west. And you can see that, like, all the rain and thunder and whatever spin-ups are happening on the eastern side of the circulation. Look at on the other side of the circulation. It's just like, whoa, where's all the convection, David? There's drier air and there is some shear, not a whole lot of shear. It's actually no shear now because it's really that eye wall is well developed, not getting into the inner core at least, but there is some shear outside of this field of rain. I do agree with you, TRG. Yeah, I would say if it's at 75 now, I would say at least 75 to 80 mile an hour winds onshore when this makes landfall. But it's not going to really matter a whole lot because we already know what the impacts are going to be, and they are going to be pretty significant. We're talking about catastrophic flooding. I mean, this high risk really covers a huge area of South Carolina and Georgia, so that's for sure. And everything. Also, TRG, do you want to be moderator on my YouTube channel? I know I asked you that randomly because I see that you do love the channel a lot. And again, I do, try to keep things really generous, okay? Just, a background, personality. I keep things generous. So close to the new update. Yes, we are very close to the new update. The new update will be coming out here in about 20 to 30 minutes. And this is the 8 o'clock advisory, still 70 miles an hour. Still 70. And I noticed your name, TRG, is Tornado Research Group. I love that name, actually. I do need more moderators. I'm slowly adding moderators to the stream, especially during hurricane season, since my streams are very popular and big. And so as of the latest advisory, it is moving to the north at 12 miles an hour. Actually, directly due north. Directly due north. So we'll see. It'll be interesting what the latest advisory shows about that movement. If it is just slightly west of due north, or if it's actually slightly east of due north. We'll see. I'm still streaming over here on Chazard. Yep. I will be doing it until about midnight my time, or even 1 in the morning Pacific Daylight Time. That's 4 in the morning Floridian time. This is definitely showing signs, though. Now, what are your thoughts on this, TRG? I mean, definitely looks like a hurricane, but at the same time, it just looks, I don't know. It looks kind of like that cinnamon roll look to it, too. Now, Pat is live. Yeah, everyone's live streaming on this because it is such an impactful storm to begin with. Yeah, I think they're going to go 75. There's definitely evidence of that. There's an eye wall. There's an eye here. I think it's needless to say. They're actually getting ready to pass through the center, and so far on the southeastern side, they have not found hurricane force winds. The only 54 knot winds they have found right now at the moment. 54 knot winds, that's about 63, 64 miles an hour. So they have not found any hurricane force winds in their latest southeastern pass. Yeah, it is doing a weird thing, isn't it, TRG? It's doing like a TRG dance. It's like a tornado. It's like dancing around. And I can show you the last 250 frames. Let's run that through. Come on, load. Why are you not loading? Oh, it is loading. So we can see here, we go forward. I mean, at first I thought this eastern end here, this eastern oval shape would be the new center, would be probably the new focal point. But that just kind of went bye-bye. And now we're starting to get this eye wall that is trying to wrap all the way around. It's trying its hardest. It's a matter of will it try its hardest to do so over the next hour or so. That's going to be the question here. It stretches so far to where I am. The strongest winds we got were when the storm was like 180 miles away. Yeah, this definitely has a large tropical storm force wind field, and that's because it's a broad circulation. What's up, Lucky99? How are you doing? Welcome. Which, by the way, all right, it might surprise you that just because you have tropical storm force winds that extend really far out from the center, and actually we could look at the public advisory on that. So, yeah, 140 miles out, that's pretty far, okay? Beryl only had tropical storm force winds out to like 100 miles, even say maybe 90 miles out, and yet that thing was a Category 5 hurricane. So the wind field size really doesn't tell you that, oh, this storm it means the difference between a large tropical storm and a small tropical storm. But the amount of energy, believe me or not, seeing tropical storm force winds this far out, if you were able to compact that in within 50 or 60 miles, this would probably be a Category 3 hurricane, probably even a Category 4, okay? Because if you think about it, do a ballerina dance, okay? Maybe that could be your assignment. Go to an ice skating rink and do a ballerina dance, or you do use your rollerblades and try to spin, or maybe go on a tire swing or on any type of swing and try to put your legs out and your arms out, and notice how you spin slower versus if you put your arms in and your legs in, you spin a lot faster. And that's because of the conservation angular momentum. So when things are more compact, they spin much faster than stuff that is more broader doesn't spin as fast. The energy is distributed in a much larger area. And that's what we have here. So considering lucky about this system is that it's broader in nature, because if this was much more compact, folks, I promise you, if this was very compact when it came off of, say, Cuba, this would have rapidly intensified. It would have not had a problem doing so. Believe it or not, this would have been a much more bigger problem. Much more bigger problem than Sorry, Mom. Oh, you're in the chat? Well, I don't see you in the chat. If you were trying to talk, I'm so sorry. Maybe you're under a different name in the chat. But I do see you. Gosh, my mom's saying I'm being so rude because I'm ignoring comments. How am I ignoring people? I'm live streaming on this. So we are tracking Tropical Storm Debby, soon to become a hurricane. We will know in the next 15 minutes. The next 15 minutes, we will know. Oh, it's you. Hello, still here. Okay, that's your YouTube name. Okay, Juggernaut. Okay, so you have different YouTube. You have like a couple of different YouTube channels, I guess. Juggernaut Jumper, or actually, you just changed your name to Juggernaut. You were Juggernaut Jumper before, Man, you actually reformatted your whole YouTube channel. And what's the TM on the top there? That's interesting. There's a little TM. Yeah, you did change your whole entire channel a little bit. Wow. Last time I was on it, you had like a lot of content. You changed it. Okay, we got a new pass through the system. Wait, where in the heck is the plane at? Oh my gosh. It's buried. Oh, it's right in here. Okay. So we do got a new date. We do got new data. Is this stronger or is it weaker? And it is not any stronger. Nope, it's not. So it is maintaining 986 millibars. It has, the pressure has not dropped anymore on that. So this is where they flew. They flew like this, flew in here, did a loop, and they're now coming out on the other side. Man, this is in the same spot. This is literally in the same spot. Actually, specifically, it actually retrograded. It went back further to the southeast. So this is literally not moving at all. This is moving very slow. But hey there, Juggernaut. But that is definitely a lot of the big solid rain core on this surrounding. And boy, excuse me, Ocala, Florida, the villages, inland, definitely getting a lot of rainfall. If we take a look at our storm total precipitation, Ocala is already getting 3 to 4 inches of rainfall based on Doppler radar, and more rain is coming. We know that for sure. There is a slight risk of flooding in that area, or a slight risk of heavy rainfall. So yes, people that live inland definitely gonna have a problem with more rainfall. Some areas getting a half an inch of rain an hour, so that's enough to cause some flood problems. Thank you, Juggernaut. I appreciate that. Because I know you had another YouTube channel. Actually, go subscribe to Juggernaut right now if you want to support. The last time she produced content was a year ago, so she is at 2.8K subscribers. Big round of applause to Juggernaut. But I want, what does the TM stand for? Maybe you did say that, what that means, Mom. Because I know R means like something like they will have an R at the end of the name, or a TM, or, you know. It is calm for now while it's raining, so. Cassie D, am I going to do a live stream when the eye makes landfall? Trademark. Oh, congratulations, Mom. You have a trademark. Oh, we got to be careful. We don't want to show her video on the stream because YouTube's not going to like that. Just kidding. Maybe you can get me a trademark, Mom. Maybe you could help me do that. Maybe when I come to live with you in Florida in about 3 years, which actually I'm pretty excited about that, because then, you know what that means, Mom? We're going to go hurricane chasing. We're going to find Mark Sedeth and we're going to just kind of go along for the ride, because that's what I want to do. And boy, 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 people would actually like that. They would be like, David's on foot tracking a hurricane. And believe me, I would be very safe. You can feel comfortable with me, Mom, if we go out hurricane chasing. Because I know which areas have the highest storm surge and which areas don't. And believe me, you do not want to be on Horseshoe Beach right now where storm surge could reach a couple of more than like 10 feet. The eye wall's doing crazy things. I know it's doing crazy things. Now the eye wall's on the eastern side. It will be very interesting what the NHC says in their next advisory. I think 75 is going to be the thing with the next update. 75 mile an hour winds. We are waiting. You can take Charles laughing out loud. I think he knows Mark Sedith really well, so I think he would be the fit. Me, Charles, Mark Sedith, let's make this a team. It would be a great team. But we'll have to see. I'm going to think hard on it because, you know, I love Sunnyside, California. But also, you know what the benefit would be if I did live in Florida is I would be able to upload at 5 in the afternoon or even 4 in the afternoon still. And 4 in the afternoon in Florida would be 1 in the afternoon in California. So actually, I would be able to upload my content relatively earlier than later. But the thing is, the advisories would come out so late. So imagining me being in Florida now, it'd be very late. Imagining if I lived in Florida, in the Central Florida area, and I had to go to work tomorrow, boy, I'd barely be able to wait for the next advisory here. It'd be 10:46. That's the disadvantage, though, is if I got a video out at 6 in the morning, it would really be 3 in the morning Pacific time. And then, you know, the time zone would just be 3 hours difference. He would definitely love it. That's what I like to hear, Mom. If Charles loves going out hurricane chasing, I'm up for the ride. I am up for taking my Honda out there in it. But Charles would have to probably try to hook up some equipment in it. You know, like what Hurricane Track does, you know, get some pressure readings and stuff. Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Weird name to say this, but I would be dating hurricanes. I would literally be like up there in front, like Retimmer, be like, Charles, we're getting 80 mile an hour winds. Holy moly, it's getting strong. You know. Oh. See, the thing is, that's the thing I like, is if I go to Florida, I can see hurricanes and experience them. But the bad side of that is dealing with humidity. And dew points in the 80s, yeah. That's not my thing, is the humidity. Ugh. David is in Fantasyland. Oh my gosh, you're funny. Well, I'm not in Fantasyland. I mean, hey, if I want to move to Florida, I'll do it. I'll do it. But see, the climate, though. I mean, it's not as cold in the wintertime as it is where I'm at. I mean, I like to be in a place where it's cold, really cold in the winter, and it's kind of mild and hot in the summertime. I want to have the seasons. I really do. We just lost our internet connection. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. You're getting gusts up to 22, though, so it's not super windy there. Probably a lightning strike or something, or maybe just so much rainfall, or maybe just too many people using the internet. Maybe tell the people in your neighborhood to get off the internet. I'm just kidding. But here's a look at this. This is the latest advisory. We are waiting. We are waiting, and once it comes out in about 5 minutes. I thought this would be out a little sooner. Usually the public advisory is the first one that comes out, and it is not out yet. Probably thinking hard if they're going to go hurricane on this right now. Hopefully in about 5 minutes, we will have a new advisory. That's right. We will have a new advisory out in about, hopefully, 5 minutes. So, yeah, Debby is definitely, she is crazy right now. She is definitely a crazy, confusing storm that doesn't know what to do. So we're going to wait for the new advisory to come out. And once that comes out, we will bring you the latest information. And that will be out here in about 5 minutes. Hopefully 5 minutes, or hopefully under 10 minutes. But here's a look at radar. If you guys are just tuning in, no tornado warnings at the moment, but there is the eye, and that is definitely trying to... That's more circular and more organized than it was earlier. That is definitely showing signs. A circular eye. We have no more oval like we had earlier. That, by the way, really changed. That did not take long. And it looks like now the eye is moving to the east. So it's moving right towards the Spring Hill area, but we know this is going to go north again. Very wobbly eye, though. It literally just stalled, though. It hit something and it just like, I'm stalling out. Which means if it slows down anymore, it may get only over here before it moves east, or it might just change direction. It may not make landfall at all in Perry, but I think it will. It's definitely going to make landfall. There's confidence in that forecast. But that, it really just sat there for literally a couple of hours now, almost 3 hours. New advisory is out. Should be out right now in a few minutes. Maybe Charles over here, if he's watching the stream, you can tell the NHC to update right now. No, I'm just kidding. Don't. They'll do it. They'll do it really soon. And I only imagine what the new products are going to all look like. Still 70 on the 8 o'clock advisory. We will wait. My dog's hear rain and wind outside. Well, that's no surprise. You're getting that wet side of the storm. And if we actually go back and look at our cameras, making sure these are all live right now, definitely a lot of lightning going on. Look at those lull of clouds, too. They are moving pretty quickly. So that's a live look at the White Sand Beach Resort near Tampa, Florida. I know, Tim. That'll be very interesting. Debby is a downer. Yeah, Debby, she doesn't know where she's going. Which, by the way, Mom, I want to warn you something right now about those Gulf waters. They are in the 90s. And believe me, we still have about a month and a half yet to go before the peak of the sea surface temperatures do get reached in the Gulf. Probably even a month from now, they'll reach their peak. So after Debby exits the region, I am quite concerned about the Gulf waters in this area re-warming up or recovering after Debby. And the peak of the hurricane season is still ahead of us. I think pretty much all the landfalls, every storm this year has made landfall somewhere in the United States or in Mexico. Alberto, we had Beryl, we had Chris, and now we have Debby. There was not one fish storm yet Not one fish storm. Okay, we will get a new update here. Come on. 5 more minutes. We should get a new update. They're a little late this time. Usually they update a little sooner on the public advisory at least. What are your thoughts if the storm stalled? What does that change? So if it stalls, it should move north again tonight or move more northeast. But the longer this just sits out over the Gulf, the more intense it's going to get. So if it's stalled, which models did not indicate that that would happen, this stall was not forecasted. This was not, I mean, it's not moving at all. In fact, their first pass, it was here, and then their second pass, well, they only did 2 passes already, so yeah, it hasn't moved. It has not moved. David, Tropical Storm Amelia formed. You're kidding me? Oh my. Wait, in the Eastern Pacific, you're telling me, right? Jeez Louise. 3 named storms in the Eastern Pacific. Wow. And there's another one that's getting ready to develop. We're going to have probably, if Daniel could hold together a little longer, we could have 4 named storms at once. Man, I cannot believe that. And guess what, folks? I want to warn you something about this. I need to warn you. This is serious. This is serious. If the Eastern Pacific is squeezing out 4 named storms potentially in a short amount of time, just to kind of derail our conversation on Debby, I wanted to show you something. Wow, this really is concerning. Man, this is as concerning as the map can get. So when we take a look at this, I want to warn you all. This is the Eastern Pacific, this little slug right here, okay? This is not a whole lot of upward motion in the Eastern Pacific, and yet we're getting possibly 4 named storms. We have 3 now. We will have a 4th one here in a little bit. But look what goes on. Jeez Louise, talk about upward motion in the Atlantic. Man, things are going to pop off like fireworks, I'm concerned. All these tropical waves coming off of Africa, the Eastern African standing wave pattern, these tropical waves, these Cape Verde hurricanes, or tropical waves, when they get off, they come into a very favorable environment. We're going to have a lot of problems. I mean, through the second half of August, if you're getting this amount of activity in the Eastern Pacific, for one thing, we're of a La Nina going on, okay? It's a cold neutral La Nina in progress, and yet we have 3 named storms. We're about to introduce a 4th named storm here soon, and if we're getting that with not a whole lot of upward motion, just modest amounts, I could only imagine what might be on the doorstep once we go into the second half of August into early September. I mean, hold on to your hats and tails, folks, because there's already an area to watch, and I wanted to show you that here. Yeah, there's this area to watch, and boy, that's a skinny area. That's a really small area, and oh, Debby becomes a hurricane. Right on the fly, we click on it. Yep, it is a hurricane, so it is official. We now have our 2nd hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season. We have 10 more hurricanes to go before, well, we might have more than, well, we'll see. But you get the idea. 2nd hurricane of the season, 4th named storm, and I'm telling you, folks, early August, we are not supposed to have hurricanes in late July or early August. I mean, once in a while, once in a blue moon, we will. If we go to 2005, doing some historical look here at the Atlantic hurricane season in 2005, let's go to that season really quickly. Then we'll get to the product discussion. Now, we did have 3 hurricanes in July that year, and then we had a 4th one in early August. So about the time that Debby is forming. But look at how active 2005 was. We even had Epsilon in late November, early December. So we may start a little late this year, but we could have a lot of activity well into late November into early December. With water temperatures as warm as they are, be careful, folks. We are not done. We are just getting started, and we could have, who knows, we may have another Cat 5 hurricane this season for all we know, or another Cat 3 or another Cat 4, another major hurricane. We're supposed to have 6 major hurricanes this season, maybe 7, which would be absolutely guttering to hear. Yeah. So that's that. I wanted to show you 2017 because that was one of the most impactful hurricane seasons ever on record. One of the more impactful ones. And yeah, look at this. We get a hurricane in early August, mid-August. Look at how that season ended up being. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major hurricanes. Yes, but look at look what name we're on. We're only on D, so we're only a little bit behind. We're only one named storm behind 2017. And look at how busy September was. I'm just telling you guys, we know what's coming because we have the predictions. We have all the evidence to back that up. Here's the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. And just to show you again, we only had 2 hurricanes in right around this time. So we were on our second hurricane. We're on our second hurricane already. We have had Beryl, and now we have Debby. And so this really goes to show you that we're on our hurricane numbers, we're on par with 2020. But as far as our tropical storms, these were all short-lived. Arthur, Bertha, Dolly, I mean, these were short-lived tropical storms. The names really did not allow ACE to accumulate very much. But once we get usually into late August, it seems to be even into November or even into early December or especially September, it seems to be really active, and I think we're in trouble. I think it's not going to end well. I don't like to cause harp or hype or whatever, but we've seen this. We've seen this already, and we know what's on the doorstep. Wow, look at Wikipedia has beat or is as fast as the NHC is, already up to a hurricane on their end. And let's see if Colorado State University updated, then we'll give you the numbers. No, we don't have anything new yet from Colorado State University. They'll hopefully update their numbers here soon, but it's probably going to be about 23 to 27 named storms I think we're going to have before things, by the time the season is done. So that's a little look at history, but I'm telling you, mid-August, and we're probably starting to see the symptoms of that right now as we speak with that area to watch moving towards the Windward Islands. Man, I was going to do my winter forecast. We'll probably still try to get that out soon, but maybe might have to wait that off for a little longer because just all the activity coming up right now. Yeah, so I'm going to read the new advisory. Sorry for the history that I did have to show you guys. So 75 mile an hour winds right now, pressure down to 985 millibars, so the pressure has dropped. If we take a look at the latest Doppler radar update from Debby here, this is on their discussion. We will zoom this in. Then we'll look at the graphics. We're going to do a little reverse style today in this stream. So if we look at the latest discussion, National Weather Service Doppler radar imagery from both Tampa and Tallahassee, along with reports from both NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Debby's structure has continued to improve this evening with a ragged eye becoming apparent. Both NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter missions have found strong flight level winds in the convective band along well to the east of the northeast of the center, with the Air Force plane measuring flight level winds of 77 knots in that range. Recent dropsonde data has shown that the pressure has fallen to around 985 millibars. Based on these data, Debby is being upgraded to a hurricane at this time. Although the inner core is still somewhat ragged, the storm's structure has improved and additional strengthening appears likely overnight and early Monday, while Debby moves over waters of high heat content in the eastern Gulf of Mexico and within a favorable upper-level wind environment. The National Hurricane Center intensity forecast is again at the high end. I want to make it clear to you all, this is why I am not very confident about it being as strong as what the NHC is showing. The NHC intensity forecast is again at the high end of the intensity guidance. High end of the intensity guidance. That means I'm more in the middle. I'm a little more conservative here for many reasons. All right, and I'll explain those reasons. Weakening is expected while Debby moves inland over the southeastern United States. Some re-strengthening is forecast when Debby moves over to the western Atlantic, but there's still higher than normal uncertainty in this portion of the forecast. There has been no change to the forecast philosophy. Debby should continue to move generally northward overnight and early Monday, although a weakness in the subtropical ridge caused by a mid-level trough over the eastern United States. This motion is expected to bring the center onshore along the coast of the northeastern Gulf of Mexico on Monday. After that time, the trough is forecast to move eastward, causing the steering currents to weaken over the southeastern United States. This will result in a significant slowdown of Debby's forward motion, and the model spread increases significantly in about 3 days. Now, that's a 3-day forecast time period. Regardless of Debby's exact forecast track during that time, the slow forward speed is likely to cause potentially, they're even mentioning it here. We will look at their latest key messages here in a second. Potentially historic rainfall across the southeastern Georgia and South Carolina with an increasing likelihood of, catastrophic flooding now. So there was considerable here, but now they have upped that to now catastrophic flooding. So that is not a good situation. All right. And so looking at the max winds, still going for 85 miles an hour once this gets onshore. So in about a little less than 12 hours, actually about 12 hours from now, this will have winds potentially about 75 to 85 miles an hour. It's not going to matter. It's a hurricane right now, and it is now counts on our list or our number of hurricanes that we have had so far. And I promise you, it's only early August. And then re-strengthening back to a stronger tropical storm is then expected once this moves out over the open waters. If it does at all, it's still a lot of uncertainty there in the forecast. So now looking at the key messages, this did update. Seems like they added more to this. Let's read this. All right, so potentially historic rainfall across the southeast Georgia and South Carolina Friday morning. This seems to be the same that we just read earlier. Not much has changed to this. Catastrophic, considerable, life-threatening, historic, however you want to call it, a flooding is expected. This is a life-threatening situation. This is to be taken very seriously, folks. I could hype all I want on this. This needs to be hyped up. This is the only time I will hype something up to the extent of my abilities, because this, and here's another word, this could kill people. This could absolutely kill people if this is not taken seriously. Please understand the risks in your area. Okay, here's a look at the flood product here once again. Boy, actually, my mom is in a moderate risk of flooding. Juggernaut, you're under a moderate risk of flooding if you're still watching the stream. I sure hope you are, because I'm doing all I can to cover your area. So you can see Savannah, Charleston, Augusta under a high risk and a moderate risk of heavy rainfall. Okay, at the moment. So if you're in this pink and red area, you need to take precautions. And again, if you're in this purple area, I'm going to hype this up. This could be historic. This could be deadly and unsurvivable if conditions are not, or if steps are not taken seriously. You're going to get storm surge, and you're also going to get freshwater flooding. Okay, that's all I have to say at the moment. So here's a look at the storm surge forecast. They have made some adjustments. They have now, Yankeetown now will see 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. Now, before, it was only up to 9 feet, but now they have updated the storm surge forecast. Now, this whole Big Bend area, pretty much almost the entirety of it, is going to have catastrophic storm surge inundation in this area as we get very strong onshore flow combined with very heavy prolonged rainfall over the area. Tampa, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, and then still going 2 to 4 feet of storm surge over here. Again, based on how strong Debby will be, if it doesn't emerge off the coast there of Georgia. So that's a look at that. We're not going to look at that right now. We're going to see what are the chances, the probabilistic forecast with the 5-day risk of tropical storm force winds. This does not look like it did update. So there is still a 50 to 60% chance of tropical storm force winds off the Georgia coast there. And there is now a 100% chance. In fact, portions of Ocala and to the west are now witnessing tropical storm force winds as we speak. So keep that in mind right now. Also, the Big Bend, we're seeing tropical storm force winds already onshore. So preparations should have been done already because there is tropical storm force winds onshore. So here's a look at the rainfall total forecast. This has not updated. Yes, I know they don't update this on every advisory. It's kind of intermediate. They'll probably update it again in the next advisory, in the 2 a.m. advisory. And you can see here rainfall totals more than a foot in the red and well over a foot in the dark red colors. So it doesn't really matter here. If you get a foot of rain, if you get 16 inches of rain, this is going to be historic, potentially catastrophic, and possibly even unsurvivable in the creeks, small stream, and riverbeds. And even when you get that storm surge, this could be very bad. This could be 100% full devastation. Okay, and I'm not laughing at you guys about this. I'm not laughing at this. I'm being serious. You want to see my face? I'm being very serious about this. Okay? This needs to be taken really seriously. My job here is to warn you guys about the dangers of storm surge when these systems make landfall. Because gosh, God forbid, this could have been a Cat 4 or a Cat 5, and who knows if it's stalled out just like what we're seeing now. This could be even a worser situation. Doesn't matter what I just said. What you need to understand is moderate high risk of flooding, and that is as bad as it gets. Okay. Also, the tornado threat too is going to be high down here. You can see there's a 5% risk for tornadoes today and tomorrow over Florida. So do not sleep on this just because, I'm inland, I'm safe from the storm surge and the flooding at least, but you're not safe from not having tornadoes. And you can see down here in Florida, southeastern Georgia, southern South Carolina, there's a 5% risk for tornadoes. And there is a non-zero, there's no damaging wind threat, quite frankly, and no hail threat. So this is mainly a tornado threat. Actually, only a tornado threat is the slight risk driven at the moment. Okay. So that's a look at the Storm Prediction Center with the risk for flooding at the moment, okay? When we look at our models right now, our 0Z NAM just came in, so let's take a look at that. And look at the rainfall totals here. I mean, this is really apocalyptic here. A foot of rain on this particular model through Wednesday morning. Some areas getting locally up to 17 inches of rainfall on this model. If we look at the GFS model, we did not get the 0Z in yet, so that's going to be in a little bit. You can see the rainfall totals here literally in the next 7 days. Look at the 7-day rainfall totals on the GFS model. Down here in Florida and southern Georgia, man, that could be really bad. And rainfall totals here, perhaps 14 to 16 inches. But when we look at the weather Prediction Center, or the National Blend of Models, the NBM forecast in the same amount of time frame, yeah, might even see 19 inches of rainfall in the next 7 days in this area. Man, that's a lot of water. That's a ton. So this is to be taken seriously, not lightly at all. Just because, oh, it's only a Category 1 hurricane, David. It's not that strong, at least. The category is based on wind only and pressure. Okay, wind and pressure determines the category of the hurricane. But you don't ever hear them say flooding, storm surge. You have to look at the extra products for that. Okay. But right now, the National Blend of Models going crazy with this. 17 to 20 inches of rainfall in South Carolina with all of that water that is expected to make landfall. And here's a look at that model. Here's the National Blend of Model. Look at that. Really heavy rainfall. I mean, all that red and orange on your screen really denotes moderate to heavy rainfall, water spouts, tornadoes, that sort of thing. That is expected. And look at this. This gets well into the South Carolina area. So that's going to be a big thing with this. And of course, the wind is going to be a big thing too with this storm. So we should have gotten a new update here. Let's go to our hurricane models. Maybe our 0Z models are out. Maybe they're not. No, they're not out yet. But while we wait for them to come out, let's take a look here at what our models are thinking. And right now, as low as 975 millibars by the overnight hours. This is by 2 in the morning Pacific Daylight Time. So this would be about the time I would have ended my stream already at this time, but this is going to be close enough that I'm going to be able to get. I do not want to be a zombie when I have school tomorrow and I have work. Actually, I might call in from work tomorrow because I do have school. But either way, if I have school or work, I will not be able to live stream in the morning. I may, if you guys really want me to, I may keep this running tonight. But I'm not sure if that's going to work out. Unless I talk, because if I'm away from the computer and everything, it's, and there's no updates other than showing you live cameras and stuff, then that could be a problem. I do have an automatic slide switcher, though, that could compensate for that. I'll have to think about it, but I'm not making any promises, because if I do end up streaming all night and I go to sleep, I may not sleep as well, because at the same time, I'm worried about this hurricane, I'm worried about you guys, and I am thinking about my stream at the same time. And usually when you worry about too much, you can't sleep very well, and that turns into a problem. Since I only got 2 hours of sleep, not last night, but the night before. And yeah, because I had to do that double header, and I'm still kind of jet lagged from a lack of sleep, because you guys are important, and this storm to me is important to track. You got 7 days of this, get 6 hours at least of sleep. Sounds good. It definitely is. Oh, by the way, Chase McLean, how are you guys recovering from Beryl from early July, or kind of early? Yeah, about early-ish July. Is all your power back on? I'm sure some houses are still not there, still rebuilding. It's going to be a while too. Is there a microwave scan on this lately? Let me go over to that. It doesn't really matter if we have a microwave scan, because we have radar data to show us. Which actually, I wanted to show you the sea surface temperatures really quickly. So let's go back to the full screen zone. Actually, let's go to this. Not that. Let's go to sea surface temperatures. And here's a look at those water temperatures right now. Those are absolutely warm indeed. You can see those right here. really warm off the Louisiana coast. By the way, this over here is going to really warm up quickly because we have not much wind over the next week over this area. So yeah, water temperatures could warm up very quickly over the northwestern Gulf. But wow, the northeastern Gulf of Mexico is like soup. It's really warm, and that's a problem for this hurricane. Again, like I said, the only thing that's probably preventing this from intensifying at a much quicker rate is because it's a broad size. It's too broad, but boy, if it was a much more compact system, I would have probably bet $50 that this would have been probably a Category 3 at this point. So if we do a microwave pass, it's not going to be very helpful. Yeah, see, it missed the system, so it's not worth looking at. Instead, we're going to use Doppler radar. Doppler radar, besides, is a lot better than using a microwave pass because it gives us the latest structure on the system. Everyone has pretty much had power, but the only thing left that everyone is still has in their yard is the dead trees and limbs from being blown down. I don't know why the city hasn't picked anything up yet. Oh my gosh, Chase, that's unfortunate. Wow, that's crazy. It's been a month and they have not done a lot of cleanup of those trees. Wow. Michael Brown, it's going into beast mode right now. You're saying we will see about that. An inner core is forming. It is at a hurricane right now. And folks, if this is a 75, 80, or 85 mile an hour hurricane at landfall, it's not going to matter. The impacts do not change at all. It really doesn't. They don't change much. So don't really focus on, oh, is this still going to be 90, David? Is this going to be an 85 mile an hour hurricane? I mean, all I'm going to say is it's a hurricane now, and it's going to bring impacts. It really is. Is it me, or has the eye moved further southeast? It's not just you. I'm seeing it too on the imagery. It is moving east. Wow, that really has changed a lot. That really has changed. That eye is actually going east still. So it's getting really close, getting closer and closer to the coast. Man, that's a very erratic eye that's taking place right now. Very erratic eye. So Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach, Cross City, Chiefland, Trenton, if you're in Newbury, if you're in Brantford, Fort White, that's what we're witnessing right now. Is all of this rain is going to be moving onshore. And if we take a look at the, you know what I have not shown you all at all is the visible or is the infrared satellite imagery. So I'm going to take this off and we're actually going to go over and look at the satellite presentation on this. And let's go over to the long wave IR satellite. Let's see what we have. Oh, this is not the one that we need. This is the one that we need. And let's take off our Recon data for right now. So let's go to here. Turn that off. And so we can see there is definitely some deep convection on this. And if we go to our 3D dimensional, you can definitely see what it really looks like. Also, if you want to join the Discord server, we do have a Discord server. There's a link in the description below this live stream. If you all want to participate in that, you're more than happy to join. I haven't promoted that much in the live stream, but I do have a Discord server if you all are interested. So here's a deep convection, and if we play this through the last 100 frames, we can see what has happened here. This is a meso model, or a meso satellite imagery, so this is going to give us the every minute of imagery. And look at this, how this bursts. A lot of deep convection right here recently. Look at that recent burst really blowing up there. Boom, right there. Lots of lightning strikes with that too at one point. You can see it again. There it is. It's really, really blowing up. Oh my gosh, you're funny, Tons of Soup. She hit puberty. You guys have some weird sayings. I'm telling you, you guys make me laugh. She hit puberty. She's drunk. She's doing crazy things. You guys are really, really funny. She did hit puberty because you can see the deep convection there in the last few frames really, really blowing up. Really blowing up. It's called, since you gave that word out on the storm, Tons of Soup, it's called the Tons of Soup storm. Because the storm is over soupy waters. They're really soupy. And you're strengthening. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you can see lots of deep convection. I'm so honored. Yeah. By the way, Tons of Soup, how's the weather conditions in your area? What are you getting right now? Lots of rain? I'm sure you're getting a lot of rainfall. But that's a look at the satellite imagery. And if we actually play this back, you can see, tornado warning. So we're going to actually get away from that and go to Doppler Radar. And we're going to go over here south of Brandon. Same area too. Can you believe that? Same area seeing this band producing tornadoes from time to time. And this is definitely some rotation here. This is rotating most certainly Waterbury, Bethany, Oak Knoll, Manhattan, downstream Bunker Hill. Definitely downstream, you need to be taking shelter. Radar did indicate rotation. It's this area that the National Weather Service is monitoring, and that did get a little more intense. So what we have going on here is if we look at the velocity, that's what these colors represent. We are seeing winds doing this. They're moving toward the radar. They're doing this, and we're getting actually lighter winds coming in more out of this direction. Because the storm is doing this, and so you're grabbing wind towards it. So this is where our rotation area is on the radar. Right in here, moving over a populated area. And if this is in Florida, again, near Brandon, Florida, again, Country Road 675. Keep that in mind. We do have a lot of houses here that this is over, so you're probably getting a lot of enhanced winds, maybe some wind damage, and there is definitely a supercell structure on this. This has supercell structure with it, with this hook echo, this RFD descending on the backside. Oops, let me bring back my pin. Right here, that RFD, the inflow jet coming into the system. We have a lot of heavy rainfall. Might even see some pea-size hail with this. Some brief hail cores. Nothing severe, but maybe some hail out of this. Also, by the way, if you guys are new, welcome to the stream. We are going on our third and half hour here on the stream, tracking down her being Debby and her being a hurricane right now. And she is strong, and she is she has a little bit of weapons with her along for the ride. One of those weapons is a tornado that is headed towards Fort Lonesome in Florida. This is near St. Petersburg. This is near Tampa, Florida. Welcome. Turkey Creek City, Brandon, the stalled out boundary here, bringing at times lots of rain, lightning, some gusty winds, that sort of thing. And when we take a look at our storm total precipitation, within the last hour, we really have accumulated here. 1.5 inches has already fallen here within the last an hour and a half or so. And we can see that here in the last hour, just so much water just piling up within this band. And this still continues to be a problem. And at times we do get these supercells that do develop. And this one is really organized. Moving over Waterbury, Bethany in Florida, Oak Knoll, you need to be taking shelter. Bunker Hill in Florida, Willow, Florida, you need to be in your storm shelter right now. There is lightning on this. There is maybe some damaging winds too, based on our velocity. So this could be doing some damage. You're very welcome, Kristen Marie. I do appreciate it. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please consider doing so. We're up to 420 likes, and you guys are doing great. Thank you for the support, and thank you for being here with me while I go live on this. And yeah, right now we just got a new radar scan, and this is strengthening a little bit. So Bethany, you need to be taking shelter. There is now more red pixels on this. 6 right now, 6 miles an hour touching 50 miles an hour. So there is definitely tighter rotation here. Gate to gate shear over 60 miles an hour on this. Okay. And so we can see our velocity here. Lots of rotation going towards Oak Knoll, Bethany right now. We'll see if this does become a confirmed tornado, if it does continue to intensify. If we go to our, let's go to our correlation coefficient. And I hope that's not debris. That is not debris. Thought that was debris for a second. There's a little bit of a CC lowering. But that's not correlated. That actually might be correlated with some of that rotation. So there might be some minor damage, some minor flying debris like tree branches and stuff, possibly going airborne briefly. What are the echo tops on this? Take a look at the echo tops. So right now the echo tops on this are about 50,000 feet right now. 50,000 foot echo tops on that storm. Man, I'm watching Pat's Path Predictors live stream. There looks to be an eye forming on this right now. Just giving you a heads up. I am watching you, Pat. And I'm seeing this in a 3D motion, 3D look. And he was showing that there is definitely an eye trying to form on the infrared satellite imagery. At least on the infrared, but let's see if we actually can bring that up really quickly on our end. See what that actually looks like. Man, there is definitely an inner core trying to form. You can see really deep convection. So yeah, once this tornado warning, we talk about this tornado warning long enough, we will be looking at that. Wow, this is still showing signs. There's definitely, the rotation is more broad here over Bethany, Florida, but wow, there is 11 mile an hour of velocities now, that red pixel. So that is definitely rotation. That is definitely evident there. And we're getting a new scan. A new scan is coming in. So we will see what this actually shows. I like to turn tables. We have one-level homes made of rocks. Well, rocks are strong, so your house should be pretty strong. So we do got red touching green. So this is a tornado that we will be watching over the next 15 minutes. In the meantime, let's take a look at our Doppler radar. And wow, yeah, that is a really intense eye wall forming on the eastern side. It is now open now again on the western side. And it's trying. It is trying. That's definitely a notable eye wall. Trying to wrap all the way around. It has not been successful at doing it. But it might try to do so since we have that deep convection mass right there. That's really deep. In fact, if we actually go over to windy.com, we also have that there too, satellite imagery. We go to satellite. We could actually bring this up. Okay, wow. Cedar Key, getting gusts up to 60 miles an hour right now. So we're just getting in new observations at that location right now. In our last hour of observations, winds are really increasing on that. And we just had a wind gust recently all the way up to about 60 miles an hour, 64 even, coming in out of the easterly direction. So that is a pretty strong wind on Cedar Key right now. And let's go to our, not that, let's go to our satellite. Did they, oh wait, here it is. Infrared, that's what we needed. Now look at this mass right here, this CDO mass. This is negative 113 Fahrenheit. So these are really cold cloud tops, really cold cloud tops. I appreciate the coverage, but come on, man. So, what am I doing wrong, you guys? Or the one person, Judas. I appreciate the coverage, but come on, man. So what am I lacking? Let me know. I am doing all I can here, showing Doppler radar, satellite images, and other products. Has there been any flights in the storm yet? Yes, there is a flight ongoing right now. Plane is over here on one of the other missions, mission 7 and then mission 6. We just had, wow, they actually did find hurricane force winds in that inner core. So there's definitely hurricane force winds on that southern side. Where that, so that is strengthening. That's getting better organized. So let's go over to the, why is this not popping up? Come on. Oh, that was 5 hours ago. No wonder why. So let's look at the one from 4 minutes ago, because I want to see what that wind, what they just got right there. Not far from the eye wall. And they did get winds of 66 knots. I don't think they have any surface frequency microwave radiometer winds, probably about 65 knots, so about 75 miles an hour. They're getting on that. And the center that they just flew through, down to 983 millibars. Wow, that's a drop in pressure. That's a notable drop in surface pressure from just earlier when they were in the center just a bit ago. Actually, over here, they had it at 989. So this has strengthened notably down to 983 millibars. So this is definitely intensifying a little bit. Thank you so much, Ismi. I do appreciate it. And there's the satellite imagery. We can see how this really has all evolved. Definitely trying to get better organized. It's fighting. It's doing all it can to get better organized. She is fighting. She is using her muscles to fight the shear or whatever drier air there is encroaching onto the system. But that eye looks good, then it doesn't look good. It's trying. It's a really intense eye wall, partially formed eye wall still, according to Doppler radar. Let's look at this tornado over here again. Let's see what we have. So here's a look at the tornado. There is still broad rotation on the system. There's still broad rotation. Bunker Hill, if you're in Oak Knoll, downstream, Fort Lonesome, in Florida, near St. Petersburg, near Welcome, near Mulberry. Again, if you know your bearings, this is Tampa over here. There's St. Petersburg. That's where we have our tornado. That is ongoing. What's up, DJ Gaming? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. My awesome buddy. Sorry if we haven't talked in a few days. Again, been very busy on this storm. That's the thing with me. Once things get really busy, I don't have as much time to talk. And they did up this chance to 30%. It was at 20%. I did not see that. I just highlighted over the area on that disturbance. So that is definitely something to watch in days to come. We're not done after, I don't believe we're even done yet after we get done with Debby. We'll have our next Ernesto, our E-name storm eventually. When that forms, we shall see. It is a hurricane, DJ, tech, and gaming. It is a hurricane. And when we look at the flood product here, from the National Hurricane Center, for those that are just tuning in here, for the 400 people that are watching, we are keeping an eye on this. A high risk for heavy rainfall is being issued from the National Hurricane Center right now. This is the highest level of threat that the Weather Prediction Center, National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center can actually issue. This is that's a 70% chance that you will have catastrophic, serious flooding, okay? Oh, I know, DJ Tech, it really has intensified. So again, that's a look at the flood risk. Again, high risk, the highest end you can get possible. David, what is affecting Debby more, shear or drier air? I think it's going to be some of the drier air combined with the shear. That's the thing about this, is there is some dry air that we did talk about on the model. You guys saw this when I made my videos, that there is some drier air that plays a role into this. And we are now getting our new GFS model in. So our prime time model is getting released. And this is supposed to make landfall at 985. Wonk wonk. It's already at 985 GFS. It's already at 985 millibars. So And this is where it's headed. Look at that rain core. That is one intense rain core. Now it's going to be interesting what the GFS will do with this over here. This tropical wave doesn't look like it's going to do much. But we'll have to see. But you can see here on the GFS, there is this westerly flow. Remember, our system is going this way, and we have this westerly flow hitting on it on the left side. That is why we have an asymmetrical looking system. That's why the cloud pattern is not very symmetrical at all. It's having a hard time on that western side. At first, I thought maybe it's trying to kind of fling off any of the drier air. But we can see here on the water vapor imagery on the GFS, by tonight, you can see that a lot of the deep layer moisture is really well asymmetrical. It is not like you want. Imagining if Debby was underneath this patch of moisture more centered than say what it is now, then it would probably be able to intensify a little more efficiently. Because when you get drier air, these thunderstorms collapse. They develop and they collapse. And you need sustained convection to lower the surface pressures at the surface. Since after all, hurricanes are heat engines and they rely on a lot of warm water. That's what we're seeing. A lot of warm moisture and that lifting, that upward motion to get to generate lower pressure and a stronger system. So we can see once this makes landfall, you can see it does become more asymmetrical. So some of this drier air does try to get inside of Debby, but it doesn't do so as much like we could otherwise see. And there's a lot of drier air, and then we'll see what the model shows once if it does move back out over the Atlantic. We will wait for the latest model. It's rendering right now. Thank you so much, Tons of Soup. I'm glad you like the maps that I do provide. So we're going to have to just watch this and see what the model does with Debby. We'll check back in with that in a little while. And the tornado warning has expired over Florida. So that is some good news. We don't have a tornado warning anymore. But man, look at this eye. Now it doesn't look as organized as it did earlier. I thought, man, it looks like it's going to do something. Now the western eye wall is really collapsing in. It really is. And it's going to be interesting if Debby is able to get a little stronger. I mean, look at what it looked like earlier. Now look what it looks like now. It is really this western side is really just not holding together very well versus the eastern side. We'll see if it's because of that shear. We'll see if there's any attempts here at this eye wall trying to rotate all the way around. No, there's no eye wall replacement cycle, Mike. There's no way there's an eye wall replacement cycle. The system's not strong enough for an eye wall replacement cycle. But anybody in the chat, how are you all doing? If you guys are new, please subscribe to the live stream. It really means a lot. It really does. We're up to 24,300, almost 300 subs. So thank you all for hitting the red subscribe button. It really does mean a lot. So yeah, St. Petersburg, getting some heavy rainfall. We did get a flood report just a bit ago. High water rescues ongoing. There's your answer. That means there's a lot of water in that area. This is near St. Petersburg, Florida, near Tampa, Florida, throughout the county via fire and law enforcement, including at Mariners Cove, MHP in Largo, Sherwood Forest RV Park in Palm Harbor, Winding Lanes Apartments in Largo. City of Gulfport has significant street flooding throughout. Okay, throughout. So this is a serious flood report here. And this is coming from emergency managers right now. A lot of one flood report. We are not getting any more flood reports at the moment, but that's the one and only one that we're seeing right now. And that's not good. That is not good at all. Is it moving east? Let's see if it's still moving east. If it's playing a joke on us. It looks like it is moving northeast. It's moving towards, it looks like Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key. That's where it looks like it's moving towards right now at the moment. And wow, that wind is really, really strong. Man, that wind. That is much further east than the cone. Yeah, again, the cone of uncertainty is there for a reason, and this is a great example. This storm has a mind of its own. That's what it basically has. And you can see here, once the system makes landfall, let me go to the NHC thing so you all can see this for reference. Turn on our tracking line so to make it easier to take note of. The system is not moving very fast. Actually, it's moving at 12 miles an hour. I'm surprised. It stalled briefly for a little bit, so that's going to make it a little tricky. But probably moving about 10 miles an hour at the moment, and this is going to be moving onshore by, it does look like by early tomorrow morning or late tomorrow morning, we're going to see a landfall here. And hurricane conditions are getting close to making their way onshore. And guess what? When we look at this too, this is really going to be slowing down. Very slow movement here. I mean, this is one day. This is a whole day right here. Over the Atlantic, might even give a day and a half. Okay, a day and a half over, actually no, 2 days. Wait. Yeah, that is 2 days. Never mind. That is 2 days over the Atlantic. That's a lot of time over the warm waters to re-strengthen if necessary. And this cone of uncertainty is really highly uncertain. In fact, you can see still Georgia underneath that, and now going all the way up to West Virginia, seeing that uncertainty track. So can you show why the storm is going to slow down? Yes, definitely Chase Bank. I will show them that, Chase Bank. I'm just kidding with you. I do like your name, though. Thank you for banking with Chase. So let's use a 500 millibar map here for reference. This has not finished. We'll look at our 18Z model run because the 0Z is coming out. So why is this stalling out? And so self-explanatory, this trough over the eastern seaboard is moving out. Okay, this is not over here, because if it was, then this would not stall out. It would just go straight on shore and it would be moving a lot faster. But the problem is this trough here is evacuating. It's leaving. It's departing the scene. Okay, and that allows this ridge over here to build eastward and this ridge to try to build westward. So now instead of a nice lane of exit, this lane is going to get blocked, and you'll see that. So as we go forward, take note this ridge does build in a little bit. 594 decameter height contour here is nosing in over central Tennessee, and then you have another ridge that is over here. In fact, the easy way to escape here is, quite frankly, right over here off the eastern seaboard, off of Cape Hatteras. So when you think about it, you're actually getting more northeasterly flow on this system, trying to push the system southwest again, while you have another ridge down here trying to push this system northeast. Man, that is a complicated steering factor right there. That's not easy, and you can see what goes on here on the GFS. It really just kind of sits. and sits and sits and sits for a long time. It doesn't just get out of the way. It's just going to be there for a while. In fact, it's going to be moving over the same areas twice. I mean, that is a crazy track if you ask me on the GFS. Really crazy. Because you can tell as this system is going back, this trough is moving through, and then the system tries to get captured. Man, that is a really chaos theory type track. So over the next 60 hours, we can see, let's see if this is further north a little bit. It's further north. And it is a little closer to the coast of Georgia. But not as strong. It's a millibar weaker on this run. But you can see you can see just how much change there is in the atmosphere when we look at the 500 millibar height. Take note of that change from the last run to this run. And that's important. That's why we get these subtle changes. Cam is frozen. Uh-oh. Why is my camera frozen? You guys, what the heck? Why am I frozen? Oh my gosh, that's... Testing? Why did it freeze like that? Wow, okay, that is weird. That is weird. I am frozen. Okay, now I'm moving again. We're good. So I'm alive. I'm here. I'm not frozen anymore. It's still frozen. No, I'm here. My hands are moving. My hands are moving. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. I froze. I froze. So Cedar Key, boy. See, this is now... It's showing signs again. It's trying to get organized on the eastern side. I mean, this does not know what the heck it's doing. It almost looks like it's trying to get into a more of a kind of a barrel clinic nor'easter type setup. That is really asymmetrical. That rain amount, the radar. Do you think this could turn around once it makes landfall on Florida? This could very well turn around and make landfall or go back over the Gulf. There is any possible outcome this could do. We will have to see. This is moving very erratically, though, right now. Really erratically. Mike Hunt, yeah, I would like to experience a hurricane. That might happen in 3 years. That might happen in 3 years. We will see. We will definitely see. But let's take a look at latest satellite imagery. And that is definitely a big, deep burst of convection right there. And here's another look at it. We just got a gust up to 69 miles an hour at Cedar Key, so the winds are definitely strengthening. See what our waves are like. I was always wondering what our surf is going to look like as this gets closer. And our surf, not very entirely accurate, but definitely over 20 feet at least. And you can see what the system's going to do. HRRR has this closest to Steinhatchee. Actually, there is a Steinhatchee camera, I believe. Let me see if there is. If there is a Steinhatchee camera, that's exactly where this might be going. So we might be able to get some crazy storm winds on this. So let me go over to... Just realize, I thought I had the Steinhatchee. Maybe I don't have a Steinhatchee camera. Maybe I do. Let's see. I thought I did have a Steinhatchee live camera. I know for a fact there was. I thought I thought there was one, but maybe I am wrong. Yeah, okay. So, but definitely some high winds on the resort camera still ongoing. You can see the trees moving pretty vigorously. And if we go over, oh, this live camera may be working again. It is working again, so that's good. But you can see from earlier, what it looked like. This is from earlier. Definitely those winds really strong. Those orange lights, red lights look pretty. Maybe that's just the camera with its viewpoint. With its exposure settings set to chaotic. We'll see what Debby does, though. It's getting closer to making landfall. We'll be live here for another 3.5 hours. David, will this intensify rapidly tonight like Hurricane Otis in Mexico last year? There is a possibility, but I highly doubt it. I don't think it's going to do it because this western eye wall is open now. We have an open eye wall to the west of where the eye is. So in order to get a rapidly intensifying system, you need that eye to close off. And this is really wobbly at the same time. That doesn't make it for a good look at all. This is a system that's just really changing its own mind. You know, it moved east. Now looks like it's going north again. So it looks like it's doing bizarre things. It's doing what bizarre hurricanes like to do. Horseshoe Beach, Cross City, Newbury, though, definitely getting a lot of rainfall out of this. And again, if you're in Tampa, boy, getting some good rainfall. And there was that flood report near where Sadie lives in Largo. Wow, right there. A lot of high water. Hopefully she is fine. Miss Cookie in Clearwater getting a lot of heavy rainfall right now. And Murdoch living in Crystal River getting also a lot of heavy rainfall. Pretty steady at this point. No signs of any tornadoes yet. If we go to look at our base velocity, no tornadoes, nothing to be concerned about offshore at the very moment. Is Debby... Probably a typo there. Is Betty at risk, or is Debby at risk of collapsing? No. There's no way Debbie's going to mysteriously collapse last minute. This is a game-on situation. It's going to hit up here in Horseshoe Beach, in Jenna, up here in St. Marks in Florida, Perry, Florida. So there's 100% confidence this is going to be a devastating event for northwestern Florida, or actually northern Florida more so, like Tallahassee to the east, Valdosta in Texas, or in Georgia. Almost said Texas, or I did. And then, of course, for the Carolinas, where that high risk is being issued. Will it make 2 Florida landfalls like the GFS says? Which means it's doing the same chaos thing again. Let's see. Man, the GFS really wants it to back up like that again. You know what? That does intensify again. Wow, it does. It drops by 10 millibars once it makes landfall again. Man, this is a really weird hurricane. I'm telling you right now, that is a crazy hurricane. And we'll have to watch this area down here. But yeah, it's going to do something really weird. It's going to actually back up. It's going to use its brakes and just do that. And strangely, that's been modeled on the GFS. Now further south on this run. And it's been doing that for a while now. It's been trending further south. Gosh, if it barely makes landfall, or if it goes east and does this and backs up, it could re-strengthen and hit Louisiana potentially. Hopefully not. I don't think that's going to happen. But that just backs all the way up. And keep in mind, it's going to be raining all the way through the entire work week. Okay, so think about it. Monday, it's going to rain. Tuesday, it's going to rain. It's just going to rain every single day really hard. So, yeah, this is not a good situation. I mean, that boomerangs like that, that's... And there is consistency on the models that there will be more than 14 inches of rain down here in Georgia. You can just see the consistency here on the model showing a lot of heavy rainfall. Tim says 980 millibars on the aircraft. Wow, that is much lower if it's 980 millibars. Let's take a look at the aircraft data. Oh, and they just flew through. Oh, wow, that is strengthening. That's down to 979 millibars. 979 millibars. That is really low. That is really low pressure. That is dropping pretty dramatically from its last pass. Yeah, that dropped 6 millibars. That did drop 6 millibars. So that is definitely intensifying. So if it's at 980 millibars right now, let's look at the hurricane models. Let's look at Debby. Oh, hey, look. It looks like it really does want Debby to ride the coastline there. That could be a really big problem if that spends any more time over the Gulf. That's what the H-Warp shows. So let's see here. Yeah, this is about on par. This is on par right now. There's the Big Bend. This is right up in here right now. This is where the circulation is. The H-Warp doing a really good job. And it wants it down to 974, 975 millibars at landfall with hurricane force winds. So that is definitely a given. They're starting to spike up. Let me see the power outage map. Let me take away my alerts here. Let me just take everything away. And let me see our power outage map. Let me take away Doppler radar here for a second. Oh, come on. There we go. And let me take away the flood map here. And let's bring up our power outage. So right now, actually, I'll just use all of Florida to get the state outages. Yeah, 84,000 people are without power as of 9:03 p.m. So 84,000 people are without power. And this just updated. Wow, these winds really bumped up. These winds definitely got stronger. So, yeah, power outages in Florida have definitely gone up dramatically. All because of this storm system that is getting closer and closer. And there's a lower pressure. So this is probably headed directly to the north, and it's still expected to get close to Horseshoe Beach. So, yeah, we're going to watch the models, though. Let's see what goes on next. So that's where our system is. Horseshoe Beach is over here. Cross City, Perry, Mayo, Brantford up here, getting a lot of rain now. This is starting to really escalate with all the flooding. Gainesville, not looking good at all. And this plane is doing its passes and will continue to investigate this as long as needed. And they did find pressures that are down to 980 millibars, down to 980 millibars at this time with this system. Really low, even 979 millibars on this wind barb. Let's actually click on it. Right there, 979.8 millibars. That's pretty low. By the way, if you guys could share this with your family and friends on social media, it would really help out the stream a lot. We will be live for another 3 hours on this storm. So if you guys haven't subscribed yet, hit the like button. Please consider doing so. We only have 350 people watching, so let's get more people in the stream to watch, and so we could update them on what is actually going on, because we are providing you some important information with live recon data, live Doppler radar data, satellite data, power outage data as well, with periodic updates from the National Hurricane Center. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. It does help out, and share this. Sharing goes a long way. Thank you, Kenneth. So that's what we have right now with Doppler radar. And as we look at the latest model here on the HWRF, we can see that the system is expected to make landfall. If we look at the HMON, let's see what the HMON has this. Yeah, so the halves B, we'll do the halves B, does have this certainly at 980 millibars, probably a little lower than that. But the HWRF, probably the more likelihood one, since our pressure is down to 979, so only a few more millibars to go. So we can see that hurricane force winds are going to be making their way onshore. That's what we have going on with Hurricane Debby. 75-mile-an-hour hurricane making its way onshore. And we can see tropical storm force winds here are going to last for a while. You can see the green colors indicating some strong winds from the northeast and the easterly direction. Low-level winds are going to be hurricane force. Definitely hurricane force. How much could it intensify when it gets into the Atlantic? That's if it does at all. The latest hurricane model here, the HWRF, is not indicating a re-emerger over the Atlantic. Instead, it just stalls here and it moves back over the northern Gulf of Mexico. But if we just look at the GFS model, let's take a look at that. We can see that the system does, let's see, it goes back and then retrogrades, and then interesting. This is a really interesting model run. This has it further south as our disturbance down here merges up with it. Golly word, GFS, you are crazy. Look at this. Our disturbance down here might actually merge and collide with Debby. It just sits there. That is really upsetting to see. It just sits there. You can see it just stops over Florida, brings a lot of heavy rainfall to that area. And that's further south. Boy, if we get this disturbance to strengthen, that could be a big problem. DJ Tech and Gaming, at this point, it's very hard to say. I'm not saying that it's going to hit Louisiana at all. I don't think it's going to happen. Talking about cardboard, we could wrap the cardboard like they do company cars. Crazy to think, though, Pat has like 7 people helping him with his stream and no one is with me helping. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this for another few hours as we are waiting for new data to come in. And let's look at the satellite imagery again. Definitely a CDO on this. Wow, this is actually, the cloud pattern is more symmetrical, but the rainfall is not so symmetrical. So if we go and look at this over the last several frames, you can see that the cloud pattern is trying to get more symmetrical. The outflow is definitely well established at this point. It's a matter of pressures are actually lowering, so we are seeing intensification of some sort of occurring. We definitely have a lot of deep convection on this, though. Definitely a lot of deep convection. And that is reflected well with our radar that we looked at just a bit ago. By the way, thank you guys for getting me up to 24,300 subscribers. That is great news for the channel. So thank you all for getting me up to that number. Couldn't do without you guys, so thank you for that. As we are continuing to track Hurricane Debby. Now the thumbnail and title make perfect sense as we are tracking Debby as it gets closer and closer to the Georgia coast. Actually, Florida coast. Then it goes to Georgia. Then it goes to Georgia. So, yeah, definitely an organized system, though. It's trying, it's fighting. It's fighting with all of its manpower, trying to become more organized. Oh my gosh, you're funny, Kristen. You're funny, Kristen. Murray, I'm jealous of your subscribers. Well, I will give you some tips. You know how you could get more subscribers? By uploading consistently, and your content has to be professional, organized, and you have to put time into this. We're going on 2 years here on September the 17th. Okay, September the 17th is when I started this channel. I've been going on beyond that, but long story short, there was some bumps along the road, and yeah. So if you want to get bigger, you got to upload, produce content, and you got to make sure you structure your videos properly. Thank you so much, Tons of Soup. I do appreciate that. And you have a great way of warming up the Gulf of Mexico to soup waters. I'm just kidding. David, Debbie trying to get an aura. Aura? What do you mean by aura? Oh gosh, Titan. Yeah, you do. But you can see all the deep convection here wrapping all the way, trying to get all the way around. But very symmetrical though. Interesting that the upper level pattern is there, but it's not really being reflected to the surface. It's intensifying, but it's doing it in weird, strange ways. We can't speak for Debby because only Debby has a mind of its own. However, we are trying to get a better eye. The eye is trying to get more established here. It's very raggedy. It wants to get organized, and it's like, no, we're not going to get... You can definitely tell it is a sheared system. It is not really symmetrical, the radar type of it. I would like to see a lot of the rain on this side, and then it's more symmetrical. But it is, you can just see it right here, just not really even. It's asymmetrical. That's what you would say in meteorology, asymmetrical or symmetrical. Asymmetrical means that it's, asymmetrical means it's not even, and symmetrical means it's even. It's like Beryl was very symmetrical over the southeastern or in the eastern Caribbean when it was a Cat 5. Remember that? That was very symmetrical. I never knew that, DJ Tech. I never knew that. I never knew that word. Wow, good vocabulary learning from you. You could be a teacher. Now we're up to 87,000 people without power in Florida. Those numbers are really going up. They are going up, up, up. 87,124 people are without power. Why don't you have a seat? Probably referring to someone else. Brady, how are you doing? Are the models still showing a storm after Debby? That is interesting. Yes and no. Interesting, the GFS with that system that enters the Caribbean wants to try to make it merge with Debby. And look at this. This is where our system is here on the GFS model. Again, this is still rendering. And then look at it wants it to hit the Big Bend again. Man, this area is going to be a big, big problem in the next 7 days, perhaps. A lot of rainfall, a lot of problems in this one narrow corridor where all this moisture just sits there and sits and sits. And then guess what? We have another system that may try developing out here in the Atlantic. And see this right here? There's another tropical wave that we're going to have to watch eventually. So I'm just telling you that things are just getting active. They're just only going to get more active and more concerning when we go throughout August. Oh, what's up, JMJ Show Channel? How are you doing? It's been forever since I've heard from you. Okay, you all, Ethan is going to be here, our hurricane expert, in about 20 minutes or so. So that way I can get some water really quickly because I am thirsty and probably you could hear my throat being a little sore. But yeah, this eye is definitely there, but I could say that really quickly and then it'll just kind of go hide and do hide and seek. Oh, they're taking another pass. They're going to fly on the northern side again. They're going to get us some more updates on the pressure. DJ Tech and Gaming, nope, I've got to do this. I've got to do this. I'll probably head off at midnight. Maybe a little later. We'll see. But I do need my rest because I have school tomorrow. I'm probably going to call in for work. I'm not going to make it to work tomorrow because I have school. It's my first day of school, and yet they schedule me to work in the morning when I have school in the morning. I just love that. I literally enjoy that. When I've told them many times, I can't work. I have school in the morning. And they just don't seem, they just don't seem to listen, so. So either way, I have school. I won't be able to live stream until tomorrow early afternoon. It really depends. It really just depends. But I'll try to get something out either way. I will have content every day because we are at the peak of hurricane season, which means what, folks? I am going to be uploading on the Tropics every single day. Every single day. If that's on this system or if that's on additional systems coming, I'm going to keep you updated here every single flippin' day. Every single day. So if you have not subscribed yet to the channel, now's the time to subscribe. Now is the time to actually subscribe and hit the bell icon because I'm very sure you're going to get notifications every time I upload. And also, be sure to check out the Discord server. We do have a Weather Force Discord server. Couple of people have told me to promote my Discord in the live stream, and I have not been I've failed to do that the whole time. So now I have to really kind of push myself to doing it. So if you guys want to participate in the Weather Force Discord server, you are more than happy to. So Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key, Cross City, if you're in Newbury, if you're in Perry, downstream of this, there is definitely a lot of rain coming on shore. You can see there is a system. Definitely somewhat asymmetrical with that eye. That eye is definitely apparent now. It's more stable. It's not getting all covered up. And we do have a lot of this rainfall. This eye wall is getting ready to move closer and closer to Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key, where the winds at Cedar Key right now are gusting up to 61 miles an hour right now. So they are pretty strong, and they are only going to get stronger as the storm gets closer and closer. Especially once the southeastern side comes in, that could be very interesting. You could have sustained winds of over 70 miles an hour. And there's a look at the satellite imagery. Definitely deep convection going on. And that's what we have. In fact, if we go to our satellite imagery here, definitely some cold cloud tops. Definitely some cold cloud tops of negative 102 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is definitely getting more and more intense the deeper convection. So yeah, definitely definitely organized. But if you guys are new, welcome to the stream. We are tracking Hurricane Debby as it is very close to making landfall. This might make landfall a little sooner than I thought, especially if it continues to move to the northeast. It could be making landfall here in the next 4 or 5 hours. So this is getting closer. Ethan B should be on in about 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. He's really good, believe me. If you guys haven't been here when he's on, now's the time to stay along, because I'll be taking my quick break if he's able to join, so I can get some water, and then I'll be right back. Not now though. By the way, DJ Tech and Gaming, I have a bit of a surprise to share with you. Do you notice your name turned blue? So we're going to keep an eye on the hurricane as it gets closer. Again, if you're in Perry, definitely a lot of rain coming down. If we look at our live cameras, we have lacked camera viewing for a while here. And it's just too bad we only have one good camera to look at. Believe me, though, if we get a hurricane making landfall somewhere in Panama City or Pensacola, there's another YouTube channel that I like to use. His name is Inco YouTube channel. He has like a lot of cameras that are stationed all the way across the deep south of the Gulf Coast, and we'll be able to provide you a lot of those cameras. But we only have one because the Big Bend, it's just a dead zone. It's all swamp. There's no cameras there at all. Other than you're very welcome, Tech. Yeah, you've been on this stream for my past several streams. You seem pretty nice and respectful. I've talked to you in person. You've been really nice and respectful. I have no problem with you. So that's why I've decided that, you know what? I trust this guy. I'm gonna surprise him. And I think 2 mods for right now is probably going to be enough until my streams get more people. Then we'll probably be adding more mods slowly. So that's a look at the White Sand Beach Resort camera. And there's some wind. This is near Tampa Bay. And this is the latest. This is live. This is right now in real time. And there's definitely lightning out there in the distance. Steer clear of the ocean when there's lightning. Salt conducts a lot of electricity, so you can get electrocuted if you're out there and not knowing the dangers. Oh yeah, Chase, yeah, definitely. When he joins, I'll add him. But thank you for reminding me. So that will be the final. That will be 3. That will be fine. The more actives I'm keeping. Chase, you're very active on the streams. DJ Gaming, I've seen that already. You're very active. And Ethan B is very active when he can be. I'm sure you wouldn't feel the difference if you got struck by lightning. Oh, it hurts. It would hurt. My office was open during Sandy. I just said no. So you got, let's see. How can I apply to be a mod? So, you have to be active. Okay. The ingredients here, you have to be active long enough on my stream where I think you're active enough to where my other moderators think you're active enough. And secondly, you have to know what to delete, what chats to delete, and, you know, to interact and have some fun. Oh, now here comes the other people asking to be mod. Chase, be the boss. You're basically the boss. The mod director, so you could explain the rest in chat. So we are tracking Hurricane Debby. Hurricane Debby as it is inching closer to the Big Bend of Florida. Big Bend of Florida. Yeah, Debby's not far from hitting land. If we actually take a look at the exact center, it is now only 45 miles away from hitting land. So it is getting really close to this area. Probably another 60 miles left. So if it's moving a little more than 10 miles an hour, it will be there in about 4 or 5 hours. Chat is definitely getting weird. Midnight Madness has begun. Between about 5 or 6 hours, this will be making landfall. So yeah. By the way, we're 25 likes away from 500, folks. So thank you for slapping that like button. Thank you for slapping that like button like you mean it. David Slaughtower After Dark. What's up, Hurricane Lee? How are you doing? It's going to stall eventually. Yes, I do see that, Curtis. Slowing down or stalling. Potentially stalling, but slowing down is a given. All right, we just got new recon data. Let's see what the pressure is like. Did it drop? It did drop a full millibar. It did drop a full millibar from the last pass. So it is still strengthening as of right now. It is still in the strengthening phase. So this is not weakening at all. I am still surprised that they are barely finding hurricane force winds though. I am a little surprised by that for a pressure that is this low. Which I do think it's definitely a hurricane. It's got to be. Even so, Recon is not seeing much of it. Yeah, even see, that's weird. Flight level wind does suggest it is a hurricane still, so that's a given. Surface frequency microwave radiometer winds do not indicate that. Really interesting on that end of things. You there, Chase? So we're going to keep an eye on this, getting closer, inching closer. And there is still some of that drier air that's underneath. So just because we have this outflow does not mean that, the system's healthier. There is drier air underneath this Cirrus outflow that is entraining into the system. Yay, Ethan, you're here. Welcome, Ethan, everyone. Hey, Ethan, welcome. Hello?
You got me?
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah. Sorry, change of plans. I know you're probably a little busy tonight. We won't meet tomorrow night on Discord. We'll just move it to tonight because this tropical system, and I felt like, you know what? I would like someone to at least be on my stream just for a little bit. I'm going to be headed off of the stream anyways by about midnight, maybe 12:15 anyways, because I need to get some sleep myself, but I'll be here for another 2.5 or so hours. But we're tracking Hurricane Debby, Ethan, our second hurricane of the hurricane season with 75-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, I just saw that when I got on this evening. It's been upgraded to a hurricane now, headed into the Big Bend region, with a lot of storm surge, a lot of wind, and a lot of rain coming in.
Absolutely. This is a really serious situation. And when we take a look at the NHC graphics, Ethan, they have some strong wording that I've not heard, and you need to hear this. Okay, you need to hear this since you're just tuning in. Let me read this to you. Potentially historic heavy rainfall across southeast Georgia and South Carolina through Friday morning will likely result in areas of catastrophic flooding. Heavy rainfall will likely result in considerable flooding impacts, okay? And then, of course, they're expecting up to maybe 10 to perhaps 12 feet of storm surge.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really one of the big threats we're looking at with this. We've got all these different hazards from the wind to the tornadoes even. Uh, but the rain, the hydrologic hazards are really going to be a big problem with this, even as we head inland. Big storm surge in the Big Bend region, obviously. We've got several counties which have evacuation alerts in effect right now. And then further inland, we've got that big flooding concern, a high risk of excessive rainfall going all the way through southern parts of Georgia and into South Carolina.
By the way, Ethan, thank you for that. I did make you mod now. Just
Thank
from
you.
it was on one of the streams over a month ago. That's why I had to remove everyone. Now I gave mod back to 3 people. You, DJ Gaming, he's really nice, and Chase is of course a mod. So yeah, and you of course.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yep. So yeah, this is the big system. We're keeping an eye on this. And Ethan, the pressure has dropped nearly 10 millibars in the last 2 or 3 hours on this. This really has strengthened.
Yes, it has, and we're seeing some better defined structure on here. It looks like something of an eye right there. Not convection, not completely concentric, but it is forming a little bit better with those banding features.
Definitely. Definitely. Also, another thing is, Ethan, the GFS model. Oh my gosh, you need to see the GFS model for yourself. The system goes over Florida, off of Georgia, literally boomerangs right back over northern Florida, and just sits and stalls there for nearly a week. Actually, for 7 or 8 days, it's just going to sit over northern Florida and Georgia. Oh,
Yeah, that's the big problem with this. That rainfall with that track slowing down. I mean, if you look at this, look at the track on it too, the cone of uncertainty. This thing hangs around the Georgia, South Carolina coastline all week.
yeah. It doesn't move much in a whole entire week, Ethan.
Yeah, that's the big reason why this rainfall concern is coming in. And we're talking major rainfall totals, obviously. I'm sure David has talked about this a lot here extensively. But rainfall totals 12 to 20 inches, perhaps even higher, in some of these areas from southern Georgia into South Carolina. That is ridiculous. And that's going to lead to a lot of flooding concerns.
And Ethan, there's also a huge area, 4 states under a moderate and high risk for heavy rainfall and flooding. The highest risk you can get on the Weather Prediction Center.
Indeed, and that is a big concern for the people who are in these flood-prone areas, low-lying regions in these areas. You've got to be on alert for rapidly changing conditions because when we talk about this kind of flooding, this can be flooding that comes on really, really quickly. Rainfall totals being this much with rainfall rates that could be, 2, sometimes even 4 inches per hour with these tropical air masses. Um, the flash flooding concern is very real and is a big problem for the people who are in these areas. That's why folks that are downstream really need to pay attention. Even when this downgrades to a tropical storm again, that flooding threat is actually going to be increasing. So don't let the decrease in intensity fool you.
Exactly. This is going to be a big problem. It's definitely going to be one. And that's why we are live
Indeed.
streaming.
Oh, absolutely. I did want to um, address the thing. We had some discussion here in the chat talking about the evacuation orders. In Florida. And yes, it's not the whole state or anything, but we do have several counties under mandatory evacuations, and I wanted to kind of quickly go through a couple of those, just to clear up where these locations are involved. Alachua County is under mandatory evacuation. I'm not sure exactly where this is because they don't list the specific zones. Citrus County, we're talking about Zone A, that's under mandatory evacuation. Dixie County is this is going to be for all coastal communities, all substandard housing, and low-lying areas in the county. Franklin County, this is a mandatory evacuation for all barrier islands, low-lying and flood-prone areas, RV parks, and they could change those, they said, according to the storm track. Further down, we've got Levy County. This is going to be for, let me see, recreational vehicle parks throughout the county, mobile home and manufactured areas throughout the county, mobile homes, manufactured homes, places like that, coastal communities, and low-lying areas in Levy County. We've also got Taylor County. This is a mandatory evacuation that is for all coastal and low-lying areas. And finally, Wakulla County. This is mandatory evacuation for Zone A and low-lying areas. So at this moment, these are the mandatory evacuations that we have in place for these Florida counties, primarily centered on the Big Bend area.
Yeah. This is serious. Also, the tornado threat, too. But what really is striking is that flood threat. I mean, some of the models, Ethan, from the National Blended Models, wants over 20 inches of rainfall in South Carolina and even Georgia. I mean, come on, almost 2 feet of rainfall in 7 days.
Indeed, and that's that's going to be a lot of strain on the soil that it's impacting because these areas, once you get these repeated rounds of rain and it still keeps coming, that water's not going to absorb into the soil anymore, and it's just going to flood. It's going to run off. It's going to flood low-lying areas especially, but any area that's prone to flooding is going to need to be on high alert for this.
Mm-hmm. Also, we're looking at the flood, the water or the amount of rainfall that is expected. Then I need to get a quick sip of water and then I'll be right back. Is on the weather bell, again, that South Carolina area, that eastern Georgia, 18 to 22 inches, just shy of the 2 foot mark, on top of 4 to 5 foot of storm surge, Ethan. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big problem.
Yes, it is, and that's one of the things to consider here with the storm surge is we're talking about the surge above ground level at the coastline. But that doesn't take into account the waves because obviously this hurricane, with all the wind, it's whipping up a lot of waves. These are pretty tall, they're destructive, they come crashing in. You've probably seen some on the webcams as this is coming in, or photos from social media. So add those waves on top of the storm surge, and that's really going to amplify the impacts as well, especially for those coastal areas.
And speaking of camera, we are actually looking at the live camera now at the White Sands Beach Resort camera. Those palm trees are really moving vigorously, and look at the waves crashing in.
Oh, indeed. You can see the effects of the wind all the way from those waves to the palm trees and the clouds too. The clouds moving quickly, that's indicative of those really strong low-level winds, and that's really coming in with the wave action there too.
Exactly. All right, I'm going to get a quick sip of water. I will be right back, but Ethan, do some talking, and I will bring back Doppler radar.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, David's getting some water here. I'm Ethan B, in case anyone's unfamiliar. I've been live streaming with David for several years now. We've tracked some very extensive events, including the Mayfield tornado of 2021, the Greenfield, Iowa tornado from earlier this year. We were tracking that live, and several hurricanes as well. And now we're tracking Hurricane Debby. So we're really getting the latest updates here. We've seen this increase to a hurricane this evening, according to the National Hurricane Center, as it's taking aim on the bend of Florida for a big landfall here, especially when it comes to those hydrologic hazards going into Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. We've been talking about that a lot. Um, but how's everyone doing this evening? I hope that you all are safe as we track this system. I hope that you all are having a good evening. And if you're in the path of this storm or anywhere near it, or you know someone who's in the path, we hope that you stay tuned so we can provide you some of the latest information to get the word out to as many people as possible. We have seen a decrease in tornado activity, it seems. I don't think we have any tornado warnings in effect right now. No, we do not. Okay, that's a good thing. Um, Yeah, we saw some tornado warnings earlier today, and we don't see a whole lot of it right now. Thankfully, with those banding features coming in, we actually don't have a lot of instability in the Florida Peninsula right now, and that seems to be helping to mitigate that tornadic activity a little bit. We still have tornado risk. We're not going to discount that. We have a tornado watch um, that is in effect for most of the central and northern peninsula of Florida, including a few counties of southern Georgia even. So that watch is going to be in effect for a little while longer. The area of greatest short-term risk is probably going to be the west central uh, peninsula. So we're talking about areas like Tampa, Tampa Bay, northward. That's going to be where we've got the highest potential for a couple of isolated tornadoes. The instability is a little bit down, so that's helping to limit that, at least comparatively. But we could still have some spin ups because we do have these banding features coming onshore, and that's where these little supercells like to develop. They like to develop in those banding features, acquire some rotation, could produce brief tornadoes. And so that's what we're looking for right now. But thankfully, we don't have a whole lot going on at the moment tornado-wise. Power outages. Censorship sucks asks. Power outages, I actually need to look that up here really quick. I had the evacuation map up, but I did not have the power outage map up. That's a little weird, but I came in late to the game, I guess. Undoubtedly, we're going to be having a lot of power outages. Those wind impacts are going to be increasing along the Florida coast as we head into the night because
All
now we
right,
have
I
this
am back.
this. Oh, welcome back. We've got the central region of hurricane force wind now, since this was upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. In regards to the power outages, we currently have 80,000 customers out in Florida. Most of these, let's see, we've got Gilchrist County. There's 3,600 customers out there. Levy County, 5,000 customers out. Also, we've got Pinellas County. We've got 39,000 customers out. And some of these outages are starting to increase, especially in that Bend region. Putnam County is even having some outages too. 1,500 people are without power there, or 1,500 customers, I should say.
Jeez.
So outages are starting to increase in the Bend region.
And let's take a look here at satellite. Looks like Recon is done flying into the system. So let's do satellite. Let's go to our long wave radar or IR. Turn this off. And so we can see, Ethan, really deep convection with this, really blowing up in the middle of the system. So it's still trying to intensify over those very warm Gulf waters. And I told the viewers, Ethan, imagining if this was a compact system when it came off of Cuba, imagining if it was really compact.
Yeah, we're thankful that it wasn't stronger than what it is because, gee whiz, those sea surface temperatures are incredibly warm that this is over right now. That's allowing it to intensify as much as it is right now. But if it was a more compact system, who knows what it.
And I wanted to show you this, Ethan, too, and you're probably going to say, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is not for hype or gripe or harp or anything. But this is the hurricane potential map. Ethan, take a look at this
Yes.
imagery. I'm going to send you this. You'll probably freaking go nuts on this. Maximum potential intensity, 165 to 200 knots over the northeastern Gulf.
Oh yeah, that is really something that we've been concerned about for a while this season. And one of those things is that, or one of the aspects of that is that a tropical cyclone coming into land could be intensifying all the way up to the point of landfall in the Gulf of Mexico. So we're seeing that with this to an extent, but what we're really concerned about too is what happens later in the season. As we head through August, September, October even, these really warm temperatures increasing that instability, that potential, like what David just mentioned. Um, that could lead to some rapidly intensifying systems that could reach some pretty high categories, unfortunately, if things all come together. So that's definitely one of the things that we are going to be watching as we head through the season.
Yeah. Also, I have another thing to show you, Ethan, because I showed this to my viewers earlier. Is the on not that. Hold on. It's on weather models. If you think upward motion is crazy in the Eastern Pacific, which by the way, there could be 4 named storms at once in that region, Ethan. 4 named storms in the Eastern Pacific.
Oh man,
And look at this.
that is pretty active.
Take a look at how active Africa could get. Look at all that upward motion.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty clear signal right there. That's a pretty strong signal.
So, And look at the upward motion over the eastern Pacific. It's not very significant compared to Africa. And yet, there are 4 named storms coming off of Africa. Or not off of Africa. My words. In the eastern Pacific. And I will show you the names right now really quickly. We got Tropical Storm Daniel, that's 40 miles an hour. We got Tropical Storm Carlotta, that's 50 miles an hour. And we have Tropical Storm Emilia that just got named with 40 mile an hour winds. And we have another area to watch that could get a name. Maybe either going to be on the letter F storm before you know it.
Yeah, that is crazy. Wow.
And I'll tell you, Ethan, I have never seen so many tropical waves coming off of Africa. I mean, I'm going to show you really quick on the stream so you can just see this.
Yes.
Let's see. Really quickly, just kind of going back on the model here. Watch this very carefully, okay? I'm going to see if I can... Yeah, there we go. Just watch as I forward this and do a couple loops. Look at these tropical waves lining up.
Oh, yeah. Well, that is a signal that we're going to have to watch too, because again, this has been predicted to be quite an active hurricane season, and if we see a sign like this materialize and stay consistent, then that could signal the onset of a more active period.
And the weird thing is, Ethan, there are tropical waves coming off of Africa, but the GFS is not showing anything with those waves developing. It's just the craziest thing. Why the GFS, you would think the GFS would show tropical development with those.
Yeah, well, I think that the GFS probably has a strength in extratropical cyclone prediction over tropical cyclones because it's able to make the connection to the jet stream. Whereas tropical cyclones, they don't really have that. So, especially in the medium range, you can't really use it as the standard for forecasting if these develop or not. The signal is what you really need to look for. That signal for these tropical waves developing and coming off of Africa. If that stays consistent, then there is some potential for development there, regardless of, what the GFS says their evolution will be.
Okay. Makes pretty good sense. I'll tell you, the GFS is going crazy with this, really hanging around for nearly 10 days over Florida and Georgia. I mean, it wants a system, Ethan, going as far west as Mobile, Alabama, after it gets over Georgia and loops all the way around with the system that we have now, Debby. I mean, I have never, ever seen anything like that. Ugh.
Yeah, when we see this here, this kind of track, that definitely stands out to us as a very heavy rainfall concern. I should say also, one of the threats is going to be extended gusty winds. It probably won't be, consistently hurricane force at this point. But all it's going to take is some gusty winds with those really saturated soils, and that's going to be bringing down trees into South Carolina, into Georgia, which is going to increase the power outage concerns as well. And any tree damage concerns you have, like if you have a weak tree next to a house, that's going to increase your concern for that too. With this extended period of impacts.
Yeah. Geez, Ethan, this eye is really consolidating. This eye is really developing right now. Man, that southwestern eye wall is closing up.
Oh, yeah. It looks more well-defined than what it did earlier.
Yep. And it's only moving, Ethan, at about... The NHC says it's moving at about 12 miles an hour, but it is barely moving. It's moving at like 7 or 8 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it's all because of the steering
not
flow
much
to the
there.
north.
Oh, yeah, right.
Boy, Cedar Key
These
is
things
really...
here. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, just go ahead.
Yeah, when we're tracking severe weather, for example, or blizzards like the nor'easters in the wintertime, usually these things have a jet stream connection. Usually the systems are pretty fast moving and have a jet stream source that causes them. And as that jet stream source moves along, they tend to move with it. But in the case of tropical cyclones like this, it all depends on where that steering flow aloft is directing it. And if things slow down, or if they favor it kind of backtracking in a way, um, that is going to prolong the impact.
Oh, yeah. Jeez, Ethan. Holy cow. Cedar Key is getting decimated right now. Look at the rainfall coming on this camera. Look how heavy it is. Golly
Hold on a second
word.
here. Oh, yeah. Wow. Those are some heavy rainfall rates.
Dude, this is really organizing. This eye is really getting better defined. Just in the last hour, that eye has really gotten circular again. Jeez.
Yes, absolutely.
I wish we had another recon plane en route to the system. It's not really helpful that they're not flying in there again. They're done. All the recon missions are done.
They're not going to fly any more into it at all?
Nope. So we have to rely on radar data, which radar data has estimated winds here of about 85 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, there's probably going to be some very strong wind gusts in there. Even could be some gusts above 75 miles per hour as the central convection moves in. So that is a possibility that you could get winds of that magnitude or pretty close to it.
Now is radar velocity data, because that's what the NHC will use sometimes to give out the winds. Like winds are 78 mile or 75, 80, or 85. Is velocity data very accurate for measuring and estimating winds inside a hurricane?
It's pretty good for measuring the winds at the radar level. The thing is, it's not scanning the surface very well, so you're not getting surface level winds at all, pretty much. But I suppose you could derive some kind of estimate from the Doppler velocities.
Makes sense. So we're going to get our new advisory out in the next hour or so. Horseshoe Beach, getting some strong winds right now. In fact, if we go to Horseshoe Beach, we're still getting gusts up to 58, not any stronger, but sustained winds of 45 miles an hour. So that wind is definitely strong.
Yes, it is. Horseshoe Beach is one of the... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, we got a new advisory. Really, that snuck up on me quick. No, we didn't.
Interesting.
No, we didn't. At 11 o'clock, my time, we will get a new advisory. Boy, you tricked me there for a second. So, I think I'm the only live.
It's just the anticipation.
I think
Oh,
I'm the
sorry.
only one live right now on this system. I can't believe it. No one else is
Could
live
be.
on this. And it's a hurricane. That is so funny. No one else is live on this. Well, that's because they're on the
Yeah,
East
this
Coast.
is pretty... Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. I want to clarify something too, for the people in chat here. I don't want to... I'm not, like, interrupting David or anything, and we're not, interrupting each other here. What's happening is that we're a little bit delayed from each other because we're a pretty big distance apart. I'm in Indiana, he's in California, and so we get a little bit of a delay here on the Discord thing.
Yeah. So, Horseshoe Beach, boy, that eye wall's coming right over Cedar Key right now, Horseshoe Beach. Take a look at these conditions right now.
Yeah, Horseshoe Beach is one of the areas in Dixie County that is under mandatory evacuation. So things are expected to get quite rough there.
That is crazy. Someone is asking, or wait. Sam Mayer is saying, is this moving east? Is this pushing east? Right now, it does not look like it. And Ethan could probably agree with me on that. It looks like it's now moving north again. At first, it looked like it was going to move east, but then it just jerked up to the north. But man, Ethan, this is really slowing down right now. This is not a good situation. Really slowing down.
Yeah, indeed. I could agree on both of those points. And the problem with a system that's slowing down is that it can become more erratic with the way that it moves. So that does introduce some complexity to the situation.
So now here's a good question for you, Ethan. Do you think the GFS handled this system really well so far, from when it entered the Caribbean, like in Puerto Rico, that kind of thing? I want to hear your thoughts on it.
I'm not entirely sure about that because I haven't actually seen a lot of the GFS runs regarding the track of this. I've been looking more toward the smaller mesoscale models.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Debby is not far at all for making landfall. And if it makes landfall right over here, it is nearly, the exact center is nearly 60 miles away from moving onshore. So it's going to be there. If it's, think about it, if it's moving at 10 miles an hour, it's another 6 or so hours before the exact center moves onshore. So it's not going to be until about 4 in the morning, maybe 3 in the morning my time, and I am not staying up until then because I have school in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
My first day back, Ethan, and they're having me work. I love it. Sam Mayer is asking, could it stall sooner? Ethan, what are your thoughts on that one? Hello? Hello? He will be right back. So if you guys are new to the stream, welcome aboard. It's an honor that you're here. Horseshoe Beach, Cross City. If you're in the Perry area of Florida, we've got some heavy rainfall going on. Got some heavy rain, moderate rain. There's the eye. Definitely more better defined. We do have an almost closed eye wall at the moment on this. The eye wall is almost closed. Still a bit weak on the southwestern side, but really well held together here on the northern side. And that's where the strongest winds, even the eastern eye wall, have the strongest winds at usually. Why no planes? Probably because this is getting closer to land. It's too close for them to safely investigate it. That's probably one of the reasons why. But usually they do. It's one of the reasons also why it's because it's not strong enough. Hello?
Yeah, you got me?
Yep, now I have you.
Okay, yeah, there was a brief interruption there.
All right, so I think I was asking you this question because then you left. Someone was asking, do you think this could stall sooner?
It's possible. I think that it's going to slow down at some point over Florida, so could it stall a little sooner than expected? It's possible.
Can we expect this to become a Category 2? Emma Mao says. Do you think this could become a Category 2 right at landfall, Ethan, or just before landfall?
MMA, could it become a Category 2? It is, I would say, at this point, kind of unlikely, but not out of the realm of possibility. Because at this point, it's going to be making landfall tonight, but it is fairly close to shore now. We can see the eye on the radar pretty clearly, and I it's consolidating a little bit better, but I don't think it's undergoing explosive rapid intensification or anything like that. So I wouldn't completely discount the possibility, but I don't think that it's particularly likely.
I am doing really good on this. Nemi Self Andy says, "Do you have excellent coverage of this? I love the live streams. Keep up the great work." That's a bit of a confusing question. I do have excellent live coverage on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could this stall before landfall? That's another good question. Could this stall before landfall? Before, though, you answer that question, Ethan, please like the stream, folks. We are 5 likes away from having 500 likes, and also subscribe, because we do these live streams as much as we can when needed, and also I do upload as often as I can when I'm available. So if you haven't, like, share, and subscribe, and enable all notifications for the YouTube channel to get latest updates. Thanks. All right, Ethan.
Yeah. Question about this stalling before landfall. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think it is going to make landfall and then continue to move inland at a slow pace. Uh, but I don't think it's necessarily going to stall before that.
Yeah. And that's a safe bet at this
But
point.
slowing down, certainly.
Oh, it is. It's gonna definitely slow down. We're waiting for the next advisory. That should be out here in about 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Oh, it was misprint? Okay.
Yeah, that'll be the.
So you meant to say my streams are excellent. That's great. I love to hear that. See, double eye wall convection. I do not see much of a double eye wall convection. Well, if you're referring to this banding feature, that's not an eye wall. That's just a banding feature in Sarasota. This is what we're focusing on up here with this. Near Steinhatchee, near Cedar Key. Winds have come down there a little bit. Down to 37, gusting up to 61 still, though. I'm surprised there is no hurricane force.
Strong wind.
Yeah, I'm surprised there is no hurricane force wind gusts or sustained winds on any of the weather station reports right now.
We'll probably see that more frequently as the eye gets a little bit closer.
That's true. We did have a peak sustained wind on Cedar Key of 50 miles an hour with a gust up to with a gust up to and over 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's enough to cause some damage. That's enough to cause some tree damage, maybe some power line damage too.
Yeah. So now here's another question for me to you, Ethan. Do you think that this could lead to some or a lot of upwelling of cooler water beneath the hurricane? Or is it not strong enough? Because I'm curious about that. Could this really knock down our water temperatures beneath the hurricane?
Could decrease some, but I don't think that it's been over the Gulf long enough, and I don't think that it will become strong enough to produce really substantial upwelling. So it might drop the temperatures some, but I don't think it will drop them by a lot.
Gee, and that means a recipe for a disaster for later in the season, because these Gulf waters are only going to warm up. Only going to warm up even further. What are the millibars on the hurricane? We're down to, my latest estimate based on Recon data is 979 millibars. 979 millibars at the moment, according to the last Recon pass. What's up, Wolf? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are keeping an eye on things. Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key, Cross City, Perry Boy getting a lot of rainfall. Lots of rainfall, and the winds are definitely strong out there. We're going to wait and see if there's going to be storm surge, though, on the cameras.
Probably that.
What is it?
Into the Big Bend region.
Yeah.
We'll probably see some more. It gets.
Boy, you're lagging really bad, Ethan.
Getting really bad on my end as well.
It's probably my internet. How's the stream quality, everybody? Are we looking good? Are we looking good? No buffering? Because if I'm buffering...
We got a question about if it will...
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, we had a question about if it will hit Macon, Georgia, or not.
Oh, it's going to hit Georgia. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to hit Georgia. And... Well,
specifically Macon, Georgia.
Oh,
the
Macon.
City of Macon.
Oh, Macon, Georgia. Sorry, I misheard you there. So, Macon, Georgia, definitely going to get a lot of rainfall out of this and some wind. But the further north you go, the impacts are not going to be as bad. But certainly south of Macon, all bets or all hands or all bets are off on that. It's going to be bad. It's not going to look good at all. In fact, here's a look at the rainfall totals. Macon is up over here. You're going to get about 2 to maybe 4 inches of rainfall out of this. And this map just updated and still expecting 16 to almost 20 inches of rain for Savannah and Charleston in South Carolina and Georgia. So this just came out as of 11:22 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time with that rainfall total. And this is a new flood threat. They have expanded the high risk a little bit to the northeast, Ethan, just a hair.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that, if they extended it further to the northeast, because as this goes along the coast, those flooding concerns are still going to extend further up. However, those rain bands end up developing. It could be further north.
All right, so stream looks good. There's no issue at all. All right, and I could hear you much better, Ethan. So maybe there was just a little bit of a tune out there. But yes, heavy rainfall for sure. High risk. Man, that is a big high risk. Probably the biggest high risk in a while over that area. And I'm surprised, Ethan, they do not use enhanced risk for flooding. They go from marginal, slight, moderate, and high.
Yeah, that's a system they have always worked with,
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
I'm in Tampa, and the winds are picking up for sure. Yeah, St. Petersburg is still getting gusts up and over 40 to 55 miles an hour. So yeah, still tropical storm force winds definitely occurring on Tampa right now. Pretty far from the center too.
Titan, I'm on the edge of the high and moderate risks in Myrtle Beach. Yeah, there'll be a lot of rain there and a lot of flooding concerns, those flood-prone areas.
Yeah, Myrtle Beach is definitely not looking good. You could be seeing 17, 18, maybe almost 19 inches of rain, according to the weather bell. This is from the, actually, this is the, let's do the Weather Prediction Center because it shows it more accurately, and you can see all that purple is rainfall amounts greater than 16 inches. And even on the Weather Prediction Center, Ethan, some areas could get 20 plus inches. That's incredible. Hello? Ethan will be back soon. I think his internet went out. I'm in Homosana. Oh, wow. Let's see that little town. Yeah, I'm not surprised. You're getting the rain bands. They are moving right over Crystal River right now. Yeah, gusting up to 31 miles an hour right now. So you're definitely getting some strong winds. That is for sure. Here's Steinhatchee right here. Look at all that rain coming down.
All?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, because you left, and I'm like, oh, what happened?
Yeah, I had a microphone issue, had to fix, but I'm back.
Okay. All right, you want to hear this, Ethan? This is coming from a viewer. Fool's Gold Racing
Yes.
says, I'm in Homosana in Florida. Super windy right now. It sounds like a freight train.
Oh my. Yeah, that is an indicator of strong wind. That's what people hear in strong wind, usually around tornadoes often say, but it can be applied to other situations too, where you've got really high winds going.
I like when you guys send me the reports and you let me know what you guys are getting, because that helps out a lot of the information that I get. So if you guys are reporting strange weather, just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. And please, when you are reporting, we would encourage you to report as accurately as possible because we are relaying this to a lot of people who are going to be in the path of this thing. So thank you for your reports, and please submit them accurately. And if you have severe weather to report, like damage and stuff too, please, of course, also notify the National Weather Service. If you go onto your local page, there's usually a submit a storm report form that you can fill out to let them know that you have observed damage as well.
Yeah. All right. Also, Bulls Gold Racing is also reporting power keeps surging also in power flashes.
Not be surprised, we've got a lot of outages in Florida tonight.
76,000 people without power.
Okay, yeah, that's a little bit lower from earlier, but, we're still early into this, and there's still probably going to be some more.
We're about to get a new NHC advisory. We'll see if the winds have come up anymore.
That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah. It will be interesting. What's up, Tons of Soup again? What time is Landfall? It looks really close to land. It's actually surprisingly not going to happen until 2 or 3 in the morning. And I will be asleep. I will be asleep. Oh, Tons of
Yeah,
Soup.
and just, oops, sorry.
Tons of Soup is now reporting big tree branch just hit us.
I'm sure there's some branches coming down, and everyone who's in the path of this, especially under those tropical storm or hurricane warnings, you need to be staying inside, wherever your shelter is, away from those windows, away from exterior walls, in case things really do get rough. Plus, that'll really help in the case that, a spin-up tornado happens. And we've already gotten a 41-mile-per-hour wind gust here just recently at the Ocala Airport in Marion County, Florida.
Oh my goodness. And that's where my mom lives.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yep. Wow, 41 even there. Tropical storm force wind gusts. Wow. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. Ethan, you need to see what Timmy Two Toes just said.
I did.
This is one intense hurricane. Yes, it sure is. It is one intense hurricane. Also, for those 315 people that are watching, speaking of hurricanes, if there is ever another intense hurricane in the Gulf somewhere, maybe even perhaps in the Caribbean, like what we had with Beryl, I am planning to fly into a hurricane via flight simulator. We did that before a couple of years ago, but I think I'm going to try it again, and we're going to fly into the system. Actually, you know what? Maybe, oh yeah, I could give it a try. If we have a very intense hurricane, though.
Yeah, that should be pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Storm surge for Tampa Bay, for northern Tampa Bay. Let me actually use the storm surge. No, not that. Not that. Storm surge inundation. So, this is a storm surge map I wanted to share with you because someone was asking about Tampa Bay. So storm surge around Tampa Bay could still reach 3 feet above ground. That's the forecast. And then further north you go, the storm surge in the orange is 9 feet above ground. Actually, wait, 6 feet above ground. And then the red is storm surge 9 to even 10 feet above ground. So that's what this illustrates. Yeah, big time storm surge. David, how can we know the millibars if the planes don't report it? Because they did report it, Lisa. They were in the system recently, and we got the data. All right. And surface observations are going to be able to capture this really well. So we'll be able to give you some information. Well, I won't be awake when it makes landfall. But yeah, that's definitely a definite eye. The eyeball of
Yes,
Debby.
it is. It is becoming more well defined on radar.
Pressure's really dropping off, though, at Steinhatchee.
Yes, it is. And of course, that falling pressure means the hurricane is getting closer. And as we talk about with the hurricane updates, the pressure, as it lowers, is the system getting stronger. And we'll see a new pressure update here pretty soon.
And here's the live camera showing us the conditions. That rain, whew, it is dumping. You could see it hitting the parking lot or whatever. Yeah, the parking lot there. It is just raining in buckets.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that. Look at those big raindrops.
I also wanted to let you know, Ethan, Florida is back up to 81,000 people without power and is going up very quickly.
Yeah, I'm seeing that here. It looks like it's a pretty similar pattern to what we had earlier. Levy County, 4,000 customers out. Gilchrist County, 3,700 customers out. Taylor and Dixie have a couple hundred out, not too many. Alachua County, we got 4,000 customers out, so that's a lot there too. Down to Citrus County, we've got 2,300 without power, so they are increasing again, and it's up to the point here where, let's see, Gilchrist County, you've got a good percentage of the county that's without power now.
Yeah, this is concerning. Yeah, look at that rain. Man, that is coming down.
It indeed is. That's a tropical rain. And sometimes, as we've said, with these bands coming in on these tropical systems, you can have rainfall rates of 2, 3, 4 inches per hour.
And that's the thing, Ethan. Tropical rain like this, the drops are much, much bigger, which is incredible versus the raindrops that we get in California. They don't ever get this big in rare occasions. Ever.
Yeah, yeah, there's very different mechanisms obviously taking place here. One of which is the evaporation effect, because, out in California, a lot of high-based rain showers or storms that you have, there tends to be some evaporation taking place as those raindrops fall. And in these tropical environments, we don't really have that evaporation because the air is so moist. The saturation is so high. You've got a lot of deep, warm cloud processes, which temperatures above freezing, and that allows the coalescence of rain droplets to really flourish essentially, and creates these big drops.
Yeah. Man, that eye wall, Ethan, is really intensifying. We got red reflectivity, dark orange and red pixels on reflectivity.
Oh yeah, definitely. In regards to the power outages too, I was talking about earlier, just a bit of a note that if you or anyone else is running a generator, we want to remind everyone of this also. Do not run a generator inside an enclosed space where you're going to get the fumes from it because those are deadly. And, I know that everyone here is probably probably knows better, but this is a message that we do feel like we need to repeat a lot because this has unfortunately resulted in a lot of deaths in recent years.
Yeah. Hey, also, Ethan, if you look at the eye closely, there are mesovortices beginning to develop within the eye.
Oh, that's interesting. I need to go back to the KTLH.
Yeah, the Tallahassee, that's the closest one. If you look closely, there might be some mesovortices trying to develop. This went back a little to the west again.
Interesting. Yes, it seems to have gone back to the west. That is weird.
Debby tricking us again.
Yeah, really. So at that point, the current track of it is aiming a little more toward Crawfordsville, Florida. Uh, the Wakulla Beach area, perhaps. But it can, especially as it slows down, it can still wobble a bit. So it's not to say that it's going to make landfall there
Oh,
necessarily. But yes.
breaking news. It's up to 80 miles an hour and the pressure's down to 980 millibars.
Oh, wow, okay.
So it is now up to 80 miles an hour. Once again, folks, we have an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. As strong as when Beryl made landfall, Ethan, in Texas. Nearly a month ago. Almost a month ago.
Yeah. And we know that that storm produced a lot of damage too, so we're seeing that here, 80-mile-per-hour sustained winds and decreasing pressure in the central part of the storm. That is a system that's still strengthening.
And it could, wow, within the last 3 hours. So 3 hours ago, it was just down here. So I could say in 3 hours, it might go up to 85 or even 90. That's incredible. That is incredible. They keep the storm surge the same height. Wow. We're up to 80 miles an hour, Ethan. I cannot believe this.
Yeah, we're dealing with a system that's well into the
What was it? Oh my, Ethan, you hear? Golly word. Whoa, we got a huge update with rainfall. Ethan. So we're going to look at the rainfall total here in a second when Ethan comes back. Because
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
You can go ahead and show it.
they up the rainfall totals now between up to 20 to 30 inches in Savannah and Charleston in South Carolina.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's a big increase.
20 to 30 inches potentially. That
Man,
is
that really... Yeah, that's major. That really heightens the concern for flooding as well.
And look at what, okay, Titan even said Charleston is apparently slightly below sea level. And Titan said Charleston is likely to sink.
Well, major flooding concerns, yes. I don't know about sinking, but definitely a lot of concerns in that with flash flooding and coastal areas. Still, the effects of storm surge could occur as well.
So, yeah, this area, my gosh, Ethan, spreading all the way from southeastern Georgia all the way up to most of South Carolina along the coast, could get 16 to 20 to even 30 inches of rainfall. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this much rainfall on a forecast from the National Hurricane Center in quite some time. They literally upped that.
Yes, they did, which isn't too surprising given the stalling nature of this thing. But at the same time, yeah, that is something that you don't see very often with those rainfall totals like that.
So we're looking at catastrophic, historic, considerable flash flooding. And I rarely say this, Ethan. I don't like saying this on the stream. This could be historic. This could kill people, or more than likely is going to kill people, because we're going to have some areas 30 inches of rain with 2 to 4 feet, maybe 5 feet of storm surge along the South Carolina and Georgia coast. Combine that with 20 to 30 inches of rain. Oh.
Yeah, that really makes a lot of problems here. We remember what happened with Hurricane Harvey, and not saying these rainfall totals will be Hurricane Harvey level, but still the fact that you're getting such high totals over that long duration rainfall period is going to lead to significant flash flooding concerns. And hopefully everyone's going to take the right precautions, don't travel into floodways, evacuate if you're ordered to, stay away from these low-lying areas prone to flooding, especially. Hopefully everyone takes the right advice there. But as you said, yes, you combine that really heavy rainfall with the storm surge along the coast, the rainfall that's running off can't go to the ocean, and the ocean water's trying to come inland, so you get a compounding effect there.
And the new cone has been updated, Ethan. They have this even slower now. Literally, Ethan, even if it comes barely offshore, it's going to spend at least 2 or 3 days over the Atlantic off the Georgia, South Carolina coast.
Yeah, that's really incredible to think how long this is just lingering around. And that's why the rainfall concern is so high here. That's why these rainfall totals are so extreme.
This is unbelievable. Hurricane warning, tropical storm warning, that is a given. That is a given. What's the state's
Oh, absolutely, yes.
What's the state's for the Outer Banks gonna warm? Gotta warm. Not sure what you mean. Oh wait. So what's the states for the Outer Banks?
The
That might
the stats for the Outer Banks.
So the Outer Banks of the Carolina. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah. So the stats for the Outer Banks, like Pamlico Sound, if you're on the Cape Hatteras area, you're still going to be looking at a lot of rainfall. In fact, if we look back at the rainfall total forecast, Cape Hatteras could see 6 to 8 inches of rainfall. Norfolk, 4 to 6 inches of rainfall, Ethan. So this is not just the Carolina coast. This is all the way up the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, those impacts are still extending further north. It is eventually going to have some impacts as you go all the way up into like the Mid-Atlantic area too. Although the highest impacts are still looking to be the South Carolina, Georgia area.
Jacksonville, 8 to 12 inches of rain. Did the newest update come through? Yes, it did. And we're up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. And the flood map has not updated yet. Should update soon, maybe. But you can see high risk from Florida into Georgia into the South Carolina area. Charleston could see some of the worst flooding in history. I'm not kidding when I say that. I wonder if they're evacuating people there, Ethan.
In Georgia?
Yeah, no, in Charleston, or in Savannah, Georgia, even.
I'm not sure actually. Hold on a second. I need to look up. No evacuation in Georgia
Okay.
is what Cullen says here.
Okay. All right, so what is the storm surge potential for Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? So you're looking at the map right now, up to maybe 2 to 4 feet. If this is a little stronger coming offshore, it might get up to 5 feet of storm surge for South Carolina. There, South Sanity River, mouth of the St. Mary's River, could see up to 4 feet of storm surge with this. Yeah, they
Yeah,
should,
absolutely.
Titan. Has there been any tornadoes touching down in Lakeland? In Lakeland. Oh my gosh, okay, in Lakeland, Florida. We did have a tornado earlier. We didn't get any tornado touchdowns. No, not in that area that I'm aware of. We did get some brief spin-ups, but no tornadoes on the ground. What about Mount Pleasant, South Carolina? So that's probably western South Carolina, because Mount means a mountain. So it's in the mountainous terrain of that area. So I would say the northwestern portion of South Carolina, you're likely to get 2 to 4 inches. Mount Pleasant could get locally higher amounts due to some orographic flow. Thank you, Go Lily, for the $20 donation. I do love you guys. Love you so much for that. So thank you for the donation. Thank you, brother. Keep up the live feed. Very helpful. I will keep up the live feed for another hour or so until about midnight, maybe until 12:30. But I need sleep because I have school in the morning. Yes, I'm getting my diploma so I can go to college to get my certificate in meteorology, my AMS degree. That's what I'm going to be focusing on to getting my meteorological degree. But I am going to the adult school to getting my diploma, but I have classes to do. And yeah. And I also work tomorrow, but I work at the same time when I have school. So I'm probably going to call out for work and just focus on school. Titan, yes, I'll graduate from adult school, but then I'm going to go to college.
A note here from the earlier comment is the Mount Pleasant is right next to Charleston, so it is near the coast.
Oh, it is near the coast. That's a weird name to have. Like near the coast, it's Mount Pleasant. I thought Mount Pleasant would be like more inland.
Yeah, seems like it.
So, okay, sorry for that. So Mount Pleasant in Charleston, near Charleston, could have 16 to 20 inches of rainfall. And if it's a little mini mountain, like maybe 1,000 feet high, you could get up to 30 inches of rainfall due to orographic effects. Yeah, Ethan, I just said that. 30 inches of rain.
There's a possibility here. We do have that new contour that's in for 20 to 30-inch range.
Can you look at Icon? Icon? That's a weird little name. We're hanging at 80,000 people without power in Florida. Icon. So Icon, South Carolina is definitely going to get, so rainfall totals on that. So, let me see where that is. Okay, there it is. So you're going to get about 12 to 16 inches, maybe even more, depending on what model you look at. Specifically, that area could get even a foot of rainfall. Doesn't surprise me. Can you take a look at Ocala, Florida? We got another local that lives in Ocala. So Ocala, Florida, you're going to get... So Ocala, Florida, you're going to get an additional 8 to 12 inches of rain potentially. Actually, yeah, because this just updated. So an additional 8 to 12 inches of rain cannot be ruled out. And get this, Ethan. Get this. Based on radar estimates, you want to hear this?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me get radar. Ocala, Florida has already seen, Ethan, 5 inches of rain already that has fallen since the rain began there. An additional 8 to 12 inches is expected.
Oh, yeah, that is some pretty heavy totals already going on, and that makes sense. We've got a flash flood warning to the southwest that includes the Tampa area. And that says that rainfall amounts between 5 and 10 inches have fallen, and additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible. So we are having a lot of rain that's already occurred over portions of the western and northern peninsula, and this is moving inland toward the Big Bend region as we head through the night.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ellis 41K says it has been raining nonstop for hours upon hours. And it's going to continue. It's just going to continue. Actually, some of the models do not indicate that it's going to stop raining. Man, Ethan, it might be raining in Ocala potentially almost constantly for another 4 or 5 days. That is really bad.
Yeah, I used to know someone who lived there. You are still going to have flooding concerns in northern parts of Florida as well. Where the rainfall totals are going to be the highest up in Georgia, South Carolina, that area at this point. But flooding concerns are still going to extend back into Florida.
What app do you use, Tons of Soup, to look at rainfall totals? What app do you use? Man, oh my gosh, that's a lot of rainfall. Horseshoe Beach, Ethan, the storm app says there could be 11 inches of rain there on Horseshoe Beach. with rainfall rates between about an inch to a couple of inches an hour, which is not a surprise. It's pouring there already.
Yeah, absolutely. You combine those rainfall totals with the expected storm surge, and it's going to be producing some problems. So that's why we do have that area under evacuation now.
And I'm really worried about Charleston. That's a lot of rainfall for that area. Gosh, Ethan, it is going to rain constantly. Okay, so I'm looking at the storm map. You want to hear this? You really want to hear this?
Yes.
Okay, so for Monday, 5 inches of rain. No, wait, 3 inches of rain. Tuesday, 6 inches of rain. Wednesday, 10 inches of rain. Thursday, 4 inches of rain. Friday, 1.5 inches of rain. Saturday, 4 inches of rain.
Wow, so this could still be going into the weekend.
I'm speechless. Into the weekend. Wait, it's Monday, Ethan, and we're talking about next weekend still having heavy rainfall in that area?
Yeah, I mean, no, this is a situation here where we're dealing with a really, I don't want to say a perfect situation for extremely heavy rainfall, but it's a situation that is really, really conducive to those extremely significant rainfall totals. So locally higher amounts being possible, we could see some locations above 24 to 30 inches of rain. We could see some locations be, uh, under these really heavy flooding concerns. I'm sorry, I was distracted. There's a bug that keeps flying around in here. But so and it depends on how long the system hangs around. If it does hang around that long, it is possible this goes all the way into the weekend. So that's an entire week of rain, pretty much.
Zoom in. Yeah, so Mount Pleasant. I'm on Mount Pleasant right now. Man, the storm app is going crazy with rainfall totals.
Absolutely.
Oh, Tons of Soup says 41 outages in my county already.
Yeah, we do have 87,000 customers without power in Florida now. You still there?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, I
Yeah,
just wanted to make sure everything was
I
still
don't
good.
like saying this on the stream. We might have a flea problem in our house, and
Oh,
I am getting bitten all over the place. It's disgusting. Who who has, I mean, if you had a flea problem in the past, have you ever gotten bitten like crazy? Because I know some people don't get bitten at all, and some people just get peppered with flea bites all over. And I'm one of those people that just gets bitten up a lot on the ankles and the legs. Ugh. I got eaten up, and no one in the house had the same reaction. See, it's Then I'm winning. We must have the same blood type or something. That's probably what it is. Oh, someone gave you a nice
Also, and
compliment, Ethan.
thank you very much,
Yeah, Tedrick, yeah.
Tedrick Green. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. David is really the one putting in all the work here with his dedication to streaming and setting everything up, getting the videos out. But I did want to say with regard to the power outages, yeah, we are seeing them increase in the Florida Bend area. Taylor County, we're up to 920 customers without power. C County still sitting around 466. Levy County, 4,100. It looks like Gilchrist is almost to 4,000 customers out. 4,700 in Alachua County. But as we go back down to the south, there are still a lot of counties down in the peninsula are seeing a lot of outages. Marion County, 30, or I'm sorry here, things mixed up. 3,200 customers without power. And then you go down to Pinellas County, 39,000 customers without power, almost 40,000 there.
Oh my gosh.
Hillsborough, almost 6,000. Sarasota County, 6,600 customers out. So as we've seen those rain bands come in, they've taken out a lot of power on the east coast, or on the west coast, I should say, actually, of the peninsula. But now they are starting to increase around the Bend area quite a bit. Wakulla County, we picked up to 352 customers without power. Jefferson County, 171. And further inland, let's see. Yeah, Alachua County, we already said 4,700 without power. So yeah, those outages are increasing along the Bend area, especially.
Yeah, yeah. So when we take a look at the power outage update, we're up to almost 90,000 people without power, is what Ethan was saying. A lot of people around without power. But back to the flea problem really quickly. Someone told me to rub garlic. Yeah, no, that's pretty strong. My grandma hates garlic. um, we did get it exterminated, but it helped briefly, and now they're back. And the thing about this is, we don't own any cats. Funny thing enough, we have a lot of stray cats. A lot of stray cats that were underneath our deck. So we have a deck outside that goes to the south. You've probably seen a deck in my past live streams way back when I was still young on this channel. And cats decide we're gonna just be pregnant and have kittens born underneath the deck. So there was like 6 or 7 kittens that were born, and the mom and the dad cat just kept them underneath the patio, the porch, and I think that's how the flea problem really started.
That would make sense.
And I told my aunt across the way, we need to get rid of these cats because they're causing a lot of fleas. They're causing a lot of problems. And I cannot stand being bitten, itching, and getting my skin irritated because of that. It's just not comfortable. Sometimes I can't even sleep at night.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Mike Hunt, they're too scared. The cats are you cannot even touch the cats. They'll run away. There's no way you could put flea collars on them. There's just no way. It's impossible. You go to try to run after them, they'll run away from you. They are 100% stray. They don't even belong to us. it's just...
Yeah, they can produce some problems there. Did want to say here too, we just got an update for a big flash flood warning that's been issued.
Uh-oh.
Portions of Polk, Sumter, Levy, Charlotte, Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pasco, and Sarasota counties in Florida. Portions of all of those counties under a flash flood warning until 5 a.m. now. In this areas, we've had heavy rain with gauges showing rainfall totals of 3 to 7 inches. Additional rainfall totals of 1 to 4 inches are possible. Some areas could even be a little bit higher, especially as we head into those northern counties. So that is a big update here with the flash flood warning that's been issued now.
Yeah, flash flood emergency as well. Oh, wait. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it is... Oh, yeah, it's considerable. So there's a considerable flood warning out for Florida. The Reaper says, why don't you put a fence around your porch? That's what we were thinking. Because, so we have a deck, right? And then it has this waffle. You've seen those, right? Like the waffle thing that goes underneath the porch. It's kind of a fence. But there's some portions of that that are open and the cats could fit right through. They could fit right through there. And, yeah. What's the Tallahassee outlook looking like? Well, Tallahassee is going to get a lot of rain. That's your outlook. Tons and tons of rainfall. Perhaps another 4 to 6 inches. Close to that gradient really tight there. Yep, I know, Titan. You guys are very awesome tonight. I do appreciate your guys' support, watching me for 6 hours and 15 minutes. That's really, I'm blessed, and I want to thank you all. We'll be live here for a while longer as we are keeping an eye on this. This is getting really close to making landfall. Really close. By the way, let me ask you guys this question. Will vacuuming the whole floor in the house get rid of the fleas? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Will vacuuming the whole entire floor in the house get rid of the fleas? Thank you so much, Mike Hunt. I appreciate you. Watching from the Honolulu airport. Wow, you're way on the other side of the United States. You're way over here. Way over here. And there is only 54 people without power there in Hawaii, on Honolulu. Nope. So, vacuuming the whole floor in the house does not get rid of them. Vacuum and immediately empty the vacuum outside. Well, I'm worried if I empty it in the garbage can, in our big garbage can, the fleas will hop out. Of course, they only hop like a foot above the ground. But the thing is, they hop. So you don't know where they're going to jump, and you can't see them jump. Okay, no, David, you need flea powder. Lots of it, then vacuum after letting it sit for a while. Okay. Okay. So, I'll have to talk to my ground if we can get flea powder. Because, boy, when I sleep, especially when it's hot, in the summer, it's been hot, so my upstairs gets very hot. So if it's like 100 outside, it'll get about 95 degrees upstairs here. Even with the air conditioner on, the air conditioner does not really help bringing down the temperature because the heat soaks through the ceiling. So I end up sleeping downstairs at night on the floor, sometimes on the couch, but then that's when I wake up to a lot of flea bites.
Whoops, my mic disconnected again.
Vacuum helps, but not solves. Okay. Luckily, they only like the floor, the fleas, so it makes it easier. Ouch. One's biting me right now, I think. Get off of me. I'm squeezing it. I'm squeezing it right now. Squeezed it. Please get in your furniture too. Oh, great. That's going to be fun to vacuum up and to put powder on. I don't think it's an infestation right now, but there is definitely, I mean, I'm getting bitten a few times a day. By the way, I know we're talking about fleas, and we'll drop the subject here in a second. One last question. Who in the chat, if you did have a flea problem in the past, who gets bit a lot? I mean, who is prone to getting bit like crazy? I'm always wondering about that. And then we'll drop the flea conversation while we're tracking the tropics. It's always nice to kind of do a little different convo, another different topic. I can't live in carpeted houses because of allergies. Oh wow, I never knew you were allergic to carpets. Mosquitoes love me. So fleas might love you too because, you know, every bug loves me. Oh my gosh. Boy. Tons of soup. The insects love you.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, bugs like me when I'm outside, when I want to sit and just cool and like watch the sunset, especially in the summer. I'll just get swarms of bugs like, get off of me.
Yeah, summertime in Indiana, lots of flies, lots of gnats, bees, hoverflies, things like that.
Oh wow, smart move, Mike Hunt. Funny to hear this. Ethan's kind of funny. My wife did. She would wear white socks, and the fleas would jump on the socks, and she would get them and put them in alcohol, strong alcohol.
Yeah, by the way, check your Discord messages when you get a chance. Yeah, this thing is getting closer to the landfall here. We've got a lot of flood warnings, a lot of flash flood warnings going all along the western peninsula, up into northern parts of Florida. Once that eye wall comes in, we're going to have some rough conditions going on from Horseshoe Beach to about Perry, Florida. And this is going to include the Deckle Beach area. That's going to be some high wind and some pretty consistent rainfall there for a little bit.
Yeah. I saw the message, Ethan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
No one took notice of it, right?
I don't know. Just letting you know.
All right. Okay. Ellis, thank you for tuning in. Love you so much. Thank you for your support. And actually hearing what the information is all about with this hurricane. Even so, we kind of talked about some insects. It's always nice to kind of change the topic a bit for the stream. The eye is open to the south. Yes, it is. I don't know what blood type I am. Well, if you get bitten, then you must have a good blood type of some sort.
Michael, what are the chances of the storm coming back west into the Gulf of Mexico? I don't necessarily think those chances are very great. I think that we're still seeing the short-term path going up through the Florida Panhandle, the Big Bend, into Georgia and those areas. What it does by the weekend, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't really think this is going to circle back around west into the Gulf necessarily. I haven't seen the long-range predictions, but I don't think that's necessarily in the forecast.
Oh, maybe I'm B positive as well, Philip. So Hurricane Lee says, "Hey David Schlotthauer, did you see what people were saying about the satellite imagery of Debby earlier?" I did not. What were they saying about Hurricane Debby earlier?
That was just kind of a rather inappropriate joke that people were talking about earlier.
I
It was
want to.
on Twitter a lot.
What were they saying? I'm just curious. Don't, if there's some inappropriate, I just want to know because I was not on Twitter at all.
Yeah, I'll message you about it.
Okay. That's what I'm guessing, Philip, because if bugs and gnats and fleas and mosquitoes love you a lot, then they love me a lot. I mean, I get bitten just like you do get bitten. So I must be B positive. Wait. Yeah, it must be B positive. So that's why I'm worried about living in Florida, because there's a big mosquito problem in Florida. If I live there, I'm going to get bitten all over the place.
Oh yeah. I've had some problems with that in the past.
But I could spray on some repellent. That's not a big problem.
I haven't had a lot of mosquito bite problems this year necessarily, but I have had a bee sting. That was fun.
Oh boy. I freaking wasp got me a few days ago when doing the lawn. Oh boy. Stay out of Florida, David. Oh god. Bobby, yeah. Yeah, I am not a fan affair of humid, hot weather with mosquito problems. Man, I got sunburn yesterday because boy, am I hurting in the neck a little bit. It's in your DNA to be delicious. Oh my goodness. Tons of soup. Not to be weird, the reason why people like tons of soup, hence your name, tons of soup, is because the recipe, they can put different things like clam chowder, corn chowder. Those are some good soups. I just love your profile
Also, just as
name.
a head. I'm sorry.
Yeah, really quickly. I just love your name, Tons of Soup. When I see it, Tons of Soup, I'm just like, he's food. He's a food that's talking in the chat. Actually, I want to see what your channel is about really quickly. I just won't show it on screen. Oh, he has nothing. He only has 7 subscribers and nothing. That makes me laugh because, you know, when people create YouTube channels, they actually don't. Only a few or only half of the YouTubers on YouTube upload content. Is just. Oh my gosh. You know, I'm joking with you, Tons of Soup. I love clam chowder. I love corn chowder. That's my favorite. I love corn chowder. That's my favorite soup. Split pea soup is my favorite as well.
Yeah, by the way, just as a heads up here, I'm probably going to be having to head out pretty soon because I do again have to be up very early today. But just want to let you know.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm going to be headed out here in about 30 minutes anyways. This is about ready to make landfall, and I don't think this is going to strengthen much more. I will be doing content uploading of some sort today, no, tomorrow, because it's August 5th, it's August 4th. So on August the 5th, I will be uploading or going live on this system.
Yeah. Colleen, by the way, what is the latest on Hurricane Debby? It's now an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, maximum sustained winds. Pressure has fallen a little bit more. It's still making its way for a landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida, with some significant rainfall already still going across the western and northern parts of Florida. The heavy rainfall threat has increased further as well. We've got rainfall totals up to 12 to 30 inches now expected across portions of South Carolina, with a high risk of excessive rainfall still spreading into those areas over the coming week. So that's kind of a rundown on some of the latest.
Oh my, whoa, was that a 79-mile-an-hour wind gust on Cedar Key?
Oh,
That,
shoot.
let me go back and click on that station. I was just looking at it and it said like 79 something. Oh my goodness, I can't tell. Let's see.
Yeah, Colleen, you're very welcome. And yeah, we don't have any tornado warnings at this point. We did have some earlier today, but we don't have any going right now. Conditions aren't quite optimal to get those tornadoes at this particular moment. But we'll have to see. The tornado watch is still in effect, but at this point we don't have any, and you're very welcome.
Okay, Ethan, we just got a sustained wind of 51 miles an hour on on Cedar Key with a wind gust of almost 70 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's approaching hurricane force wind gust.
Oh, wow. That's almost approaching Hurricane 4. I just like your commentary. I really like it. Sorry if I was smiling there, folks. I just like how he reacts. That's just me. Oh my goodness, Ethan. You need to see this camera right now. We are getting storm surge. There is water. Look at the water coming up onto the ground. Look at the storm surge.
Hold on a second, I've got an ad.
Sorry about the ad, folks. That's YouTube. You can blame YouTube. There is storm surge. Look
Oh,
at the
yeah.
storm surge.
Oh, yeah. A surge is already coming in.
Holy cow. Wow, look at that surge.
Yeah, this is something we're going to be seeing more of, unfortunately, as we have that significant storm surge in the Bend region still expected. from the National Hurricane Center, peak surge still expected in that area, 6 to 10 feet, as well as some slightly lower storm surge, 2 to 4 feet, along the, looks like Georgia and portions of the South Carolina coast. Florida, mainly we're looking at the biggest storm surge from, looks like Yankeetown all the way up to the, oh my, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Whoops. Ochlockonee River. That's the area where the primary storm surge is expected.
No, you're a bit incorrect on that calling. This could still get a little stronger right at landfall, right before or at landfall.
Yeah, we have seen that intensification still taking place. With the latest update, the pressure did fall and the wind speeds increased a little bit. But it is getting closer to shore, yes.
Also, Mike, I'll just say the first name. Mike said, I can tell they sounded like amateurs. I really like David and Ethan combo. I do appreciate that. I really do.
As do I. Glad to hear that. And obviously, yeah, no, that's no hate or anything, no negativity toward Pat and the others. They're really great people and everything. But yeah, we do thank you for your comment there.
Yeah, Mike, to recorrect that, Mike, we try to do these combos, especially when a system is a big enough threat to Florida. That's why, Ethan, more so it's kind of a test, like of the unexpected. I was like, you know what? I'm going to surprise Ethan. I need him on tonight immediately. And I'm glad you were able to make it because there might be times when the situation escalates to a level to where we need you on here. And the bigger the hurricane, the more people we'll have on. So if it's like actually each category we get, we will have to invite someone onto the stream. That would actually be really cool. So if we had a Cat 5, we would need 5 other people on with me to track this.
Yeah, that would be pretty busy, pretty active event. Colleen, also to answer your question there, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center had the pressure down to 981 millibars.
And that is correct, 981 millibars. That's pretty low, and that fits with some of our hurricane models that we have. If we go to let's go over, H-Warp, if the H-Warp is out. Darn it, it's not out yet. This is still the 0Z run. We're waiting for the 06Z run. Should come out soon. Pressure, actually, no, wait, that did come out because that did. So that newly rendered 978 millibars, still a hurricane at landfall. And it is still expected in this area. So it's expected to slam directly into the Perry area, Florida. That's what we're expecting. The system is going pretty much north-northeast. So it's not going to have much time left over the water. In fact, this has probably another 40 miles left over the water. So it's running out of time, probably another 4 hours. It's going to be making landfall, 4 or 5 hours. So about 4 in the morning, it will be on shore. And unfortunately, I will not be able to stream overnight. We were not ready. If I didn't work or have school tomorrow, I would have been more than happy to stay up all night doing this. But I have school I have to cancel work to do school. So either way, I need to sleep to have my brain working properly for school in the morning. And if you guys are wondering what I'm taking in school, I'm taking economics. Who likes economics? Raise your hand in the chat. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like button if you haven't already. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, we definitely want to extend our appreciation to all of you who have been here this evening, who are sticking around. I know for some of you it is really late into the night, and we're thankful for you being here. By liking and subscribing to the channel, it helps us to get the word out even more, to inform more people, because that is the central goal of this channel, and our work here is to inform everyone, as many people as possible, about these big, impactful weather events as they're happening, and as they're going to happen.
Economics is kind of corrupt anyway. It can be. Especially, I'm not going to get into the politics side of it because that's not what this channel is about. But I know where you're going with that. Oh, I know where you're going with that. It's terrible. This is not a good year for economics. So I know how you feel. And that's what my transcript says. I need to do economics. I need to do world history 1, government, and US history. So I have like 3 or 4 classes to go. If you guys think I'm going to get my meteorological degree, probably not for another 10 years. Because this is going to take a couple of years to do, and then I have to work my way towards that meteorological degree. And that takes about 4 years, right? You have to go to school for 4 or 5 years, depending on what it is. And that takes time. So it's going to be a while before you see me holding up a certificate of an AMS degree. And I am doing this. I'm not joking, folks. When I say this, I am being honest. And here is this face that I'm giving you. I am doing this for you. Because you, not you specifically, but all of you in the chat, or some of you in the chat, have been asking me, you should get a degree in meteorology. You know. Because I feel kind of bad that I have to say I am a amateur. I am a self-taught. And I just feel so bad. I'm like, I can't just wait to get my meteorological degree. It's going to be great. Can you do multiple classes at once? No, I cannot. The adult school that I go to, you only could take 1 class at a time. And I would not have time to do 2 classes at once because I have work. And of course, I need to keep you all up to date in the tropics. Believe me, when I'm not doing YouTube at the very moment, I'm thinking constantly what I'm going to do today. Even when I'm at work, even when I'm at school. Like tomorrow, I'm going to go live and I'm going to see if I'll be able to go live for at least a couple of hours. In the midst, at the same time, my grandma needs my help with stuff. We have to clean the house. You know, it's that type of season where we clean the house, where we got to get things sorted out, dealing with the flea problem. And yeah, and I'm glad I'm able to do this. I mean, this was not easy to plan out. I had to tell my grandma that, hey, Grandma, I'm going to be up working for about 8 hours. Actually, this would be a 7-hour stream. So 7 hours, that's almost full time. That's almost a full shift. And so you guys are very important to me. I mean, that's why I take time out of my day to do this. I really do. And Ethan knows it because Ethan has been following me for 6 years. I think we're going on 6 or 7 years. Yeah, this guy
It'll be 7.
7 years. There you go. 7 years, folks, from the he was like one of the first 50th subscribers on my original channel back in 2017 when I started doing this. So it's not like, oh, David's been doing this for 2 years. I've had past channels that have had bumps in the road. This is one of the first channels that are actually successful. Probably because I am filtering out all of the TROLLS. I'm trying to, at least. So yeah, this is the hurricane getting ready to move on shore and Live Oak and Lake City. Now, by the way, for those that are watching, I do apologize, and I want to give my huge apologies to you all if I did not cover severe weather very well at all this last spring. I am very, very disappointed at myself because I wasn't able to cover it, and that is just because work. I mean, hurricanes are once a week kind of thing. They're not an everyday kind of thing when they make landfall, right? Severe weather is every day, right, Ethan? And taking time out of my day to live stream hasn't been very easy. And I even tell my grandma that, hey, there's a severe weather event going on. I've got a live stream on this. And that's the hard part, is live streaming every day on severe weather with the lifestyle that I'm in right now is not very easy. And I'm hoping next spring it will be better. But that's all up to work, and that is all up to family situation and everything like that. Believe me, if I'm not streaming on severe weather, doesn't mean I do not want to. It doesn't mean I never will. It just, it's an everyday thing, right? It happens 7 days a week sometimes, right? Versus hurricanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I still should note, David was streaming during the Greenfield, Iowa tornado from earlier this year. So he was streaming, providing the live coverage. A couple of us were there as well, for the second strongest tornado recorded by radar measurements.
And repeat that, Ethan. That was the second.
The second strongest tornado by radar measurement.
That is, you heard it from the guy, and believe me, Ethan is probably the most advanced, most expertise in severe weather. You could tell, ask Ethan, what does he taught me about cyclostrophic, and that word, cyclostrophic. And that's where you get that condensation funnel forming and everything. Really cool. I mean, there are words I've actually had to learn from Ethan without going to school, because Ethan is literally top notch. And 7 years, 7 years, folks. We're going on to that. When's our 7th year mark, Ethan? Us being friends. I think it's like in September, October, or November sometime.
Yeah, it is in October. I remember it was October because it was, I found your channel sometime around a storm chase that I had in October.
Sweet. Yeah. So you guys can go check out Ethan B. I love his commentary. Oh, wow. Holy cow. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Yeah, getting some of that Reed Timmer energy, I guess.
Boy, if I was allowed to show this on YouTube, I should show some of the tornado videos, and you would hear Ethan be like, holy cow. Oh my gosh, look at it. It's taking down that windmill, David. It's taking down that windmill. I just love it. That's why I have been with Ethan for 7 years coming this October. 7 years. We have had our disagreements. We have had our arguments, but at the end of the day, that's what friends do. You know, we still are together. Florida outages
Right.
up to, oh, Ethan, hear this. Just in, we are up to almost 100,000 people without power in Florida right now.
Yeah, those outages are getting worse, and they're going to continue getting worse through the night more than likely, unfortunately, especially in the Big Bend region. That's where we're seeing this increase most substantially.
Yeah. So Mike is, oh, and it just went up again. 97,000 people without power.
Wow.
Yeah.
Close to 100,000 now.
Yeah. So, Mike is asking, can I get that mod upgrade? Again, how moderation works, and Ethan, you could probably better explain this, because there will be those people that ask, hey, can I be mod? Because this channel is so fun to be around with.
Yeah, we're looking for a lot of new moderators.
Okay.
I'm not going to speak necessarily for David,
Okay, then I'll
but
kind of discuss. So, in order to be a moderator on this channel, one, you have to commit to being active in at least most of my streams. I don't expect you to be in every stream, but I expect at least the commitment to dedicate your time to oversee the chat to make sure things are running smoothly and interacting with members, seeing how they're, or not members, thinking of viewers as members here. It's not a Discord server, it's a YouTube channel, but you get the idea. You need to dedicate the time to be like, oh, I want to like say hello to people and stuff. All right. And you have to be consistent. So not on just this stream, but future live streams. And believe me, we will pick out the recognition on who is reliable and who is not. All right. And it's not that we don't want you mod, Mike, but there needs to be, people that just join like in the last 3 or 4 streams, maybe 5 streams, that you're building it up, but not just there yet. But also, Mike, it also depends on how big my streams are, if there's going to be a lot of people watching. Because the more people watch, the more active the chat is. The more active the chat is, the more we really need to keep an eye on things. So that also takes into consideration. It's just like ingredients for a tropical storm. You need a lot of upper ocean heat content, warm sea surface temperatures, plenty of moisture, and you need everything. You need all the ingredients to get a tropical storm to develop. And every time they come together, right, you can get an explosive system. It works every time pretty much. I hope you understand. It's not that we don't want you to be mod. It's not, I don't want to have you feel that way. Been here since Mayfield. Awesome, Titan. But also it depends on the activity of the chat. Okay. All right. We're inching close to midnight. Just one last update here. Just a brief update with what we talked about. Actually, you know what? I wanted to do a whole entire tropical update in the Atlantic really quickly. Nothing too extreme about this, just to kind of keep an eye on our waves. So we have a tropical wave that is right here, moving into the Caribbean. We have another tropical wave coming off of Africa. It is that time of the season. Ethan even knows it. We're getting into the peak of hurricane season. We're really going to need to watch these waves coming off of Africa. We're getting into that favorable period. And then, look at this. That's a very strong tropical wave, Ethan. Look at that coming off of Africa. In fact, Ethan, let me go over to this. Look at that tropical wave. Look how deep that convection is coming off of Africa there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Very, very favorable right here. So now you guys will think that, oh, David, there's nothing on the GFS. Let's not worry about the tropics. You know, that's what I like about Ethan, because he could help me sort out things here. Models are not good at the long range on a tropical system, okay? We got to look for signals, and the signal is there. These westerly winds right here, these winds coming out of the west, being pulled in towards Africa, you're going to get this vorticity going. You're going to get the atmosphere turning with height, and you're going to get these systems that try to develop. All right? And the Saharan dust, that is very much abating. There's not a whole lot of dust at all out there in the deep tropics. Not as much of it, at least. And look at these waves coming off of Africa. Definitely strong. And so we are going to have to watch this one and even the one before it. Because when you get propagation like this, you'll see this right here. You can start seeing a wave here, a wave here, a wave here, and another wave right here. Really conducive. I think this is the most favorable conditions I have ever seen in the Atlantic in a while. And I'm telling you, it's asking for a lot of trouble. Believe me, folks. Ethan even knows me so well. I've been doing this for a while, Ethan. This is not my first or second hurricane season. This is like my fifth or sixth hurricane season. So I know what I'm looking for. And what I'm seeing is a very busy period coming. Are you really going to do this to me, National Weather Service? Huh. Ethan, just when I'm ready to get offline, there's a tornado warning. Near Lorraine, and wow, that rotation's very tight. So, Verna, Palm Lee. Yep, tornado warning interrupts the show with the tropics. So we do have a tornado warning. Now, if you're in Verna, Palm Lee, if you're in Bethany, if you're in Oak Knoll, if you're in Neetown, Bunker Hill, Old Duty, please take shelter. Downstream, there's a tornado warning. Radar has indicated rotation. When we look at Doppler right here, we go out and zoom out. You can see right here, we got velocities. Okay, we just got a new update. Looks like it's getting a little bit more broader, but there is some rotation on this. You can see the spin. Right here is where we have that rotating thunderstorm. And right now, if we go to our reflectivity, it does not look like a supercell. Maybe a little mini supercell, but nothing too organized at the moment. And boy, Ethan, I've been streaming for 7 hours. This rain band has not moved an inch in those 7 hours since I've been live streaming. Unbelievable. This rain band just sitting over the same freaking area. Here's the rainfall totals. So far, 11 inches has fallen over Sarasota right now. 11 inches, almost a foot of rain, according to Doppler Radar. And more additional rainfall is coming. Look at the hourly rainfall totals. Over the last hour, you've seen already almost 2 inches of rain in the last hour. Incredible. So yeah, a lot of rainfall going on right now. This band is just stalling out. Does not want to move. It just does not want to move. It's just sitting there. Sitting. That's why there's a considerable flash flood warning out for that area. That's spotty areas of 1 feet. Yeah. There are some areas up to a foot of rainfall accumulation. 13 inches in this little area. Now, this is based on Doppler radar, folks. This is based on all of that. Actually, let's see if we can get confirmation. Let's go to weather flow map. Oh, wait, no. Tempest weather map. That's what I might be buying this Christmas, is a Tempest weather station to add to my collection to see which one is more accurate. And let's see what this station has right here. Actually, let's go further south. Oh yeah, it's down here towards Sarasota. Or are you Sarasota? Here's Tampa. Okay, Sarasota is down here. So we can see let's see how much rain this has gotten. No. This is more like it right here. So you could actually see this is confirmed on our rainfall accumulation. Let's go to this. And so you can see on this station particular, you can see the rainfall amounts. 12 inches have fallen on this station. And look at the rainfall rates. Extreme rainfall rates. And it is coming down really, really good right now. That is crazy. So that does confirm some of the amounts on Doppler radar down here. So, radar estimates, these are radar estimates. This is not official. 14 inches in one area in Fruitvale, that's a lot of water. And so, that's a big problem. And where this tornado warning is, it's within that area of a lot of rainfall. That stalled out boundary. Oh my gosh, Mike. Deborah is my mom's name. She said, here I come. So we do got a tornado warning. If you're downstream of this, you're going to need to take shelter. Bucker Hill, Kneetown, Bethany, please take shelter. And this is a large storm system. I mean, look at the feeder, or look at the rain bands. This is incredible. And that rain has not moved. That band is just, gosh, it's just been sitting there. I would really, that's a very unfortunate spot. I'm like 10 minutes from Bethany. So yeah, you're within this rain band, that's for sure. And that's where it's just been raining, just nonstop. Fruitvale, I mean Sarasota Springs, Lorain, Rye, man, it's just raining. Yeah, this is literally where the other tornado warning was earlier, near Lorain area. That same rain band pummeled me during Harvey. Wow. What's up, David Lee? How are you doing? So we got two Davids here. I'm David and you're David. And the tornado warning has expired. Thank goodness. So we could go back to with what we talked about, and then I'm going to call it a night, but not right now. Hang on tight, folks. So, is this the latest run? This is the latest run. This is probably more accurate because it's, you can see all of a sudden it glitched out there, so we will just use this one. So you can see all the upward motion in Africa, as well as even over here in the Eastern Atlantic. This is what is going to get us our busy season eventually. Once we go into mid-August, it is game on. It is going to be trouble ahead. Not right now. There's still some seeking over Africa. That's why we're not seeing a lot of our tropical waves, but it is going to get really busy by the time we go into the middle of August. From right about here, okay, so when you look at it, these lines, I mentioned this in a video, all these lines are timestamps, okay? Stamps and time steps. And then this is your longitude right here. You back, Ethan?
Yes, I am.
All right. Welcome back. I'm going to be headed off here in a little bit after I'm done discussing the whole velocity thing. So here's a look at that. And Ethan, you can see this for yourself too on my stream. So you can see that as we go down in time, you get all these lines up. You can see where all the upward motion is. It's over Africa. And in simple words, this is Africa down here. This is the Indian Ocean. This is Indonesia. This is the Western Pacific, the Central Pacific, the Eastern Pacific, Central America, and the Atlantic. All right. So you can see all of the upward motion is over Africa and over the Central and Eastern Atlantic. Now, you're seeing all that red on your screen. You're like, dude, it's not going to be a busy season, David. Stop it. It's not going to be busy. It is going to be busy because I know what I'm looking for. And what we're seeing here is a very active period. Just take my word for it. I'm not saying this to get more views, to get more subs, to get more likes, to hype things up. This is part of the cycle. We had an inactive period. Now we're going to an active period here with all of this upward motion. All right. And all this upward motion, it spreads out. And usually when you get easterly velocities over here doing this, you get westerlies at the surface. So you're going to have a reduction in the trade winds over central Atlantic. And in fact, if we go to the Hofmoeller diagram by simply going to the MJO forecast, going over to our V plot, actually going over here, our velocity potential, and hold on. We can see right here the MJO over Africa and over the Atlantic is going to be what gets us there. And this is Debby. Okay, this is going to be updated next, but this is depression number 4 at the time, but this is then going to be Debby. And look where it formed. Right here, right before the MJO is able to get into place. Because in the forecast, that MJO does move into the Atlantic and dominates the area. So this is Depression 4, and this is just, I see it coming. It's going to get really busy. And we've got to be ready for this, folks. We have to be ready. I have said it too many times. We just cannot sleep on this. We just can't. If we did, then that would be a really big problem. So if we look at the...
Yeah.
And here's a look at another version of this. This is a look at the... Hold on. You can see over here, slackening in the trade winds. Maybe some bursts of trade winds. Expect... Oh, wait, no, these are OLR anomalies. What the heck? Oopsie. Oopsie. That's not the right one that we wanted. But you get the idea. Trade winds are going to relax, and we're going to have a lot to track. I really think if you thought the Eastern Pacific was busy, it's going to be our turn next. I mean, it's a quartet. It's a feast of storms out here, and it's going to be us next. It really is. We have another area to watch in the Caribbean. Who knows? If this escalates, we may have to have a really long video and talk about 2 of these. So just putting that in simple terms, Debby is not it. That's not the only system we're going to have to contend with. I'm worried about. I think we're going to have more to monitor once the season really kicks off. One last thing, and then I'm off for the night, is going to be looking at our Hofmolar with those winds. And if we go to our 850 millibar winds, it all makes sense. Right here, westerly wind anomalies, slackening trade winds stronger than normal. This is where your MJO is going to be over Africa. Can we get 3D models of the storm? I don't have the technology of that, but I could give you a 3D rundown really quickly of our system really quickly. And this is our 3D right here. There's our 3D. So I want to warn you all, the GFS has nothing out there in the Atlantic. Okay? What I want you all to do, really quickly, and I won't say this much in my videos, that's what these live streams are all about. You're gonna need to look at the ensembles. The ensembles give you a bigger picture. And I always go out to 10 days, usually with the ensembles. And you can see nothing much here, but we will wait for the European, because if we look at the European model at the same time, what do we have? This wave that could intensify eventually, and look at, we have another one that comes this way and then goes that way. But this could shift much further south. This is a 10-day forecast, but I'm just letting you know, we need to look at the ensembles for trends and symptoms and not focus on one model, because they're not perfect. And we saw that with Debby already. Hard forecast to do with Debby on global computer models. But I can tell you, we know it's coming, and we've got to be ready. I emphasize this for Mark Sedith. We've got to be ready. And the good thing is we have the tools in front of us to see this stuff coming. We do. I mean, we could look at really long-range models, even on the APHIS model on the European here, and we can see that, oh, we have an area that we might need to definitely watch eventually, way out there in time. But right now, look, it does look calm as of the 0Z European model, but that's going to change. I think it is. You're very welcome, Shelly. Thank you for the $20 donation, sweetheart. I do appreciate that, and I even liked it, so thank you. And I did celebrate your first super chat, so thank you all. All right. So I'm not done uploading. I will possibly be live streaming today on this system. I will make time for it. I will try. If it has to be in the evening hours, like at 5 or 6 o'clock today, because it's Monday, that's probably what's going to have to happen. Okay. But I will have something out on the channel. Don't worry. I'm not ignoring you guys. And we're going to have to start watching what goes on out here too. Debby is only one thing. We will have to watch Debby. At the same time, we've got to watch what may develop out here eventually. Because again, the deeper we go into August, and I just go on, see, I'm rumbling. I'm rambling. Sorry. We got to look at climatology too. Yeah. So we can see we're on the uptrend. We're not over here. We're right over here near August 1st, and we're going straight up to the top. All right. So this is climatology. You can find this on the National Hurricane Center /climatology for more information. Yeah, they headed out, Mike. It's getting late. It is very late. It is 12:30, Eastern time right now, and I'm tired myself. I'm not going to pull an all-nighter. If this was a Category 5, I would definitely be pulling an all-nighter. We would have had 4 other people here on the stream. But me and Ethan are tired, and we've got to get some shut-eye because school is important. If I don't do school, I'm not going to race to get that AMS degree quick enough. But I do love you guys. I care about you guys. And I'm excited to track hurricane season as we approach the peak, the meat, and the celebrity of the season. All right. But anyways, I don't think there's any questions here in the chat. If there are, we will open up to questions here for about a couple of minutes. Ethan, help me with questions. And then I promise I will close the stream. It's going to end. And we could sleep, okay?
Yeah, certainly.
Any questions before I head off? Anything about the deep tropics or the system, just let me know. Man, Ethan, though, those quartet of storms out there in the Eastern Pacific is something else. 4 systems, 4 names.
Yeah, that is. Something I did want to bring up too, which was mentioned by Titan here in the chat just a little bit ago. We have officially surpassed 100,000 customers without power in Florida.
Oh my gosh. 100,000 people without power. That is insane. That really is going up. Let me see the storm surge map here. Or not map. Cedar Key. Let me see what Cedar Key is like. Oh gosh, Ethan. Storm surge is up to the chair now. The wooden chair.
Oh man. So yeah, that is picking up.
100 homes we're referring to Chair Duke, which each of those homes, well, not everyone probably is in their home. Hopefully not, because this is a bad system. But the electricians keep an eye on who has power and who's not, and they're estimating that number. No, Debby has not made landfall yet. It's not going to make landfall for another couple of hours. Ethan, can you read what Mike said below David Lee's?
Yeah, I already, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, this is a look at that storm surge. But yeah, I will be uploading every day, folks. If I don't upload, whoa, there's a big wave that came in. Whoa, very big wave. If I skip a day of uploading, I will let you guys know on my community post on why that is. I will try to do what I can. We're not hating on your name, Mike. We're not hating on your name. All right. By the way, if you guys like the stream, share it and subscribe. Please consider doing so. See, I'm even tired. My words are not keeping up with my mind very much here. So, I don't think we have any questions. I think we will end it. As always, please, for the love of God, please be safe. We're looking at 20 plus inches. We will update you on this when I go live this afternoon. What time I go live, I don't know yet. Okay, I don't know. It will be in the afternoon sometime or in the evening hours, either between 3 p.m., 2 p.m., but more likely around 5 or so, maybe 4 o'clock, going live on the system to discuss. It's not going to be as long of a stream. We'll probably just do a couple of hour discussion on the Tropics on the system, as it's going to be onshore and everything. But I will keep you guys updated as much as I can on Debby in the midst of our wave that's moving into the Caribbean. As always, subscribe, share, and like, and I will talk to you guys this afternoon. Peace out, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See ya. Say bye, Ethan.
Oh, I'll be here, and have a good night. Stay safe.
Yep.